Hello everybody and welcome to round 6 of the WR Chess Masters, and today you see that my dear fellow colleague Yasser is not with me because he's honored to do the first move in the tournament and he will resume to me shortly. Yesterday, by the way, we had a very decisive day because yesterday Levon Aronian managed to win again, and he won against someone for him quite important for the results in general of the WR Masters. He beat Anish Giri, who at this time was without any defeat. He had the first games just played the draw. And today we will have a pairing which is even more, let's say, not interesting but decisive, because Wesley So is on +2 and he's playing today with white pieces against Aronian, which means if Wesley manages to win today, he may score equal points with Aronian and is still one of the hardest competitors for the title of the WR Chess Masters. Also yesterday we had a very important game for our German prodigy Vincent Keymer, because Vincent yesterday managed to win his first game in a very nice defending game against Abdusattorov. Nodirbek pushed hard, had a lot of tactical clinches yesterday, but Vincent defended like the Berlin Wall and he managed eventually to convert his material advantage. Other pairings of today are Nepomniachtchi against Esipenko. This was also the board, by the way, where Yasser met the very first move. Also, we have Duda against Keymer. We have Giri against Praggnanandhaa. Gukesh against Abdusattorov should also be a very memorable moment, because when we look back at the Chennai Olympiad, when Gukesh in a winning position spoiled his advantage with a plunder, and eventually this actually led to Uzbekistan winning the Olympiad, then of course we may expect also today a game on fire, because both players are usually very aggressive by style, so I'm sure we can expect a lot. So for now the moves are not yet to come in, so we have to wait a little bit until the moves are going to be settled. There is still something going on in the playing hall, some discussions actually. So what we can actually expect today, what I'm thinking is that Wesley So will definitely have a much more wild and aggressive style, because his only chance here to fight for the title of the first WR Chess Masters is if he manages to beat Aronian. So I'm sure that his style, which is usually very solid, may today slightly change. Gukesh against Abdusattorov, I was already mentioning that Gukesh and Abdusattorov are quite dynamic players. So here, as already said, we expect a huge fight. Giri against Praggnanandhaa. I mean, Giri is usually a player who is a little bit more solid, but he also had very spicy games lately, especially when he won the tournament in Wijk aan Zee. So also in this game we can expect a great fight. Nepomniachtchi Esipenko. From Nepomniachtchi, actually this tournament so far went on a very solid base, because he managed to make 5 draws. Today he will play against his dear country fellow Esipenko, and since we already remember that Andrey is a player who also likes to spice things up, I'm expecting some dynamic clash as well. As for Duda against Keymer, well, we both know that Duda as well as Vincent are very solid players. I'm not sure we will have such a huge tactical encounter today, but sometimes, things may change. But in general, both these players are rock solid and very, very positional. So still waiting for the moves to go. Besides the tournament, what is also very interesting to mention, there are a lot of side events. The juniors actually arrived, and we have here Boris Gelfand, who is running the mini camp in the mornings, and then in the afternoons the juniors also are playing a tournament against each other. And what is also very interesting to know, that Boris Gelfand today will join us around 4 o'clock. So if some of you would like to see a very great fighter and the strongest Israeli grandmasters, then of course it would be nice that you tune in. The WR Masters can be found on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, so there are a lot of social media channels where you can actually follow the event, and not only the events, besides also the side events. And finally, we have some moves coming in. So we will, I would say, start with the most important game of today in terms of decision for the eventual perhaps winner of the tournament, Wesley So against Levon Aronian, and the game just started with d4, knight f6. I would expect today likely something very solid from Levon, because for him it's very important not to risk too much, because a draw for him would be a perfect way of securing his lead. So I would say likely I would expect a kind of Nimsu Indian, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not, we will see. And meanwhile, I'm very happy that my fellow dear colleague Yasser arrived.
Hi, Elizabeth. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I was delayed. It's the first time for me.
That you come late.
No.
That's not very German,
no.
actually.
They asked me to do the opening ceremonial first move.
Yes.
And I never have done that before, so I was very nervous. And I asked Jan Nepo in his game, what would you like me to play? He said, pick a good move. And I, of course, played c4, and he said, pick another. Take it back. I tried. I tried to show the way. As you were speaking, and as I came in, and you were talking about the so very important game between Wesley and Levon Aronian, and I was following you, I didn't have the time to interrupt you and say, you could expect 3 G3. For some reason, I had it in my mind like, yes. The problem is the Nimzo Indian and everything else has been really played so much. Like these early G3 systems, like right here, right now, not necessarily with knight f3, but G3, yeah.
Yes, to prevent a queen's Indian, right?
Yes.
Not to allow the b6 setup.
That's right. And so I would have lost a wager if I had been in studio at the time that you were talking, knight f3, e3. And Wesley has been playing these rather quiet systems, both with bishop d2,
which you have seen already yeah?
as well as bishop d3 and knight e2. I won't say he's gotten a lot of success with these lines, but this is Wesley. He also has gotten the positions he's prepared for. Sometimes he actually gets a nice victory. Most of the time, very, very solid draws. But also, he's not giving his opponent any real play. Kind of...
I mean, we'll try to even push for something more than a draw, right?
Exactly. And I had a very strange lunch today. Very strange lunch. So
what is this supposed to mean?
So I'm having his lunch, and Jan, he's having his lunch on the other table, and I'm saying, dude, yesterday, can you explain to me? You put your bishop on d3, your queen on e2, the guy plays b5, and you play a4.
Mm-hmm.
So you think about it, and you do not play a takes b5, a takes b5, rook takes, and bishop takes b5. You don't grab the pawn. Why didn't you grab the pawn? I didn't think it was enough for a clear advantage, right? Well, okay, but hey, why did you put your bishop on it? I mean, you attack the guy's pawn 3 times and you don't take it. And then, he apologizes and, he slinks off. And then he's replaced by Gustafsson, Gusti, and Anish. So Anish comes in and he's like, yesterday you were pawn up against Levon. Very, very nice. You could play d6 and knight f7 and kept the pawn. And he goes, yeah, but, bishop c4, there's some weaknesses over there. Knight h4, rook a3. And Gusti says, yeah, my computer says, there's some white weaknesses. I said, yeah, Lizzie told me the same thing. But you're a pawn up.
So it seems like that your desires to be a pawn grabber are not shared with
I know.
the top
What's wrong with these modern players? I mean, when did it stop being, good to be a pawn up? By the way, after e3 castles, bishop d3,
and
c5, knight e2, knight c6. We're really, interestingly enough, in this kind of a Robert Hübner system, like at one time, castles, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, d7, d6. This was all the rage. I mean, everybody was playing both the white side and the black side.
But question, do we have to take on c3 immediately, or should we wait for a3? Because here, I mean, I'm not so much familiar with this particular line.
So, for example, the problem with, let's say, castles, for example, is, let's say I take, d7, d5. And now your a3, will probably be met by a bishop e7, like with even, let's say, just for argument's sake, including. And if you let me play c5 and d5 and then trade, the bishop's not going to take on c3 anymore.
That's true, and then we have this kind of Panov sort of structure, right?
Yeah, in this exact moment, you can imagine the bishop stuck. Like, I'll play a3, and no, you don't really.
And this is true.
Okay, but now, I mean, my knight's not on e2, and it's not capturing, so probably the reasons for playing a3 are a little less sound than with the inclusion of knight e2, knight c6. Oh, I think that's my move as opposed to the player's move. No, it actually happened. Castles d5.
No, because you were just showing that immediately black takes on c3, b c3, and then d6, and you were referring to Robert Hübner. And my question was why should black voluntarily take on c3 before a3 is actually played?
Absolutely.
What is the idea? I mean,
for sure. So you get this position, and essentially, Robert Hübner, or the Hübner system, says, I've given you a bishop, the dark squared bishop.
And I have a better structure.
And I have the better structure for your dark squared bishop. So what you really need to do is do something with your dark squared bishop. It's not scaring anybody on a3. I will play b6, and I will laugh at you. So you're going to play e4. There's just no question that's what you're going to do.
And try not to get mated while I hope for b6, knight a5, and bishop a6 and grab a pawn, right?
Yes, well, but unfortunately, that doesn't work. I usually do get mated when I do that. But one of the things is, and this is really fun, you've done something brilliant for your dark squared bishop. You've opened up a beautiful diagonal. You're going to place it on g5. Everybody is in awe of your great idea. But then you have to ask the bishop on d3, how did it feel?
After a move e5.
So I will play the move e5. And this was the idea of the Hübner system, was not so much that I'm just going to go, mechanically trying to win the pawn,
C4,
but I'm trying to block the position. Also, oftentimes in a Hübner system, I mean, it looks very, very funny, but sometimes I just ignore the queen side, and I put my knight on g6, and I basically say to white, well, now you're going to have to play for f4 to get something. And I have seen many, many, many games where I know it looks very strange, so apologies if I just try to get to the position at hand that I want to show you, is we get here, and you say, wow, I've successfully done basically everything. I've got the two bishops, I've got the space, I've got the protected pass pawn in the center, and maybe you have no advantage after weighing all of
Yes,
the
but I
positive
have a
things.
bishop on d3, which is equal to a pawn by
Yes.
his level of diagonals he's currently in possession.
Exactly. And in the meanwhile, say, for example, a move like knight g3, the knight will come to d6. I'm just putting some moves on the board just to give you an idea that black's not without resources. He's just sitting there waiting for you to make some kind of attack. And yes, eventually this pawn one day will be put under fire. So it's a very
Double-edged position,
yeah,
you
and
know.
it's paradoxical because in many ways it feels like black is not playing solid, good chess moves. He giving away a lot of strategic battles. But then at the end of them all, it's like he has a very decent position. And by the way, we do have moves. CD, whoa, C3, C4. Now that's a little bit off the beaten track, I would say. C5, C4.
Well, it's a kind of Zwischenzug, which actually would allow Black to retreat his bishop, preferable to d6. Then these kind of tactical clashes with bishop h2, knight g4 are arising again.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you can take on b4. I mean, you can, but it's not like a good idea to exchange your good bishop on d3 against, well, the other bishop on b4, because your bishop on c1 is here the sorrel child, I would say.
Okay.
So
A few things go through my mind. You go through your, how do you say?
Rule
your
list.
rule list. Well, in my case, it's more like the elements, space, time, material, force, king structure. So I see a move like c4, and I immediately look at that askance and say, well, that is a peculiar move, a very peculiar move for me. I will take your pawn. Check.
we have seen something similar yesterday.
Right? Yeah, a couple of times. It seemed like everybody wanted to give up their bishops on h2 and h7.
That's true. It's becoming the standard motif pattern in this tournament, I'm
True,
afraid.
true. So if I do that move, I kind of make your king a little bit more vulnerable.
I
So
agree.
let's imagine knight takes h7, and I think king 8 takes h7 is perfectly sound. So takes. So we have traded pieces. But a couple of things have happened. I've given away my a2 pawn, which has
Yes.
opened up my rook. You have given away your h7 pawn, and now we can weigh that. The black king is probably saying, well, wait a minute. I kind of liked the h7 pawn, and the white rook is probably saying, you know what? I kind of like the fact that I have a little bit more freedom that I'm not used to having. Now let me play the move b3 with pretty much an obvious idea of bishop a3 and maybe capturing and trying to create a weakness. And so my first thought would be, I should be playing the move bishop h7. What has he done? None of this is...
No, he took on h7 because the knight on f6 disappeared. So we have exactly what you just mentioned on the board.
Okay.
You're
I tell
a
you
prophet.
Did I tell you these guys are really good? I mentioned it once during a broadcast.
But you know, like what I realized lately, like comparing like these super events,
Yeah.
that the Nimzo Indian became lately more fashionable than the Catalan. I have this impression that they used Nimzo Indian for white lately more often than the Catalan. There were some
Yes.
periods where the Catalan was played in all the kind of
That's
ways,
right.
right?
Yeah,
And
with
suddenly it seems like that the Nimzo Indian again is approaching for some reason.
And for me, what I find very interesting is that e2, e3 on move 4 has kind of superseded queen c2, the classical, Gary Kasparov really blazed patterns in the queen c2 Nimzo Indian. And now e3, it goes to show just how incredibly rich chess is, because the Nimzo Indian is being played, I would say, very, very topically for at least 60 years. I mean, it's really been, like a Queen's Gambit Declined, one of the very favorites of the top players for eternity.
Many, many years.
Many, many years. And the number of games keeps just increasing and growing and growing. And yet, well, you keep finding new ideas. By the way, did the players play...
Exactly as you
Exactly,
said, but
yeah.
a5 is a kind of nice prophylactical move against bishop a3.
It anticipates it,
Yes.
for sure. But okay,
You're still going for bishop a3, and okay, you have an obvious threat to take on b4 as the rook on a8 is not protected, but maybe I go for my favorite rover, rook a6.
rook a6. Now,
Yeah.
I did not see that coming. Wow. Rook a6. You took me by
I'm
shock.
pretending that actually white is, like, in terms of king safety, a little bit less safe.
Wow, I can see you're a
Queen
dangerous lady.
h4 and rook h6. My knight to g5, and we will talk.
Okay, I can see where I'm dealing with a very dangerous partner. Okay, well, I will play for Wesley a rather straightforward move. The knight on e2 doesn't make a great impression in my mind, and knight to f4, reminding you that, well, you do have a
Slight weakness.
kind of a problem child there.
So you want to say that if I play rook h6 now, that you can actually grab the pawn?
That is an interesting question. I mean, sometimes you just have to throw down the gauntlet and say, is it true? I don't know. I mean, I'm also kind of in the dark on this one.
g5?
Right? And what are we talking about? We're talking about...
Even queen h4 first is interesting,
Yes.
but
that was the
I mean,
wrong
like
one.
by intuition, it looks like that you can't take on d5.
Yeah, and queen h4.
We can even put this in, and now
and
g5.
g5.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to... I'm
Well,
trying to do a body count, is what I'm trying to do.
Well, after g3, we lose a queen, so maybe we shouldn't make so much body
Oops.
counts here. But
Oops.
just maybe.
Actually, that is a kind... I've seen so many pretty queen traps, but that one looks...
It's unusual, no?
Yes, isn't it? Doesn't it look a little bit off kilter? Okay, once again, your rook a6 move is...
But we can play g5 anyway instantly, like not even queen h4. So we go back to the line after knight
bishop a3,
rook a6, knight f4.
Yes, correct.
Rook h6.
Okay.
And now if you capture on g5, you go for g5. Immediately.
Instantly, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
No.
Not that one. Apologies, g5. So here I wasn't... Okay, forgive me, because everybody can see my knights are terribly. But forgive me, because sometimes I hate it when I play against the chess engine. It's so depressing. I reach what I think, oh, well, now I have this really beautiful victorious-like move, and then the engine finds something a little bit deeper, like rook c8, reminding you there's a knight e7 check.
I agree with you, but here I have a lot of things to calculate, right? The first trade calculation is g takes f4, rook takes c8, and queen h4, ignoring that you had this rooks there.
But then you don't win the piece, right? Queen h4 in this moment, yes. You could take the knight,
maybe
winning
this
the
is
piece.
well, this is actually preferable. Because my knight and have rook g6, so yes, this is much more appealing.
A piece is a piece, yeah?
Yeah.
I keep trying to count pawns, very, very unsuccessfully, I might add. And this does not look like something that's very serious for white.
No,
I'm
because
just
the pawns don't have yet such
Very,
an
very
impact.
Interesting. By the way, I noticed that Levon has played a5 a la tempo.
He prepared this line. I mean, like you can
90
see it.
seconds
Yes.
for his first... He spent 90 seconds, and it takes him that long to write down a dozen moves. So everything that Wesley has played up to this moment was expected. So
Yes, but this is
he's showing
probably
his high skill of preparation once again.
Yeah, okay, but after c4, the most critical line, as you already pointed out, is bishop takes h7 for a good reason.
Okay, can we look at something a little bit weird as well? So bishop a3. I liked your rook a6, by the way. Compliments. That's a nice move. We're going to get a kind of a weird structure on the queen side,
Yeah,
right?
but I play c3 and
Yeah,
I
now
claim that these pawns...
you make a very, very good claim indeed, but then the question is, are the pawns stuck or are they strong?
Well, they are stuck for now, but I mean, like, if the
sorry, I
game
did it wrong.
proceeds
Let's do it
and
again.
pieces are at some point exchanged,
Yes,
I mean,
yes, you will win an ending, and
I will win any ending.
I
yes.
will be shamefaced. Yes.
No, but the thing is, like, just from the human psychological point of view, who would allow that?
These guys. Nobody with any intuition would allow this because you're giving a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank
Exactly,
here in this
yeah.
case. And you think to yourself, you know, I have to be crazy. Except sometimes you can calculate very, very concretely that you will manage somehow, I don't know how, to capture the pawn on b4 and capture the pawn on
Yes.
c3, and then life springs.
I would immediately agree with you, but unfortunately there is Anton the A pawn, which can
Anton
get to
the A pawn,
which can
okay.
get to A5 and
Right.
to attack A5.
It's not so easy.
It's not so easy, yeah.
No? Okay, in the meantime, then the bishop will be a little bit stuck, and you're right. I mean, it's going to take me,
Quite a time.
I would say, quite a number of moves to really put a lot of pressure. It's weird. I don't know what to say. But what I do say is Wesley, after, well, what do you say, about 15 minutes?
He took on
15
C4,
minutes,
no?
he decided to capture on c4.
C4, yes. Which
Maybe
makes
it's a
sense
safer.
in terms of getting more control in the center
Yes.
and gaining back space.
So let's imagine that we are in Wesley's shoes and we are saying, ha ha ha, I will play d5, I will play e4, and I will have a great center, but what do you...
Well, I'm not sure
Your
actually, like,
impression?
if I want to start with d5 or if I want to start with e4 here
Okay.
to be more flexible about these pawns.
Okay.
But both moves, of course, are very appealing.
I kind of felt that they were interchangeable, but there's something more appealing about e4 in the sense that it does give me, as you say, the flexibility of playing bishop e3 first and deciding later.
Yes, to go either for d5 or not. I mean, obviously you don't usually go for e5 here because you will like create some weakness on d5 and you have the wrong bishop for that. If you had the
Correct.
white-colored bishop, e5 would be a very nice idea, but not
Correct.
in this kind of setup.
That's right. Exactly so. And indeed, you would like your pawns on light squares, which will complement the dark square bishop. So then your dark square bishops can push the blockaders out of the
Yes.
way.
And sometimes, you know, like in such positions, even the move f5, which looks a little bit anti-positional, maybe, like, if you manage to block totally on d5, it might be actually not such a bad idea.
Exactly. And there's where we kind of go from the time we started this whole line. That's another pawn that is supposed to be the protection of the black king. That is, h7 is missing, and now f7 is missing, and you start to wonder, okay, you know, white is going to get some attack. Let's just...
Yes, I mean, I said f5 is like, it might be a try, but of course it might be a
You know,
too ambitious try.
If you're in time to set the blockade,
Then yes,
brilliant.
but
But
if
if you
not,
miss that moment, it can be really painful. By the way, this is the kind of game that you really want to see when the number one and number two play against each other.
this is true.
I mean, a full fight. And so far, Levon has had pretty much the tournament to himself. I mean, he's won all of his games with the white pieces.
Yes.
He's drawn rather comfortably, I would say, as black. And so today, Wesley...
And also I can tell, I mean,
Contest him.
from the body language of Wesley, that he's not entirely happy with the outcome of the opening, because he would have probably preferred an opening which is not that dynamic as it is now.
Yeah, well, he definitely is. It's a 3 versus nothing queenside
It's
majority,
like a totally
right?
like unsymmetrical position. It's very dynamic, very double-edged, and
Right.
it's not usually. I mean, I can tell. I mean, I don't know Wesley well, but it's just the way he sits there and the hands like close to the face. It looks to me like that he would have loved to have something more solid
Right.
on the board.
The old queen's gambit accepted, where black struggles to hold the d5 square. That would have been more in keeping. Well, as we watch number 1 and number 2,
Maybe we can go to
yes.
Gukesh, actually, because Gukesh Abdusattorov is a match which has a great history when we remember their game in Chennai Olympiad, where Gukesh had a winning position.
Oh my.
Blundered, and eventually this probably was responsible for Uzbekistan winning the Olympiad.
The gold medal. Yeah. I mean, on such things, gold medals can turn. I remember my very first Olympiad in Malta, and it was the great team of the Soviet Union. Can you imagine, like, Garry Kasparov was the second reserve. Not the first reserve.
The second reserve. I don't want to know how strong this team was at this time.
Yeah, the Soviet team was awesome. And yet, crazily enough, Hungary was tied. And in the end, it turned out on some crazy tiebreaker that was decided in a game between Greece and Scotland.
I didn't know that Scotland. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say I'm not sure that Scotland ever took a huge impact,
And there you have it.
But they had some kind of funny tie-breaks during certain
right.
Olympiads, and suddenly, like, the title or the tie-break decision was up to some match like Scotland against Greece,
Right.
or even something on the lower tables where
Right.
you think, like, where's the logic?
Right. So the logic was, like, I think it was something like the Soviet Unions had beaten Greece and the Hungarians had beaten Scotland, and the outcome of that match between those teams were going to decide who had played the stronger team. It was very, very bizarre. Anyway, we have, there you see, a very nice opening move, C4. I don't know why Jan was so
Actually,
harsh with me.
I can have a story which relates, because in Dortmund it was me who was chosen to do the first move at Kramnik's board.
Ooh, very nice.
And back this time, Kramnik even didn't. I mean, he never knew me, and he didn't know whether I mean, he asked me if I can play chess.
Nice.
Yes, that was a nice one, but it was not everything. So I said, like, yes, I can a bit,
Not really so good as you.
But there's
Mr.
another
Kramnik.
story about that, but I come up to this later. And then, I mean, he was playing and on this particular day against Georg Meyer.
Oh, nice.
And I asked him, what is your first move? And then he says, like, make a choice, like the same for
Right.
Nepomniachtchi. Like,
Yes.
maybe this is a Russian thing, I don't know.
Right.
And okay, I mean, I was looking at Kramnik when I was looking at Georg, and I mean, everybody knows that Georg is a passionate Rubinstein player.
Yes.
So, since, I mean, like, I knew a little bit about Kramnik's character, I thought, like, he would be very principled. Usually he's not an e4 player, but against Georg he would go for e4. So I suggested e4, and Kramnik looks at me and says, like, very good choice.
Not but.
So I had the right one, even though, like, Kramnik is not a typical e4
Not
player.
at all.
No, but I mean, somehow I had the feeling that, like, a lot of super grandmasters would like to try to beat the Rubinstein.
Exactly.
And that's why, just as a principle kind of thing.
Exactly. Here we have the G3.
Alpine, and we had it in the game of Aronian against Praggnanandhaa from the first round, right?
Exactly, and that was something like with d4. I'm not 100% sure if the bishops were traded or not with bishop b4 check, but I do recall it was something like this with a bishop b4 tossed in and bishop d2. Let's see how Gukesh answered. He also played d4, but this time captures on d4. I'm more familiar, and again, I have a, 90% nice way of saying it, a lifetime history on the white side of the English, but I'm much more familiar with opponents who have played against me very peculiar little intermezzo. They think they're very, very clever. They somehow get rid of the dark square bishop, then they put their pawns on d6 and e5, and the pawn on c6 is meant as a way of neutralizing the bishop. Also, they want to say that they're not ashamed of losing the right to castle, because the
it's
king
a
will
rock
have a
safe
nice...
king on c7, yeah.
That's right. They'll park nicely there. But after d4, we had a different approach by Nodirbek. He captured. Queen takes d4. Knight f6. Knight f3. Knight a6. Now, this is really old theory.
I mean, like, I had these positions on the board, but with reversed colors, because I love to use g6 against the Alapine,
Exactly.
which was not so much analyzed compared to all the other lines.
Okay.
And especially when you want to beat weaker players, to play with d5, queen d5, and g6, bishop g7 is a good attempt to beat the Alapine, which is like a rock-solid opening, right?
It is pretty solid. Here, we just have to pause for a second, because the queen went all the way back. And tell me what you think of that move.
Queen d1. Well, I mean, like, if I again remember the reversed colors, usually in the Alapine, the queen either wins to d6 or d8.
Right.
Usually. So here
Here
it
it
is
would be
d1.
d3 or d1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for this particular thing, I understand this move. On the other hand, of course, queen h4 looks a bit tempting here.
Yes. Well, as I said to you earlier and throughout all of these broadcasts, for me, whenever my opponent is retreating, very,
yes,
very
I know.
good.
From psychological point of view, yes.
Go away. That's very nice. So for me, if I was in white shoes, whether it's good or bad or wrong, whatever, I would be resistant to the move queen d1. I don't like this idea of going backwards, and I would find myself looking at two moves. The first move, because you got to look at it, check.
Actually, I missed that one, to be honest.
You just have to look at it. I mean, because, there's always the possibility that it causes an accident.
Yes, I agree with you, but probably like he was thinking that, okay, bishop e7 is played, castle and rook e8, and in this moment you have to lose a tempo again.
Well,
I agree with you, the bishop is much worse on e7.
Right.
But he gets the tempo back after rook e8. And
okay,
maybe
well,
this
let's say bishop e7, so I very happily castles, and what you're saying, you're about to nail me to a cross with rook e8.
Or d6 is another option to get the tempo there.
Okay. Whether you tempo me, I'm just saying that
I will play knight c7 and I tempo you again with knight e6.
Very nice. I'm just saying that compared to having the rook on f1 or on d1, I could imagine that I'm a little bit more proud.
No, of course, like white has nice space advantage and white is absolutely fine. I was just kidding, but I mean, I thought like I should find some justification.
Precisely. And then the other one, if you, I agree, leaving your queen in the center early is a full prescription for giving your opponent a lot of tempi. But Lizzie, if I play the move queen h4 and just say, okay, I'm over there. Okay. I'm annoying you.
For now, yes.
I'm very annoying.
You're annoying me slightly.
Slightly. Okay.
But okay, on the other hand, like the queen on h4 has not so many squares. I mean, I was thinking about h6, g5, which is still far away.
Right.
But sometimes there had been some motives. For example, like play h6 just for the fun of it.
Yes, please.
Knight
I
c3.
will castle. Okay.
And then there had been some funny games, but with reverse colors where king e2, so king e7 was played, and suddenly you couldn't prevent g5 winning the queen.
Yes, I remember this wonderful game of...
I don't know who
it was. Gadekamsky and Anatoly Karpov, maybe from their 1996 World Championship match in Elista, where it was something like this so that you can get that. And I will say to you that you're right. I mean, that is... quite the way of embarrassing or shaming the queen, but
No, I
it's
agree that
consequent.
here it's
Yeah.
not yet losing the queen, but if, for example, like we
Yes,
added
I
d6
understand.
and short castle, then already it might be that actually white is in
Sure.
troubles, actually.
Sure, but I just wanted to say that the move queen d1, for my taste,
Is a bit too
yeah,
passive. I agree
yeah,
with
it
you.
just even I've seen the like you said, the move queen d3. The only problem that I have with the move queen
d3
d3,
is d5 and knight b4 tempo, right?
Precisely.
Yeah, but this is like with reverse colors again in the Alapine, something very typical where
Yeah.
you gain the tempo with knight b4.
and this knight is actually suddenly reemerges from this offside a6 into the center with
And
d5.
queen c3, for example, here may run into bishop takes f2.
Yowza.
Okay,
That's-
probably like queen c4 is still an interesting move, and then probably queen takes d5, and everything is fine for black.
Exactly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So let's see what happened. Queen d1, not queen e5, not queen h5, but queen d1, d5 takes, queen takes. And first impressions are black is
Okay.
thinking of but king e7.
Okay, but there's no danger on the e file. There's no danger with the square f5. The
This-
diagonal a3 f8 is currently in black's possession.
Are we sure there's no danger on the e file?
You want to play rook d3, rook e3, or
No, nothing like that.
E4.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So let me just ask the most pertinent question. The development, I've been told it was good. Some coach
okay,
once
bishop e6.
said bishop e6. Okay.
Okay, knight g5 might even be annoying.
I feel
Maybe
good.
have to. Yeah, okay. Let's make you feel not that confident.
Yeah.
h6.
H7.
I know.
H6.
I mean, it's
Okay.
slow. I agree, but if I manage
Okay,
bishop
okay.
e6, fine.
I understand you. H6 is a very decent looking move. And here's where I was hoping to be my most annoying. Let me try knight to a4.
And I can't go bishop d6 without being
I was really hoping you would play something like bishop b6.
no
so
bishop.
I would go
D6.
bishop a3 and then the king.
No bishop d6.
Bishop to d6. Okay, so you told me that your king was not in any dangers.
And now you come up with e4, I guess, right? Actually, this is not your style because you are giving up a pawn, objectively. Well, not for real, but
But this is kind
Di-
of what I
different-
wanted to
it's
say.
a different
that-
pawn. Yeah.
Right? I mean, yeah, if
I
you
made
were
the
to-
calculation with rook e1 and knight h4, don't worry.
yeah. But you do see that the king might be a little, and finally in this position after king e7, knight c3, h6, a little bit slow. I understand you're worried about knight g5s and stuff like this. And just one other look is something like this. Okay, not to show you my brilliant tactical skills or anything of that nature, but it's entirely possible, especially after a move like rook d8, that a bishop takes c6 kind of
Might be actually
annoying.
annoying, yeah.
So, all right, let me just refresh the board for a moment, because once again, this is a very, as you said, a crucial matchup. Gukesh is actually playing quite very well in the tournament. So it's a funny tournament in the sense the top 4 players, 3 of them have a plus score and 1 of them is undefeated with 50%. Jan.
Yes, actually, for Jan, I mean, I mentioned at the start when you were doing his first move.
Yes.
Actually,
I
that
had
it's
a
very
crucial duty.
yes. Maybe you bring him back to spirit of victories, because actually for Jan it's very uncommon
Right.
that he would start the tournament with 5 draws.
Yeah,
Right?
and it's unbelievable, actually. It's not Jan at all. I mean, I'm just here to inspire. Somebody's got to do it.
Yes.
But what I wanted to say was it's actually a very funny standings. You have 4 players at the top, one with +3. The fourth player has 50%. Then you have 6 players with 2 points.
Yeah.
They're all sharing 5th place.
Yes, but sometimes, like, if someone is, like, running in front, like Levon is now Forrest Gump, let's say, in the translated modern version, then it's very typical that if you have one front runner, then, like, a lot of players, like, are sharing, like, in a way. It was similar in the Grand Prix in Munich when Alexander Kosteniuk started with, like, +4, +5.
Right.
They were, like, the third place to the 8th place, we're all sharing the same points. So
sharing the same misery, yes.
Well, it was okay.
I understand you completely. One of the most funny cross tables of all time, it was something like a Linares, 6 players double round robin. Garry Kasparov has gone +5.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable result. He won just literally against everybody else, and everybody else drew. So they all shared the second place
with -1.
With -1. It was like the strangest cross table you've ever seen.
Yeah, like, second place is -1. Yeah, why not?
Like what? It was very, very funny. Bishop E6 by Nodirbek, and he's just basically throwing it down and saying, look, you know, you can play your knight G5 and you can take the bishop on E6, but I am not afraid because this bishop on G2 is actually kind of hitting nothing.
Maybe I can play bishop D7 even and then push you with H6, I don't know. But knight E4 actually would be coming. It's not that trivial.
No, not at all. On the contrary, I would be very pleased as white.
But you know, maybe like at the moment I can still exploit the fact that you are not fully developed and I have time for rook D8.
Oh, absolutely. That was the move I'm expecting from you, whether it be with the A rook
this is
or
like now. Not
I'm taking.
I take on D1.
And it's a little annoying that I have to recapture, but you have to pause.
Probably with the king.
Yes. And we're here. So I have the 2 bishops.
And you have long-term advantage, actually.
Yeah, it's not terrible or anything has gone wrong.
But still, it's not. I mean, okay. I mean, we had the game with a bishop ending with, I think, Duda against someone with black, and he managed to make a draw. It was like bishop pair ending. We had it in one of these rounds.
Exactly. It was a fortress, yeah.
Yeah, in any case, I mean, like, I was actually, like, propheting before the start of the game that this game is going to be very wild, but somehow I have the impression that I was wrong.
Well, it's
I mean, for now, it looks like, I mean, the queens are off the board, which is an indication that it might not get as spicy, but yeah. Maybe we will actually move on to Giri against Pragg.
Where
is this like just the next one? Yes.
Yes.
And this is like more like a teaser in terms of provocations, right?
And check it out. Look at this.
Yes.
Once again, my C4 opening has been ridiculed. Bishop B4. I don't even know if the name for this particular. It became popular in the mid-90s as a way of mixing things up and still intimating that you might want to go for some kind of a Dutch setup as black with bishop takes C3.
This is a Rosselimi with Rosselimo diverse colors, right?
Sicilian? Except you don't but you don't have your knight on F3, which really makes this move extremely compelling. And I remember back in the day that people were very happy as black for some strange reasons. I'm not even exactly sure what they were. Was to
give up the bishop.
Yeah, making the knight go all the way up.
Okay, I mean, like from terms of how much tempi you lost.
Yes,
there is a logic behind that.
That is true. So after bishop b4, what did Anish do? I'm actually very curious because I have been challenged numerous times. D2, D3. Okay. That's not what I would call an actual refutation of black's move. Bishop, knight f6, knight f3, d6, bishop d2, castles. Okay, after as Korchner would say, after great efforts, we have won the 2 bishops. Yay. And now that move is completely contrary to everything I've ever been taught about chess. Why, Lizzie? Why is that move so contrary to...
Because you're opening up the center and you're not 100% developed. Even so, on the other hand, I can give you the counter argumentation. If your opponent's king is in the center, you should keep your opponent busy.
Okay. Yes. And in this particular case, I find the bishop on c3 as a potential offender, right? That if the imbalance in the position is that I have a dark squared bishop and you don't.
Yes, I agree with you.
The move
totally.
e5, e4 is going to...
On the other hand,
Yes.
when we go one move back
Yes.
and we calculate who possesses which central square,
Yep.
then e4 at the moment is possessed by white.
Okay.
d5 is shared, d4 is shared, just e4 is in the possession of white, and Pragg says not anymore.
But if you will explain to me, why is e4 white's possession and not equally black's?
Because a pawn actually blocks it at the moment.
The pawn attacks the e4 square and the knight attacks, and the pawn...
Yes.
You have to go away if the pawn attacks you. It's
a bit like, yes, I agree, it's a little bit...
Well, I just want to know the German rules of sharing. I mean, in this
No,
case,
the thing is, like the d5 square, I said sharing because I have the move c6.
Okay.
That's why. And the d4 square, I said it's in black's possession at the moment because no piece can go there.
Clear.
And for e4, I said it's in the white's position at the moment because no piece can go to e4.
Also clear.
But after e4, by Pragg himself,
Yes.
then actually the possession of the square becomes unclear. Especially if you take, then actually it's even black possessing the square.
So we're fighting over guardianship,
Yeah.
ownership.
Yeah,
of-
ownership of the central squares, yeah.
Wow. Okay, intriguing. In this position, a couple of moves come to mind. He has played rather quickly,
He took and he
on
played
e4.
rook c1, yeah.
Yeah. So takes, rook c1. Simple chess, and nothing was wrong with simple chess. Simple chess is
But
good.
he would give up his bishop pair. But the thing is, like, I'm not sure how you would keep your bishop pair here with white.
No, the question I would have had would be knight g5. Keep in mind, once again, I'm a provocateur. I love doing things that maybe
Okay.
you shouldn't.
And maybe I will go for e3 here, and I will do the counter provocation.
Now, you see, that's the whole point, because you don't want to fall into my
Trick.
grim ideas of playing for bishop takes f6. Okay, so a moment ago, Lizzie, you played e4 and you said it was all about the fight, the ownership fight for e4. Yes, I have played knight g5, and after the move knight g5, you've played e3.
Yes.
And now, just a second, as I take a long time out to pat myself on the back and say, thanks to my stellar play, I have won
The ownership.
of the e4 square. I may lose the battle, but that's
but
not
you
important.
won the e4 square control. Yes, congratulations.
That's it.
But on the other hand, like, I can claim that the e3 square actually is also a central square, even though it's not in the total center in
The
terms
sweet
of
center.
the golden middle stuff, but
Right.
it's actually in an area which is quite sensitive, especially when the king on e1 is connected.
Okay, so to quote Victor, White is having some unpleasant sensations, yeah? That there's something going on with the e3 pawn. Sorry, Liz, just continue for a second. Are you going to play f5 against me? Probably.
I'm thinking I have
Yes.
quite some
Yes,
options, but
you do.
f5 actually I like, yeah.
You do? Okay, good.
Just
to see it.
And now I take on e3
Yes, good.
and I play f4.
Yes, and this knight really is so bothersome, huh?
Yeah, the problem is you will not be able to castle, huh?
Well, that's not the least of my problems.
Well,
I got
sure.
many problems. I'm thinking that this is again one of the, for me, real consequences of that move e5, e4 by Pragg. Whatever you think about the position, that dark squared bishop on c3 is
like,
really my ace.
Yes, it's your trump card. I agree with you, and it might be the changer of the game eventually.
Right. Just to keep it in mind, none of this happened. In fact, after bishop b4, let's go quickly to what did happen. After e4, Anish said, forget about it, I'll just take, and allow you to win back the two bishops. Pragg says, I'm in no rush, and now we have a very difficult choice. Should we play e3 or g3? Lizzie, what would you do? E3 or g3? And why?
The thing is like that when I go on the diagonal b1, h7,
Yes.
it could be met by the bishop, by the opponent's bishop, right?
Yes.
If I go on the diagonal h1, a8, it's much harder to meet this diagonal because even bishop d7, bishop c6 may run into knight e4.
Gotcha.
And this is like I will be the owner of this diagonal entirely, and I can claim that this diagonal might be more important, especially because the d file is semi-open, than using the other diagonal, which is maybe not so important because for now, since the d file is semi-open, white may concentrate his play in the center.
Right. Well, I can see that you're really into ownership and property rights.
No, I like rules, you know.
Intellectual property. I like G3 for quite the different reasons from necessarily the interplay between the bishop and whether the light squared bishop on G2 can be blocked. I simply, when I was a kid, my biggest problem was getting checkmated. I was playing these e4 and open games and getting checkmated like kind of pretty habitually.
So if you learn that if you play knight f3, g3, bishop g2, you won't lose a game
Bingo.
in 10 moves. Actually, I had beginners who would tell me the same.
Exactly.
You know?
They are right. I love those beginners. Those are the smart
no,
people.
I like some people like playing against me in the simultanes. They're like, my dad told me if I play like knight f6, g6, and bishop g7, I won't be mated in 10 moves.
That's correct. And I further felt that if I lasted 30 moves or beyond, no, that's a victory. Come on.
Yeah.
No matter, even if I get mated in an ending, lasting. So I always liked the safety that the fianchetto bishop offered. Let's see what, if Anish agreed with you. No.
Nope.
Didn't agree with me either.
But you would have also preferred g3?
By far.
But this is like, maybe it's even a matter of style. I don't know.
Or
I mean,
it's
I like
understanding, too.
Well,
Let's be honest. I mean, Anish is wrong. You know? Anish is dead wrong.
I mean, in case he wins the game,
sheer
trust
luck.
me, I will ask him.
Yeah, of course.
And I will face him exactly to the moment when we're discussing who understands chess better.
Exactly. E3. Well, to quote Levon from yesterday, you know, when he has played these modest move, bishop e2, white's not worse. So, like after e3, I won't say white is worse. Does white actually have anything? We'll soon be the judge. I agree. Knight takes c3 is by no means forced. Yeah, no means forced. But I just want to make sure that that dark square bishop never leaves the room, yeah, and we play something like this.
Well,
and I just don't see anything for white here.
On the other hand, if he, like, let's imagine we had put the bishop on g2 and he would anyway go knight c5, knight e4, maybe then the diagonal would be blocked for that particular bishop.
Yeah, but in that case, the knight on e4
is less of an anchor.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Here,
I agree with you. Our chess understanding is
It
superior.
just sometimes you just got to throw it out there and be honest as you can. Wow, check it out. Turning to the game that I made the opening ceremonial first move upon.
You know, like
I
I have the feeling if Nepo doesn't win today, you can tell him like maybe he should have listened to you for the first move before.
Well, now I'm curious. No, he did play d4. Okay, he was a half ply late.
But again, a Nim to Indian. We have a lot of Nim to Indians.
But finally,
this
Queen
tournament.
C2
Yes,
classical.
the old main line. Yeah.
The old main line. Again, this is where I did my homework, and it was actually pretty shockingly bad. A lot of people don't understand how difficult the life of a professional chess grandmaster was, and the problem is like, imagine the following, Lizzie. Maybe it's happened to you in your experience. You were playing for a particular tournament, the WR Chess Masters Invitation. You thought, okay, this is a very nice event. I will prepare very, very hard. I will come prepared with some new opening novelty ideas and catch a victim, yeah? So you work hard, and lo and behold, miracle of miracles, you find an idea that is really charming, and you show it to your most trusted coaches,
Yeah.
and they applaud you vociferously. Go and get them, kid. And you start the round one with black, and on another board, the novelty that you have prepared is played on the other board with the white pieces.
Actually, like something similar happened now in the FIDE Grand Prix, because I had the white pieces in the first game against my German compatriot, right, Dinara Wagner.
Yes.
And actually, like I was preparing against her something totally different than I eventually played. It was because my dad was complaining. My dad was complaining because he was sitting 2 nights beforehand on some other line he was typing in for 4 or 5 hours. And when I told him actually my coach prefers to play something else, I could feel like between the lines he wasn't happy. And then I changed actually, and I won quickly. So my dad actually it was good that he was complaining. But the funny part is like what I prepared against Dinara, I was thinking then, okay, I can play it later against Nana Tsagnice.
For example.
And suddenly, like I see 1 game later that Anna plays the line I was prepared like against Nana then.
Oh no.
It was gone. Which was actually also good because eventually I played something else against Nana and I also managed to win this game. So.
But you had the same kinds of feelings. So where I was going was I came up with what I thought were some really marvelous ideas in the Queen C2 classical Nimzo Indian. And then there was this guy, his name was Garry Kasparov. And just for no reason that I can imagine, he started adopting the very same approaches as me, and he would always get in the novelty ahead. So he was always winning the novelty of the year prizes with great ideas in the Queen C2. I think he pushed the envelope very, very far, but it's always annoying as a chess grandmaster when these things do happen to you. In this position, I played as white against Michael Tal. Takes. And this used to be a very, very topical line where they go like bishop g5, castles, e3, h6, yeah?
And then h6, bishop e6 and c5 stuff, no?
And this kind
even
of
g5.
Yeah, and this kind of stuff is like really labyrinth.
Like double-edged.
Yeah. But nowadays, it's funny that they're playing the move a2, a3. At the time that I was playing the Queen c2, we thought that a3 was not a good move because there's this very annoying move, knight e4. Sorry.
Yes, knight e4 here. But even I like d takes c4, b6 line with black. It's also fine.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. Without castles, you mean just take on c4 right away?
Take on c4 and play b6. It's quite dynamic.
Yeah.
So I like it with black. Actually, like a3 was never something which I hated for
Feared.
Black.
Yes, that's exactly it. It felt a little too soft. But let's see. I mean, Jan has his own ideas. Castles takes. Knight e4.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, but Andrey is
honestly,
expected, to go all in.
I didn't see the game as we came to it, but this was one of the reasons I did not play a3 myself, but I was playing bishop g5. And here I would think that black is simply doing quite well, actually. Bishop f4, gosh. This almost feels like...
It's a very logical move. You develop an attack c7, which actually, like Andrey said, it's not an issue.
Yeah, but I'm
Are
sorry,
you afraid of knight c6 and g5, h5 stuff? For example, like knight c6, e3, g5, stuff like that?
Yes. First of all, I would be very afraid as white that I could easily be steamrolled. But another move I would be kind of afraid of too. Queen f6. Okay, I'm eyeballing.
And if I go e3, you go bishop f5.
Yeah.
You threat knight g3.
Type of play, that's correct.
Okay, bishop d3.
Bishop d3. And should I play c5 and knight c6? I just have this awful feeling that black is the one who...
fights for the initiative?
Yes, is really, really nicely developed. All right, let's just see what the players played, because obviously this is not a first-timers. These players are well prepared. Wow.
Well,
Here, if Jan was my student, I would say, Jan, first
well
of
done.
all,
You learn from the best.
well done. But there are certain times
that would be unusual.
I feel like I lost control of the student.
Maybe today, by doing his first move, you gave him this kind of spirit of being a pawn grabber. And
well,
he's
after
relating.
the lunch, man, I berated the guy. Why didn't you take the pawn on b5? Now he's afraid that he was going to have lunch with me tomorrow, and I would ask him, why did you take on c7? He took on c7, trades. Wow, knight c6. Black has an awful lot of development, and white is playing as if development doesn't matter. f3, g4. Lizzie, we've got a very exciting position. I don't try to help our audience understand what's going through the minds of the player.
You mean like if I can take on d4 or
I don't know if you can or not. I was thinking that if you did, at least this part I get.
Because the knight on c2 is trapped.
Trapped is a strong word, but just...
But yes, it has no squares.
It's stupid. Like, it can't move, and you're going to have to go d4 and knight e3 and give a pawn or something. So I can understand that knight takes d4, rook d1 would be off-putting, yeah? Mm-hmm. But why did I need g4? Why did he go g4?
Space?
Is that just space? Or really he needs the timing to complete his development?
Well,
in
I
some
can
quick way?
tell you that there are 3 rules of bishop
Oh,
pair
good.
in the
I
ending.
love the rules. Help me understand it.
Like when you have the bishop pair in the ending, it's a
Yes.
little bit different than the bishop pair in the middle game, right? Because the
Correct.
bishop pair in the middle game has much more dynamic spirit because of king safety and so on.
Okay.
But in the ending, you have 3 main rules.
Okay.
One is to gain space, to activate the king, which is easier since you own both bishops. You are safe, or at least on the diagonal of the bishop, which your opponent doesn't possess. And now very important to reduce the flexibility of the knight. Because when you have the
Take
bishop
away
pair,
the
it's
odds.
clear that your opponent has some knights in the pipeline, right?
Right.
So that's why the g4 move would meet the space advantage and objectively also meets a little bit the reduction of the flexibility of the knight on f6, who cannot go to h5 anymore.
example.
Because if you go for e3 here, then you may have to think how to react after knight h5.
I see. Fair. Okay.
So Jan is playing according to the rules.
Well, it's also unusual when the rules, the principles as you've described them, are actually valid, because most often there's the exception that these players are very, very good at finding the exception. There we have a very nice...
Of course, chess changed a lot
camera.
because of the area of KI, I mean artificial, AI, you call it in German. It's like künstliche Intelligenz. That's why it's KI, but it's like,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
I mean, of course, those engines and AlphaGo, AlphaZero had huge impacts and changed also a little bit certain openings, especially certain sharp stuff suddenly was playable again, which was supposed not to be playable because
Right.
Lela, I mean, the translation to
Whatever.
the PC now found some new ideas and spirits. So chess is changing because of that and the influence of the
For you,
engines.
was the Alpha Zero games, the games of Alpha Zero, as shocking as they were for me?
Well, the thing is, like, I even had some education by Albert Silver from ChessBase and from Frederick Friedel to understand the difference between the brute force engines and the artificial intelligence. And basically what they explained to me is that when Alpha Zero was playing against each other millions of games,
Yes.
they got knowledge of the game which is not written in any books.
Correct.
So this knowledge is superior over the human knowledge we have on chess, or over the best programmed brute force engine you can put in, like with like super grandmasters, because this artificial intelligence already like knows much more. Like, we speak here of a 10 times higher knowledge of chess than we would ever understand
Achieve
or
ourselves, yeah.
achieve ourselves. And that's why the artificial intelligence is so much superior over the brute force engines we were using before AlphaGo and AlphaZero was produced.
When I think about my career, and I say, let's say I played 4,000 classical games, I've probably played 50,000 blitz games, and let's just say 1,000 rapid games. So of my own self, I would say I played 55,000 games, and along comes AlphaZero, and it plays itself in the space of a few days,
Yes,
2 million games against each other, and it improves with each rendition of
because
each game that it plays.
it requires more and more knowledge, because at the beginning of their match they would blunder pieces, because they would learn everything learning by doing,
Right.
but in a way which is for us non-imaginable.
Exactly.
In a way. That's why.
Yeah. But for me, when I first saw these games of AlphaZero, where you had like a queen on d8 that went to h1 and other things, I understood that this was, there's alien intelligence, and this was alien.
Yeah, because
and it was fantastic.
they know more about chess. I mean, like, even if, for example, nowadays you watch old modern classical games, and I remember like the game, for example, of Lublinsky against Botwinnik. I don't know if you remember the game where Botwinnik had an awful pawn structure and he played rook d4. And he gave the exchange.
And then it's all beautiful.
Yes, but at this time, I think there was not such a book to tell you that if you have a closed position, that the knight is the best blockading piece.
Right.
Because at this game, Lublinsky took the exchange on d4 with the knight and kept the bishop in a closed position, which actually, to our knowledge nowadays, is so wrong.
Exactly.
But sometimes, especially in these really old games, you can feel or see that they didn't have this knowledge because there were no books about these kinds of things.
Exactly. Bent Larson, dear friend, passed away, of course. Bent Larson told me that one of the oldest, when he was growing up as a kid, one of the books that he got was this old Danish handbook on openings. And the Danish handbook explained that e4, white plays e4, c6 question mark. Bad move.
Yeah.
And it was like, what? And then the reason why the Caro-Kann was bad was because d4, d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, c3, white is better, because they, at that time that the book was written, there was no knowledge of the minority attack.
Yeah.
So it was just felt that structure was better for white.
I know, but this is like another kind of good example, and for this reason, coming back to the Nimzowitsch book, there are a lot of things which are not valid nowadays anymore.
Exactly. Let's continue here for a second. Tell me what's going on with this game with Jan. I'm just going to refresh the board for a moment.
I mean, what we can basically...
let's say I put the bishop. Where should I put the bishop?
I mean, if I just try to read the body language of Andrey,
Yes.
Andrey cannot choose currently whether he takes a pawn or not, because
Takes the pawn.
on d4,
Okay.
because it seems for him that both ways are playable,
Okay.
and he has to take a decision, because it's clear that if he takes on d4, he's putting in more risk.
Yes.
If he doesn't take on d4 and playing bishop g6, he doesn't put any risk, but maybe then it will be really hard for him even to have a chance to win the game. And knowing his character, I mean, at the beginning of the tournament, before the first round, he told to me, like, he has a very comfortable, like, position because he's the last seed and nobody expects anything from him.
Right.
So from this kind of attitude, and he underlined it in many of his games here, actually, with putting, like, to go all in all the games,
Right.
I can imagine that he may go for knight takes d4 just because of the reason that it would give him a chance for more.
Okay, but almost by force, he's going to reach a position like this, where his game is stuck.
Well, you can
Then
try
that-
to get b5 rolling. If you take on b5, rook b8 and b2 pawn. Otherwise, b4 rolling, and you would be with a pawn up. It's not that easy, I thought.
So b5. So
Yeah.
let's say, there's something about the king side. A little space might
Might
come
do
in
good, yeah.
handy.
Now I'm, of course, a little bit... I have to take the decision about... Yes, you are...
You have to be again. Sorry, Lizzie, that I'm
H6.
forcing you to.
H6.
I'm forcing you to.
I hate to take decisions, and I'm happy that I only have to do this in chess, and that's why I made a DVD about decision-making process, because I thought, like, what you hate, you should produce,
Right, force yourself.
But in general, yes, you
I
take
feel like you're facing some.
spiciness. I agree.
There's some
B4.
flavor. Yeah.
B4.
By the time you win my pawn on a3, you may, how do you say, feel like it was a rather shallow victory.
Wait.
That
It's
is
only over when I say it's over.
I like this line from Petra Leverwick, the wife of Viktor Korchnoi. Yes, sir. A woman is never wrong. Really,
Even
Petra?
if she's wrong, she's not wrong.
She has the right to change her mind. But that was nice. It feels like I'm enjoying myself here. I would be a little bit worried on the black side. Facing, again, this knight on c2 has not played a role. And even if you were, I'll even grant you this, even if you were
I'm
to
not
one
even
day...
sure I want the a3 pawn yet. I mean, I solved the problem which I wanted to solve in this final position because my knight is not trapped.
Even in this...
Yes, I mean, like, I don't want to grab the second pawn necessarily. I have time for this.
By the way, you're not a pawn up in this moment.
No?
No? I have 1, 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3.
But
you have
what
1,
happened
1.
with the d4 pawn I grabbed?
I grabbed the pawn on c7.
I forgot about that.
You equalized the position. You equalized the material. Sorry.
Yes, that is the right expression,
Right.
actually.
Yeah.
This is something I forgot about.
Right.
Okay, if I play bishop g6, let's say.
Wow.
You grab the pawn on g7. No.
I'm just a guy having some fun.
Okay, no, like rook b8. I want to play rook b2 in the moment you go knight f4.
Okay.
But you have rook d2 even.
Yes. I like that.
Well, it's not like
I'm feeling that white is the one pressing here a little bit.
Yes, I agree. Okay.
But the question, once again, is after g4, okay, let's say I'm not taking. Imagine I play this move, bishop g6.
And I play e3.
Okay, now you're happy, right? Okay. So I'm going to tickle you.
Slightly.
At some point, you're going to have to develop something. I'm not exactly.
It's also not so easy, I agree. Maybe actually this is preferable for Pragg because...
Then versus the other line, yeah?
Hang on, I will not play e3 instantly.
No?
No.
For you?
I mean,
Okay.
g4, bishop g6.
Yes. Yes.
What if I go h4 here? And I still
H4.
try
Now I
to...
will take.
But king f2, is it a difference to what we discussed?
Last time you have played rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yes, I
time,
play rook d1 as well, but you don't have to go on c2.
yes,
Yes,
precisely.
yes, this is a huge difference.
Because now, if you try to chase me, I will have bishop c2.
Yeah, I agree with you. This makes a huge change. And
So that's, I think, why Andrey has fallen into a spell of calculation here, as he's once again there's another very I was finding myself drawn into this world. I liked your move e3. I wanted you to follow it up with b4,
I
which
was
looks
thinking of-
completely contrary, and shame on me for
but you have
even
rook
suggesting.
a2, yes,
Exactly.
and you keep.
It's sort of like I'm
but-
inviting you.
But maybe yes, I will not give you the check because
Okay.
actually the king on f2, I would even claim is in a better place.
Okay.
Maybe I play
but-
a5 instantly, no?
But this was also the idea.
Yes,
was that,
okay. it's- I
So that was
agree, yeah.
a5.
No, I wanted to play like
Here.
knight a5,
Yes.
b4,
Yes.
knight b3,
Yes. Yes.
rook
And-
a2.
And now a5. Yes.
Yeah, a5.
Okay. That doesn't feel like it's harming me. You're not. Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe in the line where you go for the a3 pawn, now a5 is useful.
I mean, now I can still go rook c1 and
I
rook
agree.
c8, just a
I agree
inserted
with you.
a5, b5, giving the bishop on f1 also a little bit less space.
I agree with you there. Just a second. Bishop g3, e3. So for that reason, I will have to alter my findings and take this one. More
Yes,
or less,
actually,
you
in a
will-
way, when you have underdevelopment, it's good to make moves which give you time.
yes, force you to make a reaction. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still. I have no real judgment on the outcome so far. I just think that this is probably one of the variations that Andrey has calculated or is calculating, and is trying to make some determination. It's not easy because, for example, if you decided that the a pawn, after all, was a target, there is a move, bishop d6, that you also have to find annoying, right?
I mean, the thing is like the difficulty of the current position is, in a way, he's a pawn down and he's playing against the bishop pair. So if he cannot prove long-term compensation, he will just lose the game.
True.
And this is... That's
Well,
why I
that's
would...
what Jan is saying also with this very provocative capturing on c7 and saying, okay,
Show me.
yes, I'm forcing you to be very, very accurate and very, very consequent. Now, normally, Jan is the one who is very happy to have the initiative and plays in a kind of daring style. Here, he's playing a different role.
He is a small Karpov here.
Yeah.
Taking the pawn and then saying like, okay.
Very nice. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one as we
Yeah.
complete our tour. And this is the game of Duda and Vincent. We'll go very quickly. It looks like a Rui Lopez main line. Again, I find it, I'm incredulous that the move d2, d3 has become the rage, as it feels
The marshal is not beatable.
true. And Vincent just borrows a page from the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who has played this rook e8, bishop f8 in his world championship match in
Against
Dubai.
Nepomniachtchi, you know?
Yeah.
Isn't it like a very similar way of playing?
Yes.
It must be theory still, no? Up to this moment, or
very wow.
well, no, it's not theory because okay, I see the time consumption, but somehow I have the feeling that I have seen such things before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's
these
a
ideas.
very intriguing exchange sacrifice, and Vincent does not seem to be too unhappy about. He has a pawn and a bishop,
And a safe structure, which is good.
and a safe structure, but now he has to come up with a very consequent decision. Should he play for the move d6, d5, which
It's against the rules.
well, normally speaking, it's what you're trying to do.
I agree, yeah.
But you're not an exchange down.
Yeah, the thing is like that when you have an exchange down, you should not open files because you
Exactly.
have only one rook on the board and not two.
Exactly. But in this particular position, I find the move d6, d5 attractive just for the idea of I'm also opening up the position maybe for my bishops. Like maybe my bishop could come to b4 on a good day, and I could take on c3 and play them. Sorry, so I'm going to make a Rui Lopez kind of move for a moment. Takes, and d4.
And
So
this is a way to exploit the square on d4.
I'm dreaming that you will allow such a blunder. Yeah? Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dreaming. Of course, you're not going to allow that. But Vincent has sacrificed an exchange for a bishop and a pawn, and we are going to let him stew. Have we announced some very, very good tidings? I think everybody will be very happy to know that at 4 o'clock.
I already
You did.
announced it at the
Wow.
beginning.
I'm very
that
excited
Boris is coming.
by this, by Boris being in town. Siebert has sent me an email last night. And
You mean
said,
Sebastian?
yeah,
Okay.
and asked me, yes, sir, would you like to make the opening ceremony first move? And I said, I'd be honored, but please do pay attention. Boris Gelfand
Is here as well.
here, and if you like to reconsider, invite him. I will not be dishonored at all. And he wrote back and said, Boris made the opening ceremony of Boris move forward to round 5. I said, okay, in that case, I'm
Yes,
your
actually,
guy.
like this, I don't. I know it's
I
true.
missed
It was just yesterday.
Yeah, and I missed it
Me
because I
too.
think we started the broadcast for some
Yeah.
reason a little late, or so there was some hiccup, and I have missed the. So it's nice, intriguing. Are you, as far as this position is concerned, are you for white in the sense that you like the exchange, or
Now I would say it really depends on my opponent.
as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bobby Fischer was famous for saying, I play the position, I don't play the opponent. You're famous for
I mean, like if I would
achieving
now
positions against certain opponents.
put this position into the Grand Prix section,
Yes.
then I would be black.
You put a list of people
Yeah,
you
I would be
have.
black if I play Nana or Gunina,
Okay.
and I would be
White?
white if I play Konaru or the Gayashkina, because those players usually are very strong positionally and they love easy positions.
Right.
And here they have to prove the compensation on a long run, and it's for them not what they usually like on type of positions.
Okay.
So it really, to me, it really would depend on the player actually, and not objective whether I want to be black or white here.
And Alexandra, where would you put Kosteniuk? On the black side or on the white side?
No, if I was playing against Sasha, definitely I also take black. So and not white, because she's very strong in initiative. So
Okay.
yeah, but I think this is important. But the thing is like that in the top elite men's tournament like this, you cannot say that someone is strong there and weak there. This is a
Right.
problem.
Right.
You can say that someone has a preference, but usually when you are 2-7 plus, sorry to say that, I think you're great everywhere.
Right. When you get to the 2-8 class and you have somebody like Magnus and
Mm-hmm.
Levon and Jan and Ding Liren, they're so versatile. They're good in all of the positions, whether they have to play defensively or aggressively. They can do it. And you can't
Yeah,
say-
they can do everything. So that's why, like in this tournament, I would not have a preference actually against
Right.
whom I would like to have this position here.
Right. Let me just refresh the board to see what Vincent did play, by the way.
He played T5, no?
I'm not sure. Just a second. We're here, and I'll refresh right now. And yes, he did play d5. So again, it's sort of like a preparation for capturing on b4 and playing b4. Oh, queen c2 on the board.
Yeah, which makes sense. But the question is, if had taken now on c3 and played b4, what
Correct.
was his plan?
That is definitely, in my opinion, exactly what Vincent wants. If we could go with this idea for just a moment, Black's idea is very, very clear. b4 takes c3.
And then to play
And d5, d4.
Yes, to have this fork.
Right.
So Vincent tries to get the total
Provoke.
control of the center. Yeah,
The sweet center.
it's a very sweet center.
The very sweet
But I mean, my question is, like, if you
Please.
play d5, and I know that with my
is coming.
exchange up, anyway, opening up files are good. What was wrong with e takes d5, apart from the fact that they may lose a bishop here? Or like the
A
last
moment
bishop.
ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why I can't take on d5.
Oh, I'm sure it was a key consideration.
And then to play queen c2 or like something like that.
In truth, I don't think I'm playing necessarily to capture this bishop. What I think I'm going to do, Lizzie, is just go after the c3 square. I will trade once on c3, and then play b4, and go after the c3 square. I think I'm
If I go
finding-
c4, knight c3, you mean? And
no,
I go
no. I mean, I wanted to, how do you say?
weaken the black squares.
Yes. And here I will have to take, and probably you're taking with the pawn. If you take with the rook, you're inviting bishop c5. Maybe you don't like it.
No, I think I will take with the pawn.
And then I will... And here you can feel that the exchange at least is not flexing
Knight
itself.
e4. I know that the pawn structure is not great, but I'm sure you would not take on e4. Because
There's-
double pawns in the
There's some
center.
German rules.
Yes,
for the
double pawns in the center. They are
have
protecting.
two unique qualities, and these are the rules that we
Yes,
follow.
they have, because they're like protecting like the central squares, much more efficient. And a double pawn means that you have open files.
Correct.
So that's why I'm not sure you would take on e4.
Okay. Well, this was definitely going to be a very exciting middle game. Again, I just want to shout out to the players themselves. I think that they have been playing some really enjoyable chess and fighting games. I want to turn our attention to the game of Wesley So at Levon, Aronian.
No, you
for a
met the
moment.
rook swing actually with rook a6.
Because, first of all, it is the big fight for the first prize, right? I mean, Wesley trails by a full point, a victory today, and he could be tied for first. Conversely, a victory by Levon, and it's all over but the shouting. I will help him with his victory speech. We have left this position, and we were looking principally, I want to say, Lizzie, at the move e4.
Actually, I don't understand the move rook b1. What was the move intending for? I mean, like maybe you want to grab a pawn with bishop a3,
Yes, definitely.
but I'm not sure that you
I
have
think-
time for that, no?
But I think it's also this idea that Black has this majority on the queen side, this 3 majority. And I think it's very important for White to stop the move b7, b5. Like, if Black ever goes b5 captures the knight on b4, you can imagine that the 3 connected passed pawns are
They
getting
are
very, very, very scary.
Yes, but on the other hand, b5 is not yet a threat, no?
Right. So he's going to try to take control of the b5 square. So he's going to go rook b1, bishop a3. If he can get the knight to move away, then maybe he can play rook b5 and make sure that you never, ever will use your majority. Let's see what happened. Rook a6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you have to say that the move e4 was played to prevent rook h6, because otherwise the follow-up to rook b1 was naturally bishop a3. But I think Wesley didn't want to allow rook h6
And queen h4 especially.
right, so he did play the move e4. rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, d5. I find that move intriguing. I'm not sure I like it, but I find it intriguing.
Okay, I mean some square for the d4. I mean for the knight, for example, getting to d4 and then having a better control on b5 once again could be an option.
Possibly queen d4.
Even queen d4 is actually interesting.
Okay, but now Levon, bishop d7, queen d2. Wow.
That's creative. He wants to get to f4 and then bring the bishop to e3. And with the queen on f4, he will never get mated.
Okay.
I mean,
Right.
I'm
Okay.
trying
I do understand you. I'm a little bit kind of confused though. If you wanted to develop the queen, was queen d4 not a serious question? Like if you want to develop the queen, like
yes, but
you're
then
gonna
maybe
play
queen
b4.
h4.
Where are you going with the queen? What's going on over there? Give me your pawn.
Rook h6 doesn't work yet.
That's good.
Rook,
I
mean, if I play rook g6, you go knight g3.
Yes.
Rook e5. I know it's too much.
Rook e5.
No, I wanted to get to h5, but I think it looks like it's
I think
too much.
from yesterday's game between Vincent
Keymer and
Nodirbek, we've been infected with some kind of
Actually, I analyzed
attacking virus.
No, I analyzed this game
Did
a little
you?
bit because I used it as training material this morning.
course.
So I had some
wonderful.
look at the games in a more close way.
And
And actually, like, you know, the moment when Vincent played knight e4, it was an
Yes.
attempt to win the game, because if he had taken on c6, it would have
It
ended in the
ended a draw.
perpetual check with queen d8 and queen d3.
right.
So it was quite interesting. And in fact, actually, like, okay, bishop takes b4, we already knew it was a better move, but if Nodirbek wouldn't have sacrificed on g2, but just playing the ordinary rook h5, let's say, and then bishop e8,
Yes.
the position is still quite unclear,
Absolutely.
even with the pawn down.
No,
And it's of course like against like the spirit of like proving compensation to move your bishop to e8.
Mhm.
That's why for Nodirbek it must have been like the wrong attitude in a way, which I totally understand, because if you have to play a move like bishop e8, you may really seriously be puzzled if you still have enough compensation, but apparently he even had.
That was remarkable for me because it felt like Vincent was in control and pushing, and then this attack was really, really vicious. We do have an incredibly difficult moment in front of us here between Levon and Wesley, because the move b7, b5 has kind of thrown down a gauntlet, if you will, and he's basically saying to Wesley, okay, concretely do something right here, right now, because if you hesitate too long, just follow me for a moment. If you hesitate too long, knight b to d3 and b4, and you're not worse. You're lost. You know.
No, I
Well,
understand.
you have to do something here,
But then why queen d2?
because exactly in this moment, he was thinking that any queen h4 ideas can be met by queen f4.
Yeah.
So he really wants to play the move bishop to a3, and let's have a look. I don't think you should allow me to capture twice.
On b4.
Exactly. I think you should consider these variations. I don't know if they're accurate or not, but
Yes,
this
it's
is-
actually a good change. You get the central pawn against an edge pawn, right?
yeah,
Or side
a
pawn.
flank pawn.
You
a
call it the flank pawn. And
yeah.
the A and the H pawn, you call in English the edge pawn or the flank pawn still?
No, that's interesting. The A and H pawns, unfortunately, we used to call them in Old English rook pawns, which perfectly describe them. With the modern algebraic, you should call them, as you just mentioned, border pawns or edge pawns.
We call them in German just Randbauern, which is the edge. Or
The edge.
Yeah, and
We
it doesn't
don't-
matter if it's B or A.
Yeah, we don't really have that. We just call them A and H pawns. I mean, we're kind of lame in that way. We're not as good. Here, this is a crisis for both players, because I can imagine after this rook moves, knight takes c4, is the position is blowing up again, and I mean it looks kind of like a maniacal attack. I agree, but wow, they're
I mean,
no.
there might be knight f2 instead, no?
Oh, excuse
And then
me.
rook takes c4.
Thank you for helping here. So we're just going to go.
I will try to get
Please.
back
Yes,
towards
just there.
this position, and after knight takes c4,
Yes,
I was wondering if you can go knight f2
probably.
and then take on c4.
Much better idea than what I have done, that is for sure. Can
Knight a3 is not helping.
knight h3 check, you mean?
Knight e4 I have. In the
Yes.
worst case, and queen b6. I was dreaming of queen b6.
You're trolling.
Well, trolling is the wrong word. Dreaming. Yes, it's dreaming, not trolling. Dreaming.
Dreaming. Very nice.
Let me see if I have something else, actually.
Okay.
Because it looks like I might have other moves apart from knight e4. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's crazy. It's craziness. Forgive me. I'm always looking at rook g2 and bishop h3.
I was also thinking about that.
And there's scary things going on there. Wesley,
Don't have queen g5. You don't have queen b6. You're missing the most important squares for the queen
just
to enter the attack.
just barely. Well, here, once again, as we get ready for our break, we do want to say that Boris Gelfand will be joining us soon. And I know that he's here teaching some very special junior classes for juniors from all over the world who have won the right, if you will, to be here. And you did something similar yourself this morning.
Well, I was teaching one of my pupils because I had a break like for a couple of weeks because of the Grand Prix, and then suddenly, not suddenly, but slowly I take or resume back to the normal teaching, and 1 hour is fine in the mornings. Besides, also on Friday and Saturday, I will continue the mini camp. I mean, Boris is doing the first 3 days.
That's what I meant.
And
the mini camp,
Friday and Saturday, it's my turn.
For the mini camp.
Yeah.
But in principle, you are coaching. You are a trainer,
I started
teacher.
coaching during Corona because I had no income.
Thing to
and
do.
I was not even about nothing to do. I was actually in huge financial problems in this period because, other reasons, and my parents had to help me out. And since I don't like the idea that I suddenly get support from the parents, which I didn't get since I was 16, it took me 2 or 3 months to get some pupils and then to basically pay everything back to parents and then to be by myself again because I never wanted to be dependent on anyone. For me, this is something very principal.
Independence is vital.
Yes, and that's why I started and I liked it, and then I came up with all these rules.
Well, I'm sure your students are thrilled.
I can tell you, some of them even have a kind of booklet where they add these rules.
Well, all I can say, if I ever do a simultaneous in German, if they come, and your students have kind of a Rolodex that they flip to open positions, rules 5, 6, and 7.
You may know from whom they have it.
I'll say, okay, this is Lizzie at work here. We're going to take a break. What do you think about those ideas? And we'll get some teas for ourselves. And we're going to see you on the other side of this break as we're in round 6. The tournament is reaching its 2/3 way, as we have a very exciting game between our 2 tournament leaders, Wesley and Levon. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Well, joining me here is Wesley So. Wesley, you drew your game against Andrey Esipenko. It seemed like a very calm game, but there were a lot of things that happened behind the scenes. For example, what he played with white is what you have played several times with the white pieces.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I come in every day hoping I get a victory somehow. Like maybe today's the day I get a win, but it doesn't always happen. And I don't think he's ever played this line with white before, and I knew it very well. Like I was thinking, if I want to desperately play for it, maybe I could play a different opening, or play a different variation somewhere on the 6th move, 7th move. Like I could play something else. So I was thinking about it for a while. But then the end, I just went for a variation which I knew very well.
What were you thinking to play instead of?
Well, like after bishop d3, I could play c5. I also studied it. Or after d5, a3 takes. I could also play c6, which I studied very recently actually, because Gukesh played it against Anish. So I knew black was also equalizing in those lines. So I was thinking for a while. But I knew this line very well because they have knight f3, white could play knight e2, which the Russian grandmaster Alexei Sarana always plays with white. So I thought maybe they're friends or something. But he played knight f3 quickly anyway. And then after bishop b6, bishop b2, like Anish played cd4 followed by bishop a6. Wojciech played bishop a6 against me when they had the black pieces. So I was thinking. But then I decided to play this knight c6 line, which is what Ian Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian played. Then black has a choice whether to move the knight to a5 or to e7, and both are very solid. But it's also confusing because I want to unbalance the variation in the position, but at the same time, Esipenko clearly was well prepared. So that's the problem if you have a small opening repertoire opponents. At the same time, white has the bishop pair, so long term he has the advantage. And I couldn't make up my mind. Like instead of h6, I could also play knight e4. Like I had some alternatives. But then I just decided to wait and see and play queen e7. And Andrey and I were analyzing after the game. Probably queen e2 was not the best choice for white because in the game I had this knight c6, and basically if white doesn't want to give any concessions, then he has to repeat moves because I could trade light squared bishops with bishop e4. Right. Or you could also play knight b3 and then a5 is very concrete. Probably white has nothing there. So instead of queen e2, maybe he could have played something else here, just because the queen leaves the b3 square unprotected, so then I could like repeat moves. At the same time, it's not easy to find a good plan for white, and probably the engine just gives 0-0s in that position. But over the board, it seems white position is a bit better because of the bishop pair, but that's pretty much it.
In the final position, do you think that you could have played for some ideas like knight e8, d6, or was it too risky?
Yeah, I thought it was a bit risky because white's bishop on b2 and bishop on d3 are going to become really strong if black is not careful. And the knight on f6 is kind of blockading the long diagonal. And if I move the knight e8, I don't think black is better there. So it's a bit risky. And, if I was hoping in the end he would play on because he was getting low on time. But of course, he didn't want to risk it. But if knight e8, the thing is not so easy to find a plan for both sides. Right. Because if I get to d6, I'm not turning knight f5. So I didn't really consider that. But again, I come in every day hoping today's the day that I win. But they don't always show. So maybe I should play a different variation. At some point, like some variation which my opponent is not as familiar with.
You are on +1 right now, so the tournament is going pretty well and you're undefeated. But from what you are saying, it does feel like you are a bit unhappy with the draw and you want to play for a win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I played 4 draws in a row. And people always say, "Oh, here Wesley gonna make a draw again every single day," but nah, I'm actually I'm actually hoping for a win every day I show up, uh, and +3 is clearly first place. Probably +2 is tied for first if Levon doesn't catch on fire. So clearly, I need to find a win at some point, and I'm I'm gonna have to push harder, obviously.
And one question on the rest day. Yesterday was a rest day. You were there for a bit here watching the table tennis. Why did you take part on it?
Well, it was. I mean, I don't really play table tennis. Fortunately, I don't play too many sports. I can play a little bit of soccer, basketball, and I swim a lot. But uh, just I was focused on chess at a young age, and table tennis is not. But it was fun watching the young guys play, and I didn't want to embarrass myself when other players are clearly professional. Like Dana seemed very good. Boris Gelfand told us he takes lessons 3 or 4 times a week, and I heard Jan Christoph won the tournament. So big congratulations! And
I think Esipenko won.
is it Esipenko who won?
Yeah,
I
and
thought it's Duda.
Duda finished third. Second was Boris.
Really?
Yeah.
But it says on Twitter Duda won.
No, Duda got the board, which was a gift, but the winner was Esipenko.
Oh, okay. I hope they didn't make a mistake. Yeah, so that's why, after watching videos, I was happy not to participate. But the night before, I wasn't sure if you were here. We played Bug House.
Yes.
You were there already,
I
yeah?
wasn't there, but I
Oh.
got to know.
Yeah, I was only planning to, to play Bug House for an hour, but we played for 3.5 hours. So that was fun. I think Praggnanandhaa is going to be my partner in Bug House, and he's learning a lot. And I'd like to thank the organizer and sponsor, Vadim Rosenstein.
Do you feel like the vibe here is of, like camaraderie? Of course, during the rounds you have to fight hard, but the overall vibe here is very pleasant.
Yeah, it's very nice. He did a lot of good things for the players, like we're staying in a 5-star hotel, 3 meals a day, and everything here is excellent. In some tournaments, the players are treated very well, like kings, and this is one of those tournaments. But it's nice also because before this I played in Waikanze, and you have 5 teenagers, and here you also have almost 5 teenagers. So it's nice to compete against those young guys, and they're all very nice kids. They want to get to the next level, and it's my job to work hard and try to compete with them. They're obviously a decade younger than me, but it's nice to spend time with them, get to know them. Clearly, they're going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, and you never make anyone's task easy in any tournament, Wesley. You are such a strong player, and we wish you good luck for the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, I'll certainly try to push.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it was a very fine defense towards the end with this knight b4 and f4. I think that cleanly drew the game.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. Yeah. So, I guess first moment then I like a little bit lost the trace was then after knight c5. Of course, I was intending to play knight c2. Then knight b3, bishop f6, queen f6, rook a b1, and here queen g6. But here probably f4 is a fine move, and it seems like black should be accurate, like in order not to get forced, because after knight d2, because with pawn on f3 it would be knight d2 very strong, but with the pawn on f4, knight d2 there is f5, and probably white is just winning. So yeah, I really relied on this move, and then I started like changing my plan, like rook d1. I mean, still I was like hoping to play on for a while, but probably I missed the moment where I should have traded away all the pieces. And basically it's just unpleasant, I think. Yeah, after rook f8, so bishop g7, I can't believe it works. Probably it loses because of many ways. So I decided here just to exchange all the pieces I could. And yeah, surprisingly, this endgame is very, very, very unpleasant. So probably I shouldn't have taken on before. Start with taking on f6, so it's worse, but I think it's nothing special. But after knight b4, I'm not sure. Maybe it's like losing by force, because the problem that I thought that knight d6 was the move instead of rook b1. But then like I think a couple of reasons why white is in big danger. Always like I don't have like this h3 or g3 played, so my king is always could get mated onto the first rank. So I'm not sure. I felt like this is more or less forced what I did. Of course, I could play like knight d6, but then okay, instead of knight d2, but then there is f5, and my knight is a little bit stuck. So yeah, at some point I thought there would be no defense, but suddenly like when this pawn got to b7, and then I think it's pretty much move per move. So this king f1. Probably it's not lost even if I play just g4 like positionally, but of course it's very unpleasant. But perhaps after king f1 there is like a good chance that I like escape to rook endgame or something.
When you played knight d3 and he went rook a b5, were you a little bit worried about b3 there?
Which moment?
He played rook a b5, knight d3, rook a b5 instead of rook a b5, b3.
Well, perhaps, but that's pretty tricky move, I think, if I play rook c1, anyway.
Yeah, then knight a4.
So there is knight e4 and a4, you mean?
Knight a4, and if rook c8, king g7.
That's deep. Okay, but this I didn't see, of course. But what if I play like rook takes b3, rook c8, king g7, b8? Then probably just knight c5 in the end, yeah? Knight c5, knight e1, rook e1, king f1, knight d3, yeah. Okay, but that's brilliant, yeah.
Yeah, that was, I guess, his chance. And then you defended very accurately, I think, after that point.
Yeah, at least after that point, I played, sensible.
Yes, and overall, how is the tournament going for you until now?
Well, despite like having a couple of tough positions with white, I still managed, not to lose any games. But yeah, that's surely not what I dreamed about.
And back when I was following, and when Vishy Anand was playing for his world titles, it was quite difficult for him to play tournaments leading up to it because he had to manage his preparation and so on. Is that also something that you face?
I think everyone faces because, yeah, like nowadays it's difficult to like have like an idea for basically every game. Yes, so that's why probably should be, let's say, I don't know, should be accurate like in using them, and also like showing some, let's say, some cards, but that doesn't excuse like the poor play. Okay, the opening preparation is one thing, but poor play overall is another story.
Right. But Jan, good luck for the remaining 4 games, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the WR Chess Masters, and we return from the break, and we are expecting great Boris anytime soon.
Yes, he seems to be a little bit hung up, delayed, but
not very German, let's say.
Yeah, he's on his way, but we have 5 absolutely fascinating games to take a look at. When we have left it in this game between Jan and Andrey, this was a very key moment. White had just played the move g4, and we were looking at knight takes d4, rook d1, but we went down the pathway of knight c2.
Yes, and we missed knight e6.
We didn't like the resulting positions for black, but Andrey had spotted the move knight e6, a much better choice, and to which we saw captures and captures. This is an interesting moment here because also White could try to preserve his dark squared bishop with the move bishop e5. That was not Jan's choice. He captured e3.
And knight h5, and he would
looks
claim
a little awkward, yeah?
that the knight is not such a great piece on the rim.
And I think that's a decent thing to claim. And after the move knight h5, knight e2. Okay.
Aiming for d4 square, which is very natural.
But I'm afraid I would not like to allow the rook to c2.
Probably he thought like he can just neutralize it with rook d2 in this case.
Okay, I think my preference might have been for bishop to d3 and knight e2, knight d4. That was not his choice. He played knight e2, rook d2, and then, as you say, rook c2, rook d2, takes, and now he could escape with his knight.
Yes, he will switch the positions of the knight, one to f6, the other, I guess, to d6.
But these are the type of positions that White can press almost imperceptibly for free. He's enjoying the extra space, the more active pieces. I like White's position a lot, but on the other hand, it's sort of like he has all the advantages that he would like when you have a lot of pieces on the board. There's not that many pieces on the board.
So the space advantage here, which White currently enjoys because of the f5 pawn, might not be enough. Also,
Exactly.
like black has one weakness, which is the pawn on d5, but objectively it's a weakness because it's an isolated pawn.
Right.
But it's maybe not even a weakness because how you would like to attack it.
And it's more or less easy for black to defend it with either knight to b6
knight f6
or knight to f6.
No, actually, I think black is fine here. I mean, this is my assumption because, okay, I mean, like if you want to do something about space, you may have to play e4, e5, but this would always like exchange this bad bishop, this bad pawn.
Right.
And besides, once it's exchanged, you can be blocked on e5 with a knight. So even the idea of e5, e4, e5,
Not compelling.
don't seem like. No, I mean, like I have this kind of like feeling that Nepo is on the kind of Mr. Solid strike here.
And he can't get out of that mindset. Let's just jump quickly once again to the game of Wesley So, because again, this is the game that is currently being hard fought for the first place. Wesley played knight g3, knight g4 came very quickly by Levon, and we understand what Levon's up to. He's got ideas of queen h4, and okay, it's a good day that the rook comes across as well.
So yes, it's not what Wesley was actually like hoping for. By the way, do you know when the last time Wesley lost with the white pieces? I mean, just curious because he's probably a player who hardly loses with white. I mean,
that
in a
is
classical
absolutely
game.
True. Yeah, I mean, again, this was many years ago, and he certainly lost a few since. But many years ago, he lost a game against Hikaru Nakamura in the U.S. Championship with this King's Indian attack where it burst through. But you're right. I mean, it's so very rare, and we're very, very pleased that our guest of honor, is about to arrive. Boris, if you can come around this way and come towards me, I'm going to give up my seat Lizzie, I will leave you in the very capable hands of Grandmaster Boris Gelfand. And,
I will see you later.
mistreat you.
Oh, hi. A lot of action actually in this most crucial game of today. Nothing special, no. No, he's fine. Yes. Yes. I will just quickly introduce. Welcome back, and I'm very honored that we have our guest of honor here, Boris Gelfand, and he is already like into business because he's diving through the game of Wesley So against Aronian, which I believe is one of the most crucial games in terms of the final winner of the tournament, perhaps.
Yeah, hi everyone, and yes, really interesting game, Very unbalanced pawn structure from the opening, yeah, which always suggests it will be an original game.
Did you actually know the opening line with c4? Maybe I will go back to the moment when c4 was played, because for us it was something new or unusual after a3 c4.
No, it's kind of rare system, because here normally black take on even knight c6, normally black play d5, take on d4 and try to play against
the
isolated pawn.
Yeah.
But here, yeah, white could get an isolated pawn, play himself against isolated pawn, but probably knight on e2. Wesley was not happy with to have knight on e2 instead of f3, yeah?
Yes, and then maybe he didn't want to take on c5 to play with
Yes.
this kind of structure with a
But
knight
c4
on
it's a really great idea, very original, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe white. Okay, it's tempting to take, yeah?
He took on h7 actually, I think, in the game, which is kind of principle, but okay,
Yeah.
he has a lot of other choices. I
Yeah.
was wondering maybe like even bishop c2, then to try to push e4 at some point.
Yes, it's a good, I think it's maybe the most challenging move, in fact, yeah?
Okay, maybe like bishop d6 and you have this kind of tactical tricks with bishop takes
Yes.
h2 or something.
Yes, but f3, no tricks anymore.
Yes. No, I also
Very
like
cool.
thought like this would be even more in the spirit of Wesley So, who's a very positional player. And when he took on h7, we were not really surprised in a way, but still it was a choice which is not, let's say, so typical for him.
Yeah, I think I really like white here after f3. e4, okay, we know what we do. Of course, black has its own ideas, yeah, like before, b5, a5 before, but it's a
long
easier
way to
sense
go.
and done, yeah?
Yes, but probably like you cannot push e4 so easily because of the knight g4 idea, but you can prepare it, I guess.
Yes, but also black has to, on each move, black has to consider it, yeah?
Yes.
So it's already not easy, yeah?
From the psychological point
Yes.
of view, yes. But
Also,
you know,
maybe e4d, bishop g5 can be an idea
yeah.
to play for a pin, yeah, okay.
But you know, like what was interesting that after Wesley took on h7, still like Levon was blitzing out the next couple of moves, so he may have even expected this in the preparation.
No, but I think in this level, if one analyzes, he has to analyze both bishop c2 and bishop h7, yeah?
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Because it's equally likely to happen, yeah?
No, of course, like even like if I would play a player like Wesley, I would
Yeah.
rather expect bishop c2 over bishop takes h7, in fact.
But I don't think it's a matter of when you prepare it for whole tournament, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I think Levon will play it against anyone, yeah?
So you think such a line is repeatable if it is safe?
You have to, if it's safe, it's repeatable. Why not? If you analyze it, because, okay, if you know what you do after bishop c2, why not? Yeah, okay, because also this, how we move the pieces?
Yes.
Okay, because this position also, okay, it's a rich position, but if you know, I don't think it's a bluff, yeah, I think it's a viable line.
No, here I believe that Pragg actually, I like the rook swing with rook a8 to a6, and you always have some very nice dynamic chances.
Yes, this rook lift I really always enjoy seeing, yeah, bringing rooks through a line, yeah, it's a familiar topic, but I always enjoy to see it, yeah, because also it not only brings rook into the game, also it immediately brings bishop into the game without even moving it.
Yes, I mean, but sometimes you like someone says like that the bishop doesn't need to be developed because they are already developed.
Yes.
This is often the case
exactly.
as well.
Also, one of the my most memorable game I won with this at the a5 rook a6, yeah, against Sergei Karyakin. So I always enjoy to see it, yeah.
You know, like a couple of moves later, there was a kind of awkward moment. At least we
E4,
considered
yeah?
this
Rook
awkward.
b1, yeah.
Rook b1 was already like the moment when we were a little bit puzzled because, okay, probably the idea of Wesley was to prevent ideas like knight d3, b5, b4, and rather to capture the knight on b4 before these pawns may be moving. But on the other hand, we thought like e4 is much more natural.
I think e4 is much more natural. I totally agree with you. I totally agree. E4 is kind of a move one wants to play, yeah?
Yes, I mean, it makes sense to gain space on the center, while like Pragg will try to operate with this b5 plan, but it takes some time.
Also,
of course.
maybe rook b1, he wanted bishop a3 and take, yeah?
Yes, but
Maybe
this is a
on-
very long process in a way.
Yeah,
It takes
e4
time.
it's much more natural,
Principle, yeah.
principle natural, yeah? Bishop goes to e3, d5, maybe knight g3.
I mean, this
And
was
still
like...
long way to play b5. What
Yes, that's what I meant. Like
bishop d7, we played d5 ourselves, and maybe knight
knight
d4.
d4 here.
We can always, maybe after bishop d7, we can play bishop rook b1, b5, bishop a3 to pin.
So this was one of the moments when rook b1 was a moment we a little bit puzzled because, okay, we didn't expect this idea with b5, b4 being very, very dangerous, but okay.
Yeah, let's see what had happened. Bishop, rook b1. Yeah, no logic. Yeah, because maybe Wesley wanted to play bishop a3 and
then
saw something here.
Yes.
Maybe like queen h4. Yeah.
Queen h4, rook h6, knight
Yes.
g5. Such moves are always in the pipeline, and maybe then he decided not to go for the plan of
Yeah.
bishop a3, but
But then it's waste of tempo.
Yeah.
Of half a tempo.
half a tempo.
Because
yeah.
rook b1 is a useful move, but maybe not the most useful in this position. Yeah. Rook e8.
And then there was another interesting moment a couple of moves later. I think it happens already now. d5, bishop
d7. Yeah.
d7.
He's not in hurry to bring rook. Yeah.
No, for Pragg everything seemed for us quite logical, but this move, queen d2, was like a move which was also like very creative. I mean, obviously he was maybe having respect of queen h4 to meet it with queen f4.
I guess so. Yeah.
But on the other hand, it takes time for the bishop, which likely he planned anyway to move towards a3.
Yes, yes. But why didn't he start with bishop a3 then? Maybe he will.
Maybe
have
because
time.
of queen h4
Queen
and
h4.
then
Now
rook
we can play
h3.
queen d2.
Ah, yeah, probably, yeah.
But maybe he was. Maybe knight d3 then and then still rook h6. Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
So maybe he thought it's more flexible. Yeah.
queen d2, at least you
Yeah.
have an immediate
Yeah, queen
answer.
h4, you already kind of, you know what you'll do, and your threat is bishop a3. Makes sense, but b5, bishop a3, knight f6, yeah?
Yes, going towards g4 and then maybe even towards e5.
Very original. But why not f3? Maybe f3, wait, let me see.
Could
Queen
it-
b6, yeah? Or
Queen
not?
b6, queen knight d3, and b4 could be
Yeah.
some problem.
Yeah, and queen d4, maybe knight b3 anyway, yeah?
No, I thought like that after f3, maybe we start with knight d3, and you cannot take on b5.
Why? I can.
Ah, you can? You have
Likely,
knight d4?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Knight d4. So maybe f3 is queen b6. We start with queen b6.
Queen d4 then?
Knight d3. No.
Okay, this way.
So queen b6, rook b6.
Mm-hmm.
And we are...
Everything is more or less under control.
Yeah, if we one day will play before, white will regret.
Yeah, I agree.
They allowed us, yeah?
So that's why probably knight g3 was played.
Yeah, interesting. Knight g4.
Is logical,
of course.
yes.
Took. And what he did? And he's thinking, yeah?
And he's thinking.
And
But
what is the time situation? Oh, Levon is doing better on clock.
time, yeah. But okay, I think he prepared the line and he knew more or less like there's a setup he would choose in this particular game.
Yes.
But which color do you prefer here?
It's a very good question. It's a really good question. Which color do you prefer?
Well, definitely black because I'm a
Black.
dynamic player, so it's always
Yeah.
easier to attack than to defend in general.
I think it's a matter of...
Taste,
I will
huh?
rather calculate. No, here I will rather calculate because it's concrete. But I think I have a feeling that black doesn't have big risk here. That always...
It's easier for black, yeah.
Yeah, we will have, okay, the worst case scenario will manage to get some counterplay, yeah? Maybe queen h4, h3, knight e5, yeah?
Yes, and then of course there are always some kind of sacrifices
Bishop
on h3,
h3.
yeah, in the pipeline.
Yeah. Or knight d3, or rook g6, a lot of ideas.
And I think in the worst case, black likely always gets away with some perpetual check somewhere.
Yes. That's what we hope when we play black, yeah?
Yeah,
And white hope to consolidate, yeah?
well, to
But
be the
also
pawn
white's
up.
idea maybe, you know what I thought? Maybe not very realistic.
Can
But let's
be,
say, to sacrifice, let's say, if
the
he...
exchange with rook
s-
takes b5.
Or even to allow to take on b4 and take with a rook and then with all the center to push. But then maybe rook on b4 will not protect this pawn. So maybe rook b5 somewhere, yeah?
Yes, we were even calculating some kind of crazy stuff with queen h4, h3, knight e5, and then rook takes b5. This was a yasser.
But maybe we can take bishop h3 anyway. Maybe we can ignore rook b5, bishop h3.
Yes, I think even we have this line
Oh,
somewhere.
okay.
I think we already discussed it, but maybe I'm wrong. Was it here? No, we deleted it. But I think we had the line after queen h4, h3, knight e5, rook b5, this and d6, and we went back to d7.
We
this
go back.
this
And
what
then
we
knight
analyzed.
g4 is a threat.
Yes, and here we stopped and paused, but we had this already discussed, I think, yeah.
Yeah, very natural line, yeah?
The another question is, but it looks very passive, but maybe I can do it, and I just go for rook b1, and I say...
No, but I think it's black's move, no?
it's black's move,
Black's
yeah.
move.
I saw like
If
I have
you
knight
manage rook
f1.
b1, yeah, but maybe it's an interesting rule to introduce, yes, that at certain moment
You have an extra shot.
you can have an extra move, yeah?
Yes.
But here it will be rook b1, queen h1, knight f1. Still maybe knight h2 will be possible, yeah?
You mean like he's
And rook
calculating
h6.
knight h2, queen h4, and rook h6?
Yeah, maybe let's check, yeah.
You have to move the rook maybe to a1, I don't know.
b1
or
maybe to
b1.
protect, yeah, just to
Yeah, okay, just in case. not
but
to
maybe
have a-
bishop g4, we renew an idea of mate. Queen h2, queen h5 is a threat, yeah?
Yes, but if I go knight e2,
This is a problem. No, I can take now.
and then my queen is actually
Yeah,
not
actually,
a nice helper.
let's show the line to our viewers. They will enjoy the beauty, I hope.
But this means actually if knight e2 doesn't work, you have to come up with
Wait.
something else. This is like a problem about the system.
Yes,
that
let's say, okay. He has to take, yeah?
It has no
Otherwise-
choice, yeah. And
take on h6, it's
this
it's not enough compensation because
No.
then queen gets to d2, losing. So have to look for a square for a rook, yeah?
okay, let's assume rook b1 just to be protective.
Yeah, and bishop g4 with an idea, check and mate.
Can I play f3 here?
You may play it, but I may take on g3 maybe.
And then after f takes g, you
I
have
will check. I will check.
Check.
Looks very dangerous.
And yes, I will at least lose a queen as well, it seems like.
Looks like here
Because queen
check.
c3 and rook f2. Even queen c3. I know, maybe.
I was
yeah.
king d4, but I thought take on e4, yeah, and looks like we are.
Or queen f2 and
Yes.
queen g1, and then
Yes,
you win
yes,
the queen
yes.
somehow. But okay, yeah.
Yes. So okay, so let's.
So that's why actually, like, Levon had been already thinking
Maybe
for quite a
he's
while
checking, yeah.
because he's checking the line, yeah.
And let me see if whatever square queen moves doesn't help, yeah?
No, the queen move will not solve the issue about we need the square for the king.
Yes. So only moves are f3
And knight e2.
92, but 92 we take.
Yes, so
And
this
then
doesn't
no
make
defense,
sense.
yeah?
Yeah, this makes no sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
again. Okay, doesn't matter.
Well, if this is a case, rook b1. Unless we place a rook somewhere else so
Yeah.
that f3 becomes
Yes.
more compounding.
Yes.
But the question is, where could be...
Where could be better, yeah?
I don't think that the rook on e1 would do anything, because then even like an extra square is
Yes,
missing.
yes.
Just be
But
careful, I will
let's-
just do like this.
Maybe you can do it. But let's, I think we have a great possibility to see the face expressions of players. Maybe they will tell us something, yeah?
Well,
Levon
I
is
mean,
focused.
Levon is calculating for sure.
Yes, and the Wesley seems like
I don't
cool, yeah?
see
He doesn't seem to be very nervous, yeah?
Well, maybe it's a poker face.
Maybe a poker face, maybe he learned.
No, I just saw like if you go for example...
Maybe rook d1, yeah? So the queen will be protected, yeah?
And now f3 again.
Yes. Oh, but we have maybe even stronger idea. Wait a second. Maybe with black we can check on h2 and play bishop g4. No, then knight e2. No.
So we speak about this position, bishop
Yes.
g4. I know it's white to move, and the white's rook goes somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, bishop g4. f3. Let's check. Here
Queen?
maybe even bishop f3 can be interesting, yeah?
Yes.
But let's check the most direct.
Yes, and queen h2.
Queen h2, king f2.
And
King
Six.
here.
queen f4 check. Now at
Now
least...
we have king d4. Queen
Yes.
e5. Okay, at least perpetual, yeah? But looks like more, yeah?
I think it may be more, but... The question is...
No, maybe we can have check and rook f2 first to include.
Yes, because if now queen e3, queen e5, the king needs to go towards
Queen
c5.
has to already go here, and it's a good sign for us. We check.
Yes, and he cannot go
Likely
back
mate.
because it's mate, and then rook
Here.
b8 and it's mate, yeah.
Here we have to find, yeah. Check. Here, check and mate. Let's show some beautiful line, yeah?
Yeah, so it seems
Our
like...
viewers will enjoy.
Yeah, but this seems like actually...
It's a very tempting, yeah?
It's very, very
something,
tempting.
Something, you see, he is focused. So probably he sees some defense. Let's see.
No, this is
No.
not... I think you have to just scroll down a bit.
Yeah, but I don't see well the...
Yes, I will just go
Yeah,
back.
maybe
We
you
had
could-
this position after... this position was with rook fb1. Yes, it was rook fb1. But this is a position we were talking about. Until here, actually, it's kind
forced.
of, it's forced, yeah. So, wherever the rook has to move, unless we have f3 or f4 here, but then, we lose a piece.
Yes, and okay, likely, okay, maybe white can survive, but let's try f3.
Mm-hmm.
If you take, let's say,
Yes.
knight e2. At least we kind of consolidated our position for a time being, yeah?
Yes, it's not that dangerous yet.
Yeah, but money...
But
money.
I can maybe give a check on h2 and take on e4.
Yes, but take, rook f6, king e1. Maybe.
So this...
Maybe we start with rook g6 to keep this idea.
Okay, knight f4.
Knight f4. Maybe.
Check on g3.
Maybe we have rook f6 now.
Ah.
And then if knight goes, we take on e4.
Yeah. No, it looks very suspicious.
Very
yeah.
suspicious. Very suspicious. Really very suspicious. Maybe while Levon thinking, we'll check what's going on other boards, because
Actually,
a lot of interesting games.
There
today.
was a question we need to ask you about the game between Giri against Praggnanandhaa, where we had like a discussion at the early stage
let's
about
go.
chess understanding.
Yeah, bishop before this. What Praggnanandhaa plays, d3, knight f6, knight f3. This is d3, it's pretty new. I don't remember I saw it, yeah?
Well, I'm out here because I don't play it with any color.
But it's a Rossolimo reversed, yeah?
Yes, that's what I said
Maybe
before.
play.
It's like just like a Rossolimo line,
Yeah.
just knight f6 here basically is missing. But it should be playable, of course, for white. I mean, white
Yes,
can
yes.
afford a lot of things being
Yes,
white.
with an extra tempo gives some leeway, yeah? Knight f3, d6. Okay, going fine. Okay, all seems pretty logical.
And the question will soon arise.
What did he do?
E4 he played. He played very principal.
Okay, yes.
Because
yes.
he will get the bishop back.
Yes, but also with two bishops, yeah, if he a long game, white will develop.
Yes, and then
Why he
open
gave
some
up
file,
bishops, yeah.
open some diagonals. It might be
Yes.
very.
D knight e4, rook c1.
And now I think okay, rook e8 was still fine. And wait. Instead of e3, we were discussing with Yasser. We both agreed that we would place the bishop to g2 with g3 bishop g2.
Yes.
It looked to us much more logical.
Yes.
But since Giri is Giri and we are,
No.
the question is like, what would you prefer here? Where to place the bishop and why?
Theoretically, I will be happy with the bishop on g2. But let's check if we'll be in time to do it. Maybe some dynamic in the position. Maybe, no, this will not. For example, I don't think it will disturb us if he plays knight g5, yeah? Maybe even have queen d4 as a trick, yeah?
Yeah.
Or even castle, yeah. So
I think
this is
even
not an
castle.
issue, yeah? Yeah, even castle, it's in white's favor, you're right, yeah? But maybe e6 pawn will, he can attack something like knight c6.
Yes,
But
but I have
also-
always queen d4 in the very worst case
Yeah,
to get one tempo to protect the guy.
Yeah, because bishop e6, we can even castle. Bishop c4, we have some way
Bishop
bishop
g7, and okay, in the worst case, also b3 is possible. It's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, G3, I agree with you. I will prefer maybe if we'll have a chance, we'll ask Anish
Like
in the evening
why
why
e3
what
and not
happened.
g3? I mean,
Yeah.
like because maybe he understands chess so deeply that he has some explanation to us, which
Yes,
has tactical reasons.
Yes, of course he understands chess.
Very deeply.
Very deep, yeah. We have no doubt about it.
But then actually, like if you look like further in this game, it seems like white got nothing, and on top of that, the last position we saw, we actually slightly preferred even black.
I think black has no problem whatsoever. I think in such a position, white needs a knight on d5, yeah? Or close to d5. If white knight will be on c3, okay, white has some pressure. But knight will never get there. Yeah? There are 4 moves to get there. Okay. 95. Pragg is playing very...
Principle.
Yeah, very direct play, yeah. Knight b5, he has knight c4, yeah. Knight c2, rook c8. But now it's become concrete, because white has idea e4, knight e3. If
Yes.
white one day will succeed, But maybe Pragg calculated that it will not happen, yeah?
So question is, can I first afford the b5 with the idea of e4, knight e3? Or can you just move like f5 or stuff
No, I
like
think
this?
queen e6,
Queen
you
e6.
have difficulty to...
Queen
protect.
e2?
But then I played d5 already.
And then I'll not manage what I was dreaming about.
Well, you still get, but I'll play c4. It's another story. You don't block me, yeah?
Mm.
Maybe still, that's what I will... But who knows, maybe queen a2 somehow, yeah?
Yeah, queen a2.
Queen b2 to attack this rook.
Actually, this queen a2 looks like that you kind of like tease me on terms of coordination here for
Yes,
white. White has
yes.
a huge coordination problem.
Yeah. Still maybe
Yeah, I
knight
agree.
d4 we can get there. And what? But he played what? Rook b1, yeah? Or what he played after rook c8? Did he make a move, or is this the position on the board?
Let me
Because I
check.
don't see.
Queen e6 is the last move, so we
Oh.
have to refresh. I know, this is the position, yeah.
But how to protect the pawn, yeah?
Well, I think
Queen e2 he may play?
There are not many options because queen d5 looks very anti-positional.
Yes. bc, but okay, even dc, yeah, I don't see.
Okay, bc is a move like you don't want to do voluntary, but maybe you have at some point
Yes.
to take these kind of measures. How would you take back on c5?
It's a good question. I would rather take with a pawn.
Because
My
of the
first
square
instinct.
d4, yeah?
Square d4, yeah, to cut the knight, yeah? So because knight on b2, okay, knight on c2 gives me some optimism, yeah?
Yeah, so let's imagine like we take on c5 and we take on b7 and we say like we totally change the picture of the position and try somehow here to get back some
Yes.
control or something.
Yes, but also black has also some control, yeah?
Okay, knight d6 or...
Knight d6 or knight f5 b3.
That's also interesting. Knight f5 I like as well, yeah.
I don't see any problem for black here, actually.
No, black is still fine. I mean, the question is just like when, like, you know, you feel with white that things
Yes.
go wrong. It's maybe a good moment, like, to try
Yes.
to change the
Character
overall
of a
picture,
game, yeah?
the character of the game, yeah.
But maybe we can postpone it for one move, this decision.
So
yeah?
after c takes b4,
Then
you
we
grab
take with the rook.
With a rook,
The
yes.
rook, I protect, I
and then a
attack,
lot
knight
of
d4.
weaknesses arise, yeah.
So we have this option to take on, what, c5? On the next move. Also we prepare e4. Oh, Anish is going to make a move.
Yes, queen e2. It looks like
Yes.
he's going into this direction. So after queen e2, you have...
I will consider d5, yeah?
Can
Because-
I play b6 here?
Yeah, I think
Very
it's a
simple.
very solid and reasonable move, yeah? I will play e4.
And now I go f5.
Go f5, yeah. Yeah.
And if you take on f5, no, I thought
No.
like I can trick you with queen f6, but I
No,
can't trick
but
you.
it's enough because you pin me. Now knight will jump. Or cb knight c4 is a
Yeah, it
threat.
looks very nice.
Now, yeah. Sorry, I don't see how to get
We
this.
are like up. We are back
Do-
to queen
can you
e2.
Queen e2, is that what?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what
there was we
it
had
was
b6,
made, yeah?
e4,
Pragg-
and f5.
Pragg is
yeah.
thinking, yeah?
Yes, but we are back to queen e2. This is the current
No,
position.
b6 is a very it's a classical positional move, yeah?
Yes,
Just to keep this knight there for quite a while, and to, as e4 we have f5, we'll meet with
yes,
f5.
and protect b7 as well.
But maybe the real question for Pragg is here, what does he want? Does he wants to keep a pressure, or wants to play d5, liquidate, and make the game closer to a draw, yeah?
Well, I heard yesterday from Zagar that Pragg
Yeah.
is a grinder.
Yeah.
And if he's a grinder, he will play b6.
Yeah, he played. b6 played.
b6 is
B6
played,
played.
then okay, then...
b6 played. No, he won an amazing game against Dingliren in Vaikanze. Simply
yes,
amazing.
I saw the game, yeah.
Simply amazing. With such maturity, overplayed the second best player in the world at that time, yeah? Really impressive how he did. But
No, I
he's
mean,
right, he keeps pressure, yeah?
Yes.
Why he have to hurry, yeah? If he wants, next move, He will play d5, or he has f5 as a useful move, yeah? F5 to prevent e4 for good.
And it's clear that actually Pragg is rather trying, and despite
Yes.
that, Pragg is a player, he's not afraid of anyone, not even
Yes.
of a big Giri or
Yes,
a
yes.
big ding.
Yes. No, but okay. In such an age, of course, he shall not be afraid of anyone. Yeah, it's just fantastic chance for him to get experience,
Yes.
to play, and to show himself. Yeah. Also, maybe like somewhere rook c7, rook c8 may be an idea. Yeah.
I mean,
To
like,
put the
Black has a
pressure.
lot of resources here in this position. It's clear that the white has to be very
I
careful.
like black. I like black here.
So it
That's
might
another
be the first day, actually. I'm not sure that there was any Black victory so far in this tournament. I don't remember if there was.
Good question. Let me think.
No, there was not, actually.
No one. Yeah.
Nobody. But today may be the day.
Yeah,
Where
in
it-
both boards, yeah.
In the both boards we have seen, maybe the day actually it may change. Also, a very interesting position arises in Duda against Keymer when Keymer sacrificed the exchange in exactly this moment.
Oh, it's cool, but it was not his preparation, yeah.
No, because at this time when
He
he
was
played rook
already
b5,
thinking.
he was already almost 1 hour down. I mean, like he spent 1 hour up to this moment, because I also said to Yasser that they remember these kind of sacrifices in these circumstances, like it's been already in some games. But this is apparently this is new.
No, but it's a clever idea, yeah. Because if he is caught and his opponent has more time, he changes character of a game, yeah.
No, he was not actually caught. They had equally time spent at this
Yeah,
time. I
yeah.
think it was not a huge difference. But here just he sacrificed, and now it was very interesting for us. He played d5,
D5, yeah.
which opens up a file when you actually have an exchange down. So for us was a kind of puzzling, is d5 justified, even though it's against the basics of when you sacrifice the exchange, you shouldn't open up files necessarily.
But probably here it makes sense,
It
because
makes sense,
otherwise, okay, he'll be doomed to very passive defense, yeah.
Yes,
His
I agree.
opponent has a line, maybe d4 somewhere even, yeah.
So the game went on with queen c2. He took. He played b4, trying to.
If he'll play b4 with opponent d6, maybe c4.
It can be played,
And
and
it
then
can be
we'll
played.
go on the on the a
Yes,
file, and we will
yes,
just kill the
yes,
opponent.
yes.
Yes. Also, bishop a7 was a very, let's say,
Bishop a7.
it's a very interesting move.
BC is a threat, so like Karpov Unziker, yeah?
Yes, but here we don't fight for the a file
Yes.
because we own the a file actually.
No, so creative. I never saw such a move, yeah?
But okay, on the other hand, you cannot like attack the bishop by queen a8. I mean, at least it's
Yes,
not like
yes, yes.
bringing you anything.
So probably just to secure a bishop, yeah?
Yes, in case of
What
taking
a
on
move,
c3,
what a game, yeah?
Yes, so the game went on with b takes c3, queen c3, d4, queen b3,
Bishop b4.
b4, yes, rook c1. Now you can even like give back the exchange, and that's what he did actually.
Yeah, but then, okay, maybe the worst is Vincent survives the worst, yeah?
Yes, I
Because
think
this position, probably white is slightly better, but
because of a better pawn structure,
Yes.
I guess. But
But
it's not so much because of opposite colored bishops, right?
opposite color bishop. And also, even if white will win a pawn somewhere, it will still be
Very
okay.
long fight.
a long fight. A knight h5, queen f6 he wants to play.
I mean, like, I have also some ideas. I could go like knight b3, bishop e3, knight c5, bring the knight there, and try to somehow, like, of course, squeezing down the c7 pawn on a long run.
But we'll defend. It's a good maneuver, but maybe knight h5 he will go, bishop e3, queen f6.
And he
h3
will-
is hanging,
yes,
you will have to
worry a little bit about
worry a
that.
bit. And then also after knight c5 I play bishop c8, yeah? You
Yes.
will try to get this pawn or maybe get d4. But I believe Vincent will survive this.
Yeah, and the last very interesting
Actually,
game,
by the way, he played what? H3 he played, yeah.
H3, a very interesting game in terms of decision making was today between, where is Nepomniachtchi and
Yeah.
Esipenko. I think you saw it in the early stage.
I saw it in
With
the early
taking
session.
on c7, right?
Yes.
Is it? Do you know if this is still theory or is this like new or something?
As I remember, bishop f4 was played in one d5, appeared in started being popular. I mean, this position d5 and then castle. Maybe a bit more than 10 years ago. One of the first games was Carlsen Kramnik. And here I think Vladimir played knight c6, if I remember. e3, rook e8, and then g5 somewhere.
Yeah, that's what we also
Yes.
discussed. We were astonished
Yes.
by bishop f5. I'm not sure how much time Andrey spent by this moment of bishop f5, but
Looked like he spent a lot. According, on my view, in the viewer, I saw this game. He was much behind in time.
okay, then actually he made up the move bishop f5. It was not a preparation.
Yeah. Or maybe bishop f4 is a sideline. Maybe he analyzed and he couldn't remember it. Yeah. Takes. Okay, at least very logical. f3. Knight
And
f6.
f6. And here comes another very interesting move for us, the move g4.
Yeah.
And here we were puzzled, like, in terms of what should we do.
Yes, but maybe it's a preparation from Jan, yeah? Because when I was watching it, first minutes of the game, I remember he was playing very confidently. Yeah? But also maybe g4 is must, because if he'll play, let's say, e3, knight a5, and somewhere
We thought the idea of g4 was also to prevent knight h5 maybe at
Yes,
some point for
yes,
the bishop pair,
yes,
but you're
yes.
right, if I play like this kind of slow
E3?
approach, anyway, knight a5 is anyway one of the moves
Yes.
which are on the pipeline,
Yes.
and it might be
Yes,
a bit annoying.
yeah.
After actually g4, we were considering either this, and then after e3, again knight a5,
Yeah.
but then Yasser saw some great idea with rook a2, and it looked like that. It looked strange, but somehow we thought that actually white was doing very fine here, despite being a pawn
Interesting
up.
position. Rook c1, rook c8.
And actually, I think what Andrey did was the easiest, because he found a very nice way of getting back his pawn. He took on
Yeah.
d4, and then
we threaten a fork.
and then he played. We only calculated
Yeah.
knight c2, and we agreed that the
Yeah.
knight would be trapped there. But knight e6 seemed very easy.
Very clever play
And
from Andrey.
here, actually, we were a little bit surprised that Jan didn't keep the bishop pair with bishop e5, for example, but took on f5. And
But good, maybe he'll not be in time. It's a good question, because bishop c2,
rook d2.
maybe, I don't know, bishop b3.
And king f2, is it that bad?
I don't say it's bad, but black are doing okay, I believe. I don't say more, maybe even
d4 can...
d4.
I mean,
knight
I could hypothetically start with e3 instead of king f2,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Careful,
Maybe you had to how here bishop c2, rook d2. I could
And-
also start with d4 now, yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
true,
another
okay.
story.
It's another
No,
story.
but I think it's a. But also, knight start jumping here.
Knight
May-
e7,
knight
bishop
d7.
c3?
Yeah, knight c5.
Yes, and knight a4 is coming, actually.
Knight a4 is coming, or even maybe bishop c4.
Okay.
It's
Agreed.
possible, but I have a feeling that it was a Jan's preparation. Yeah.
Up to the moment after g4, because then
I have a feeling, because he played very quickly. Because if he saw queen bishop f5 in his preparation, then this is a semi-forced line. Yeah.
this is true.
This is he will not miss it. If he missed bishop f5, of course it's he played it over the board. If he counted only on what Vladimir played against Magnus, knight h5,
Just-
but knight is safe here, yeah?
Yes, okay.
pawn.
Also, the knight is, for now, it's bad. But anyway, the other knight will move, and knight f6 is coming. And I had
Yeah.
the feeling that black has absolutely no issues here.
I will be happy with black's position.
Yeah, but then the question is, if this was all preparation according to Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he used to be a player who's always blitzing out the moves,
Yeah.
so we never know whether he's in the preparation
Yeah, it's
or
true.
not.
It's a good point.
But it's not a good preparation, then, from
Yeah, but
the logical
maybe
point of view, no?
but maybe he found something in that line with he had improvement on Magnus Vladimir's game, and here said, okay, likely he will follow, and if it happens, okay, he equalizes.
Yes, and this looks like rather like an equalization, at least how the game
A game
went
progressed.
on.
But now, what's going on? Because they show us, both of the players seem...
To be, I mean, like
no
Andrey
one
doesn't-
seems too nervous, yeah?
No, but Andrey is never like looking nervous to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, what happened? Check. How we play? Repeat. It's a trade, I think, the endgame.
Looks
Okay, very minimal advantage for white, but very much holdable, yeah?
usually like the knight is a very good four-stress
Yes.
piece.
Yes. Maybe even if black will put knight on c7 and wait, maybe
Yeah.
this will be enough. But white needs to make miracles, to push that far, yeah?
I mean, okay, the only chance is probably the majority of e3, f3 against
Yes.
f7 in some
Yes.
way, but
Yes, but he'll play, if he'll have time, g5, so knight will jump here.
yes, I can probably like set up. I mean, it would be probably very interesting for the audience to understand how would you put up the pawns if you were black here in order to have the best possible defense.
I think I will put b6, g5, f6.
Yes, that looks very logical.
And then knight try to get
To
Bec-
d6, to c7.
d6, because also seems to me that even any pawn endgame will be drawn. So we'll not have to be afraid. Maybe knight d6 and knight f7, e5. Or maybe knight on c7, maybe just a draw, yeah?
And then you just wait, because even if you get
Yes.
the pass pawn with e5, then you will not be
Yeah.
able to
No,
push
but
this
he
pawn.
has this idea to get king on f5, so I'll not get that passive immediately. And I would play b6 here.
Yeah, b6, well, anyway, makes sense in this
Yes.
moment as the pawn is under attack.
Because
yeah.
also, maybe I don't know. King e2, okay, white are pressing actually a little bit, but I don't
Nothing.
foresee that how black can lose this position, yeah?
Well, I think actually it's quite defendable indeed.
Yeah.
And the last position which we didn't yet have was
Was very
Gukesh.
interesting, yeah. But now it's,
It was an interesting opening
Yes,
in
it was
terms
very-
of putting the king to e7, which was
Yeah.
something where I know this was like a kind of
Yeah.
analyze we had
yeah.
actually.
it's a popular line, yeah? They play a
This
lot
kind of Alapin reversed.
Yes.
I mean, we were a little bit puzzled about king e7 because we thought like that this king could turn out to be weak.
There are too many pieces on the board still, yeah?
Yes.
Dominion.
So we thought like maybe after bishop e6, knight g5 could be the move. But
Yeah.
then like, what
Maybe
would
he
you play?
will ignore.
He would ignore
What
and
he
just give...
after knight d4? Did he ignore?
Yes,
so he will
ignored
do
it.
the same.
He would ignore anyway.
will do
And
the
yes,
same.
we had the line after knight takes e6, rook d1, knight d1, and then something
Yeah.
like king e6. So bishop e3, knight g4, take, and yes, that's how we got into this. But it's interesting because I always thought like if you have the bishop pair in the ending and even a better pawn structure, it's a very good way to try to play for win. Or is it not the case in such kind of structure?
Maybe here bishop on g2. I
It's
think
not a
very
good
much
piece.
depends on this bishop. Sometimes can be really a big force, but this, b7, c6 is an excellent way to block it, yeah? So
Yeah.
it can easily become the worst piece on the board, yeah?
But you could, hypothetically speaking, try like to make e4, f3 to like restrict the knight on f6 and then get the bishop to f1 and try to get it
It's
either
true.
to
It's
hit on
true.
e6 somehow.
It's true, but it's 3 moves, yeah?
It's a long process, I
So
agree.
it's in the meantime, maybe what hit bishop d4? No,
He
rook
played rook
d8.
d8, rook d1, he
Bishop
changed.
d4, interesting. Very original, yeah?
Yeah,
He
so he
trades
wants-
another bishop, yeah?
Yes, this is like a choice which is risky, but on the other hand, it's like from the like structure point of
Yes.
view, like of course very
But
well.
also maybe very concrete, because probably he wants knight c5, attacks c3 pawn, and asks how will you protect?
That's a very good question.
What about knight a4? Why didn't he play?
That's because of e4, perhaps? Could
Perhaps
this?
e4, yeah.
And I have e5
Five.
and bishop d2. Maybe
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a reason.
Yes, it's true. You're
So-
out of...
Yes, that's why he
E5,
played
okay.
e5, f4 to get back the space.
King d7.
He didn't take, I think, because of knight g4.
Yes.
So
Or
he,
knight e4.
but bishop takes f6 is it like a choice like which you have to play because of knight e4 threat?
I think it's already an indication white is happy with a draw. But also knight e4 is maybe a serious threat, yeah?
Yes, so probably that's also justified. But here, compare this ending with the ending of Nepo. I think it's even harder for white to do something. Or am I wrong?
I think here black is the stronger side. If anyone will try, it's black. But also maybe just a draw, yeah? Because some simplification come.
But the question is, can you do something against the plan of king d5, king c4?
But maybe now g4, g5 runs and the pawn runs.
Ah, okay.
So that's why he played h4.
To
So-
basically signalize that
Yes.
the king on d6 shouldn't get too far
Too
into
far, yeah. To remind you, yeah,
Queen's-
that I also have some
queen's
ideas, yeah.
position, yeah.
No, I think Nepo has slight push, and they may play for quite a while, yeah?
Yes, he will try because
They will
okay,
try.
he has to try at some point.
And may I ask, what happened in Levon's
I
game?
think he
Because I'm really
sacrificed.
curious.
I think, according to chat, he sacrificed, and according to chat, I think he
Yeah, okay.
sacrificed on
Yes.
h6. What?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
which was probably the only way.
yes.
And he took on b5, and they're playing this position. But I mean, I remember you mentioned that the queen is coming to d2 and then c3.
Queen d2 is the next move, I think, no?
It's
Or
it's-
c3?
It's now it's still white to move, but
yes.
yes, but queen d2 and c3 is on the
Knight
pipeline.
c3, queen d2, yeah?
Yes,
I
and you
think-
can't hold the stability.
Yes, I think knight on g3, it's really out of place, yeah? With knight on f1, he'll have knight e3.
Maybe I can play knight f1 now, but you play
Yes,
c3, I guess.
yeah. Maybe still, it's what have to be played, knight e3,
So something like knight f1,
yes,
c3.
knight e3. At least we have some.
The bishop is hanging.
Bishop e2 maybe, yeah?
Yes, but knight d4.
Bishop d3. Okay.
The other
it's a-
question is, can I play c2
Yeah.
and bishop d1?
Yes, you may do.
Or is it too risky in terms of losing like my pawn?
I don't see how you can lose it. Because...
Not
but
now.
also- yeah, but also maybe there are no real threats. Knight d4, knight c6. Who knows?
So there could be the case that Wesley is escaping with a force stress or something like that.
He's trying, yeah, but knight f1 maybe is that what he has to do, yeah? Because this is one of the things I tell each day to the kids here in the camp. Think what's your worst piece, yeah?
Yeah, it's always a good idea. Yeah.
Also a good idea, yeah. But here maybe it's... but it's this maximum applies to all of us, yeah? Doesn't matter if we play a top tournament or we are just beginning our career, yeah?
When did you actually know that you want to become a professional chess player? When we speak about kids.
It's a good question. I think it came natural. I played in school, yeah, well. But it turned out that I'm already pretty strong.
But
and
who
I'm
taught
very
you
much
actually?
absorbed.
Your dad, your mom?
My dad taught me when I was 5. And then I started slowly, but then, okay, I got absorbed, yeah. My dad bought me a book. And then while he was working, I
What
read
was your first chess book? I'm just curious.
Averbach's Bailen.
Okay.
Yes. Do you know
Nice.
this book?
No.
But for my generation, it was a classic. Grishuk learned chess from this book. Ivanchuk, Halifman.
No, I mean like when I was basically like starting to play chess more professionally, I was like acquainted to all the Turetsky, Yusupov books.
No, but this is already for advanced. Yeah, this is. I'm talking about the book which you were teaching moves. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's really amazing book. Recently, I gave it to my son, and I went through it. It's really amazing book.
So is your son playing chess actually?
He started
How old is he?
11.
Okay, but he started late then, or he started earlier?
He learned early, but he showed no interest. But starting from this summer, he got very interested. And he plays
Interesting.
once a week in a club, and he plays on chess.com.
Is he talented? What do you think?
I think chess is not maybe his like biggest, but he learns very quick.
Nice.
But he's very interested. Yeah, I think he's better in languages. He is like translating things complicated from one language to another. But also chess, he got absorbed suddenly out of.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, like as far I know, for Levon, actually, like he started chess also quite late, at the age of 9.
Yes,
That's what
yes.
I remember. Like I read
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes, but I think it's kind of exception, yeah, in our days. Nowadays, in 9, maybe some guys already are grandmasters, yeah? Or it will be
No,
soon, yeah?
yes, that's
Not
why.
yet, yeah? Okay, Pragg and Gukesh, I think they got at 12, yeah?
I don't think that they broke the record of Wei. No, they're not
No.
Wei. This is this American guy.
No.
Abman.
No, Abi Mishra.
Yeah.
Abi Mishra beat them. But it was difference of months. They became also pretty early, yeah?
Yeah. Before it was kayaking, I think. And
Yes.
anyway, I think chess will get younger and younger in
Yes.
these things.
But still, it takes time to get to a certain level, yeah? Okay, you may get your norm, but if you want to play in this top-level tournament in Dusseldorf, you still need to make a
Yes.
long way, yeah?
Quite some effort.
Quite some effort, yeah?
All right, Boris. I'm very happy and glad that you joined us today.
Thank
and
you, thank you.
that you
It's my
presented
pleasure.
a lot of insights.
Thank you, it's my pleasure, and it's really interesting round. I wish everyone to enjoy this round and this wonderful tournament in a whole. And see you soon again.
Yes, I would be happy to see you
Yes.
again in our
Yes.
studio.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was a very fine defense towards the end with this knight b4 and f4. I think that cleanly drew the game.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. Yeah. So, I guess first moment when I like a little bit lost the trace was when after knight c5. Of course, I was intending to play knight c2. Then knight b3, bishop f6, queen f6, rook e b1, and here queen g6. But here probably f4 is a fine move, and it seems like black should be accurate, like in order not to get forced, because after knight d2, because with the pawn on f3 it would be knight d2 very strong, but with the pawn on f4, knight d2 there is f5, and probably white is just winning. So yeah, I really relied on this move, and then I started like changing my plan, like rook d1. I mean, still I was like hoping to play on for a while, but probably I missed the moment where I should have traded away all the pieces. And basically it's just unpleasant, I think. Yeah, after rook f8, so bishop g7, I can't believe it works. Probably it loses because of many ways. So I decided here just to exchange all the pieces I could. And yeah, surprisingly, this endgame is very, very, very unpleasant. So probably I shouldn't have taken on before. Start with taking on f6, so it's like it's worse, but I think it's nothing special. But after knight b4, I'm not sure. Maybe it's like losing by force. Because the problem that I thought that knight d6 was the move instead of rook b1, but then like I think a couple of reasons why white is in big danger. Always like I don't have like this h3 or g3 played, so my king is always could get mated onto the first rank. So I'm not sure. I felt like this is more or less forced what I did. Of course, I could play like knight d6, but then okay instead of knight d2, but then there is f5, and my knight is a little bit stuck. So yeah, at some point I thought there would be no defense, but suddenly like when this pawn got to b7, and then I think it's pretty much move per move. So this king f1. Probably it's not lost even if I play just g4 like positionally, but of course it's very unpleasant. But perhaps after king f1 there is like a good chance that I like escape to rook endgame or something.
When you played knight d3. And he went rook a b5. Were you a little bit worried about b3 there?
Which moment?
He played rook a b5, knight d3, rook a b5. Instead of rook a b5, b3.
Well, perhaps, but that's pretty tricky move, I think. If I play rook c1, anyway.
Yeah, then knight a4.
So there is knight e4 and a4, you mean?
Knight a4, and if rook c8, king g7.
That's deep. That's deep. Okay, but this I didn't see, of course. But what if I play like rook takes b3, rook b3, rook c8, king g7, b8? Then probably just knight c5 in the end, yeah. Knight c5, knight e1, rook e1, king f1, knight d3, yeah. Okay, but that's brilliant, yeah.
Yeah, that was, I guess, his chance. And then you defended very accurately, I think, after that point.
Yeah, at least after that point, I played sensible.
Yes, and overall, how is the tournament going for you until now?
Well, despite like having a couple of tough positions with white, I still managed, not to lose any games. But yeah, that's surely not what I dreamed about.
And back when I was following, and when Vishy Anand was playing for his world titles, it was quite difficult for him to play tournaments leading up to it because he had to manage his preparation and so on. Is that also something that you face?
I think everyone faces because like nowadays it's difficult to like have like an idea for basically every game. Yes, so that's why probably should be, let's say, I don't know, should be accurate like in using them, and also like showing some, let's say, some cards. But that doesn't excuse like the poor play. Okay, the opening preparation is one thing, but poor play overall is another story.
Right. But Jan, good luck for the remaining 4 games, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, and I'm back with Yasser again.
Lizzie, how was your time with Boris Gelfand?
Oh, I learned for life, especially like knight takes h2 was not the move we had on the pipeline, actually.
It's a beauty. I came in and I was just replaying some of your analysis. But indeed, a big shout out, thanks. Gracious thanks to Boris Gelfand for sharing his day with us and coming. He was really an extraordinary player at his peak. He obviously became challenger to the world champion Viswanathan Anand. And Vishy somehow incredibly won this match. And there was a famous quote by Vishy at the end of the match. They said, Vishy, how did you win the match? And he said, I won because I won. There was no other explanation for it.
Logic.
I mean, he basically, Boris at his prime, went toe-to-toe with one of the greatest world champions ever.
I won because I won. I will remember that. It's a very iron logic.
I mean, there's nothing else to say. This last move, Levon has made rook on c8 to b8. It really sets up b3.
Trap of c3
exactly.
Because you cannot take it.
The highly desirable e5 is met by c3 and knight takes c3, as you said.
And your coordination gets broke apart.
That was the old mouse slip. Pardon me for that. After e5, bad move. c3 allows black to carry out his threat, which is to take on b2 and check on c1.
And then
Oopsie
it would
daisy.
be a very
and we lose, as
quick
we say.
way to finish the game.
Exactly. We lose everything. So we go back to this position, and you play knight f1.
Yes, which anyway we had already discussed beforehand, because you should improve your worst piece.
Precisely, and the knight on f1 is definitely a bad piece. The knight on g3 is definitely a bad piece. But this move, I thought at least, would threaten e5, and very quickly Levon played the move rook here, which seems to suggest that he's actually looking across the board, like sweeping.
So maybe he wants to bring another rook just to like mate this time, because no queens can be sacrificed anymore. And
exactly.
after rook g6 and bishop f3 or stuff like that,
yes,
you may get closer to your desires.
Exactly. Let me just test your desires. Where are your desires headed? Like, put you to the test. Are you going to play rook g6?
I mean, the question actually, first of all, is who is serving the rook exchange, white or black?
At this moment, I'm just trying to get the pieces off the board so that on a good day I'll play f3
because
and I'll make a fortress.
Because if I take on b2 and play queen c1, you have only the check left.
Yeah, and again, just as I was saying, I'm dreaming that at a certain moment
and
I will be able to make a fortress.
King h7, I have a double attack of a3 and bishop e2.
Correct.
And this may not be good news.
Exactly. And just to see it to conclusion, f3, well, the pawn is just too fast, yeah? You can take, you can take, I will take, you will check, and the pawn is simply too fast.
Yes, and I will go.
But
here I will go queen d6 check. Actually, you have to go king.
I have
you
to
have to
go
king
h1.
But
you're absolutely right.
Don't say it.
No, I did the wrong thing.
Nope. I think you have to scroll down
all the way down to the bottom here. Yeah, somewhere around here. So this move, knight a3, whether it's desirable or not, just seems to me that it just simply does not work.
No, knight a3 doesn't work because your coordination will be like you have too many loose pieces, and this is usually not a good sign.
So let me...
Knight e3 makes sense.
Try. At least it is a tempo against the bishop. And
so wait, hang on. I want to check if I can play bishop f3 or not. Just to check.
Yes, let's have a look. And queen h3, I assumed.
Yes, the threat is stronger than the execution.
Nimzovich would be proud that people actually remember the quote. Rook h6.
Yes, you have not only rook g6, you have also rook h6.
I was so focused on rook g6.
Yeah. So this could be actually the case. You cannot maybe even you can play knight e3, but after bishop f3 you likely cannot take.
Yikes.
And this is not good news, because if you cannot take, then rook g6 will just finish the game.
Whoa. Knight
d4.
But this, I'm just losing my pawns for nothing. At least I can provoke the trade of rooks.
Which I'm not sure whom it serves more.
Well,
In this particular case, I agree with you. It serves definitely.
I just have the feeling that I'm close to some kind of a fortress. I just don't know which one. You know what I mean. If I can force you here, I'm pretty confident I'm safe. Like if I could get knight and rook versus
No,
queen.
this I agree. This is like a long story to
Right.
go.
This is more or less a brilliant achievement for me, and I would be very, very
It's
happy if I
Levon
could
to
get
move,
this
which
far.
means that no, this is it's not true. It's Wesley to move. I looked on the wrong screen.
Typical. Okay, so let's just see their current position, and this is it. Here we're expecting is a strong word, but we've been forecasting knight e3. I don't know. This threat of rook g6 and I don't know, rook g6, bishop f3 scares me. I would play knight e3 and it magically appeared on our board.
So once again, if I play bishop f3 and you go knight d4,
Yes.
my question is, if I
Yes.
take on b2 and play queen of 6, I know you have a check on b8,
Correct.
so this doesn't work.
So it's like a nice idea to try to exploit this spin, but
But
you
it
saw it
doesn't
right
work.
away. Rook b8 check followed by knight f3, and you've solved the problems. Yes. So we're here. Bishop f3. Is that the only move? Something like bishop d7. Is that so terrible?
No, of course it's possible.
I mean, this feels like
It's
a
still losing.
suicide.
It loses still like a piece because of queen c1 check eventually.
Ah, yes. So you mean something like this. Have you ever had one of those queen versus rooks where you get some crazy fortress?
Well, I had 2 queens versus rooks where my opponent fortunately couldn't come up with a fortress, but tried.
They tried very hard,
Yeah.
right? So here, I mean, if you manage to play f2, f3 without blundering the rook, so it would be 4 versus 2. And really, I couldn't say if the 4 is
Enough.
enough. If I had double G pawns and a 4 of e4, f3, g3, g2, I'd be confident in a draw. Here, I'm not confident in a draw. I'm sure that in Wesley's mind, he's searching for these types of escapes, narrow or otherwise.
Yes.
Did Boris tell you about his students and who he is worried about?
No. He just
like
told me
scary
about
good?
them young girl from Albania who is very strong.
Yes. Yeah.
And I told him some story about some even younger girls from the boat
From
from
the
the,
boat.
UK who are also
really
incredibly strong, being only 7 or 8 years old.
Wow. 7 or 8. That's
I think the girl from UK, I think her name is Budana, something
Okay.
like that. Like she has Indian roots, and she's 7, and now she
7?
got second in the Blitz UK Championship among women, not
among
kids.
women.
Yes, among
Okay,
the
that's really
strongest
scary.
women of the country, she was second.
That's really amazing. That's
So-
prodigious.
It's not like like Harriet Hunt, I think, didn't play, and Jovanka didn't play, but everybody
Okay,
else played.
still.
But still, like you speak about like adults, right?
Exactly.
With 21, 22 strengths.
And very experienced as well.
And then
so-
there's another super kid somewhere in the US I heard of, but I never saw her, and I don't even know her name. So
Yeah, one of the things that is really striking is we have an incredibly powerful junior lineup in the U.S. as well. Our junior championships, we talk about our U.S. championships, the Opens, getting stronger and stronger. Our junior championships are like almost killer events.
Yes, but actually chess becomes much more popular, and it's much more considered to be something which is a very good hobby, especially like to keep your brain
Mind
active,
discipline, yep.
and it's connected to a very useful sports, also like to improve your concentration abilities, which helps you all the other way like in the school.
Mm-hmm.
So I think chess becomes not only like young and young, it also becomes more and more popular. And yes, the US is full of young prodigies. I think
Truly.
in Germany we have Vincent, who is a
Really
teenager now.
outstanding, and you can see him
But
play.
I can't say we have a super kid like he was when he was young. We have like two very strong kids under 12. They're like 20 to 18 now or something. But it's not comparable to what I think Vincent was at this age. But I'm not sure what Vincent was at this age, but I have a feeling that Vincent was back in this time more promising, because with 14 he won the Cranker Open.
Yes.
So that's something I'm not sure I will see
Extraordinary. yeah.
anytime soon.
Yeah, very, very extraordinary. Well, as Levon is in the tank, let's just take a little walk around and see what we have going on in the game of Nodirbek. We have the move E4.
Well, who's actually playing for a win here? What do you think, Yasa?
I would think it's a draw just because I see a lot of frozen things, like the bishop is going to be frozen, the knight is going to be frozen, and I will always be able to, I think, be able to play b3 and trade, and I should be able to then play the resulting position. I think it's
So
a
you
draw.
mean like after king I mean like maybe g6 is even a mistake, because then after king e7 I may hunt down this guy.
Well, you'll never be able to take... So, for example, I play g6.
I
And
can
let's
never-
say I go here, and let's say you go here, and I go here. You're welcome to take the bishop.
Yeah, I know.
But
That's very nice
it's,
of you.
it's a gift that, you know...
Can I get in Zugzwang here? With Pragg?
Yes, that's why I was saying I thought it was going to be necessary for you to play b3. Black. It would be necessary for black to play b3 at a certain moment. And what do we have on the board? Let me refresh my board.
But maybe I have actually the move knight a4 and knight c3 instead, which is
Same
maybe
thing.
a bit
So king d2 was played, and I would expect...
king e5. Let's say g6.
Okay,
And
I have to...
no, yes, knight e6 as well, actually, in this particular case.
Knight e6 as
Well, it has to be calculated, but I just want to mention
Yeah.
we have this move.
Okay,
King
it does
e5.
exist, yes.
It exists, yeah, knight e6.
And then if we take king... Sorry for being pedantic, but just to play it out. This could be winning for white, or what?
Yeah.
Why, yes, no.
Yeah.
Winning for
No,
what?
knight e6 doesn't work.
Correct. So no knight e6. So king e5, g6, king f7, king f7, king f6. So why did Gukesh put his king on d2? Did he want to play king c2?
Yeah. But then I'm not in Zugzwang,
Correct.
because I have
Where-
waiting moves.
And where is your king going? All of the business squares are protected.
Okay, then maybe it is a draw. But the question is, if I go the other way, I mean, he wants obviously to protect like the idea of knight a4 and knight c3, perhaps.
Okay, so just I'm going to make a few more moves, and we're going to get in a kind of a weird
There
situation.
you go, the king to c3,
And
and now I
now
will go this way.
Last time I was playing b3. This time you wanted to bring the knight to a3, yes?
And you take on c6.
Then I will take on g6, and we will make a draw.
Yeah, in any case, it's the
Yes.
same story. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think this game, unless we miss something,
Will
should be-
likely finish in a draw. All right, we'll continue our Wow. Well, to my eyes, Anish has achieved quite a lot.
Yes, it was worse for him at some point. Now I think he's fine. Maybe even better?
Well, I think he's better. Why would I say he's better? Is because if we compare the knights for a moment, we would say even Steven. Yeah,
Yeah, but the
but-
king...
No, I was thinking that there is a pawn on d6 that is
Not the pawn.
right. It's useless. Like white doesn't have it. If white f3 pawn was magically transferred to the d3 square, I would say that the position looks very, very even. The fact that white has the 3-2 majority advantage on the king side, while
There's a knight e7 threat as well.
there's a knight
which you have to
e7 threat
follow.
as well.
But how did he do that? I'm curious, like, to go back, because this is like astonishing. No,
That he was
we
able
went
to-
to this position after b6, right?
Yes.
e4 was played, and
Okay.
f5 we agreed with Boris on that.
Mm-hmm.
He took. Okay, you have to take with the b pawn. Rook d1.
Okay.
Rook b8 looks still kind of crystal logical. Knight e3.
Okay.
Queen g6, knight d5.
And we're here.
And
after
maybe
rook
knight
e3.
c6, but actually f4 could...
is coming. Rook e3 is. Look, maybe black could play rook b3 here. That has a logic to it too, right?
Yeah.
Rook b3. But he played knight c6, and he voluntarily went into this line.
But
where there's
here
a
he
knight
has
e7.
suddenly like this king issues.
Correct. With a nice royal fork. Okay, well, I would just say that Anish is looking very promising in this moment. This is another one of the bishop versus knight. Now, my countryman, Bobby Fischer, would just say white's much better because there's pawns on both flanks. Yeah?
Actually, Boris mentioned here in
Yes.
this position that that he would put his pawn to g5. That's why
As black.
actually as black, but that's why, you know, like with f4 we can
We'd stop it.
you
Yes.
stop it right away.
That Boris wanted to put the pawn on g5 with
yes.
black. Yes.
And this is actually how it didn't happen. Yeah, okay. Just I wanted to be sure that it's about that he never had the chance for g5 actually.
Right. But for the moment, Andrey is trying to set up a fortress. He wants to make sure that white will not be able to play king d4 and e5. There's a knight f5 check in the position. So what white will need to do is he'll need to move his bishop. Let's say I start with bishop back, yeah, just for a moment. Ooh,
Yeah,
whose
we can
turn is-
actually start even like with bishop b3, bishop d1. But okay, we have to get it anyway to h3, I guess, no?
Oh, I think it's black to move. I'm just So let's play a5, bishop to
b3.
b3. Yeah. So we're more or less,
Doing
let's
nothing?
say, doing nothing, yeah? And the king has to go to d4. This is what I was trying to do, was vacate the square.
Can I play g5 or it's too
That's
much?
what it's all. No, on the contrary, that's what I think the game really kind of hinges upon. Excuse me. I understand what Andrey should be doing. I apologize. Right here, after the move king e3, his knight is misplaced. He goes here.
And it goes to c7, huh?
He goes to c7.
Mm-hmm.
So from the glorious square of c7, the pawn on b6 must stay here. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The knight on c7 will control the b5 square, so no king c4, king
So,
b5.
but let's say like I do nothing with king e7, and you play e5. Then
Excellent.
how I will capture back? I will capture back with a kingdom, perhaps.
So let's say you
So-
go here. Oh, we're just making some moves, sorry. Yes?
Mm-hmm. But if the king takes, I'm not afraid.
But
No, but then the
okay.
king cannot actually conquer the game.
So then I'll go here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just ask
What do you want?
to do.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So I do think, and it's kind of a pity for Jan. He's been playing good chess. This could very well be some kind of a tournament milestone for him. 6 draws in a row? When in his career did that happen?
It's something very unusual.
Very unusual indeed. I mean, I know him as such a streaky player. He can lose, but he usually wins a game or 2 or 3.
I mean, like, I don't remember a tournament where Nepo had like 6 draws in a row.
No, it's rather shocking. I turned to the game of Duda versus Vincent. This was the exchange sacrifice that Vincent played, and d5 was on the board. This is where we left it in b4. We left it exactly here. Vincent is going for this line where we get to play d5, d4, trapping the bishop on e3.
Yeah, bishop a7, we had this move, and we were remembering, of course, one of the famous Karpov Unziger games.
Yes.
But it had nothing to do with conquering, actually, the
A
A file,
file.
because it was in our possession.
This is trying to put the bishop away. That's a very, very funny move. I mean, and of course, like you said, the Karpov Unziger game, that was Nigel Short was famous for saying that was his favorite move as a kid. He saw that move and he just said, great understanding, like unbelievable. Bishop a7. What a move. Bishop a7.
Yeah, I mean,
Takes, d4. And Vincent was very happy with the bishop being, shall we say, offsides.
so that's why actually now after bishop c3 he gave back the exchange.
Well, that is an incredibly powerful bishop on c3. Made perfect sense to give back the exchange.
And here actually, like, Boris said that Black should be able to hold despite some slight weaknesses he has.
Yeah, I would say that white is for choice, but proper defense I don't think should be a problem. These were positions that Anatoly Karpov was very resilient.
Yes, he would play it for ages.
Exactly. But I'm more than curious. I really do want to go back to our tournament leaders.
Apparently we missed some kind of stuff here, but I'm not sure at which moment.
It was just knight e3, and we were looking at bishop f3 primarily.
Yes.
And we saw some lines that Wesley might be able to escape in a draw. So queen h5 looks like a very...
No, I think c3 instead of rook b8 was supposed to be winning.
Excuse me?
But,
This...
well,
which moment?
Yes, in this moment, apparently the move c3 would have been winning. Don't ask me why, but...
c3. Let's have a look-see. Excuse me, I'm just going to get rid of the...
So you have to play rook c2, I guess. What else?
Yes. Fair. Rook c2. Yeah.
And then, I was thinking even like if I can play something like queen d2, and then rook c1.
Oh my goodness.
But I think it's with the exchange up, it's not enough anyway. If I sacrifice like... but do I actually, after queen d2 you take, do you actually afford to get the pawn against the rook?
That's the question, right? What a move. First of all, visually, it's a very beautiful move. Probably I will trust your incredible intuition and not take your queen.
Hang on. I will play... Oh, no, it doesn't work. I wanted to go bishop d1 and then rook c1, but you have knight c3 in the end. So this is too much to ask for.
That's fortunate for me. Queen d2 is a very visual move.
But maybe like queen d3, and after you take with a knight on c3,
yes,
I go bishop d1.
You go bishop d1.
Yeah. I don't know, but I just read in chat that c3 was winning.
Remarkable.
And it could be connected to queen d2 and this stuff, but I don't know.
Wow.
Because they just told me c3, they didn't tell me the whole line.
Right. But okay, that is a very attractive line, and I can easily understand why a player could miss it, because it's hard to imagine that it would actually work nicely. He did play in the game. Well, they're playing this position, and without the threat of rook h6, knight d5 suddenly comes with, I would say, a little bit of concern. Something can go wrong here for Levon. We've just had knight d5 on the board 17
Well, I can
minutes.
always make a perpetual check if I just take on b5 and play queen d1 and queen h5, right?
Correct.
I mean, I can save the game.
Correct. That, by the way, those are the types of thoughts I have during play that I know I have a bailout, the parachute variation. If everything goes wrong,
You have the parachute variation. I have to remember that.
yeah, I'm out of here. I'll make the perpetual check and I'm gone. Knight d5, inviting, as you said, a perpetual. And just for our audiences at home, this is what Lizzie has said. Black
Okay,
has...
I'm not sure it is a perpetual after king g3, but you don't
Well,
want to give up the pawn, right?
That is correct. And so that's why we think there's a perpetual back and forth between d1 and h5.
Question is actually, does Black
Have
has
an alternative.
an alternative? I mean, he can play rook b8, but
yeah,
it's not like...
but be very, very, very careful. Whenever you have a passed pawn where knights and rooks are concerned, if they're coordinating well, it can be very, very, very serious. I would be very cautious as Black here. I would not, for example, want to play a variation like this as Black. I would not want to play this variation as Black.
Because everything is protected?
Yeah, just because I fear that somehow something could go wrong. But maybe I'm being overly cautious here. Knight d5.
Well, I mean, we cannot... I mean, c3 doesn't work. Hang on, does c3 work? I know the queen is not on h6 anymore, so it doesn't work.
I'll just take it. That's correct. Rook b8. I'm wondering, can I play... No, I think it's asking too much, right? To play f4?
I have the feeling that you already prefer white here, you know,
Well,
which is a bit premature.
yeah. I just...
You sense the danger, yeah.
I'm beginning to concern myself for Levon that it's very easy to go overboard. Levon, for the last 10, 15 moves ever since knight h2, has been enjoying the sunny side of the situation, and he can't. I think this is the problem that a lot of grandmasters carry. I certainly have it. When I'm better or winning, and then I've spoiled my advantage, I'm still carrying this luggage that told me I was winning. So I sometimes I lose objectivity.
Yes, this is true. It's very difficult when you have been winning the whole time to understand when it's time to
stop,
or to stop believing that.
Right.
So this is psychologically, of course, very, very challenging. To feel the moment of danger.
That also, by the way, was something extra special about the World Champions. They had this. And there he goes. I think he just agreed to go for the perpetual.
Really?
Yeah, I think he kind of felt these world champions had this unbelievable sense for the moment. And Boris Spassky, for me, was one of those world champions who had an extraordinary sense of the moment and the perpetual, just what you said.
It's just I'm just seeing it. I'm just
and there he goes.
I hardly see someone who's pressing the clock with one hand and writing with the other hand. I was just fascinated the moment at the picture to see that Wesley is operating with both hands. You know,
they're both lefties, right? So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're both right with the left hand, and they're playing and moving with the right. But yeah, this was. I think Levon kind of just realized, wait a minute, suddenly it's not here, and I don't want to continue in this position. Something could go wrong. And that's a very special quality, to not lose objectivity. And I think Boris Spassky had it in abundance. He really, he stopped at a moment. Like you show him a position and he'd play, and then he'd get to another position and he'd stop and he'd say, there's something here. And he would make a discovery that a lot of players would miss because they didn't realize the moment was now. Important game for Levon Aronian as he once again makes a draw with the black pieces, undefeated. And we do have another game that was drawn, the game of Gukesh and Nodirbek. Just as we kind of expected, they got to that position, Lizzie, where...
I'm just answering to chat quickly.
Yes. Where a draw has been agreed. It's a strange move, King. Why would you play King F5 there? Why wouldn't you play Knight C3? Not sure. Maybe the king got put on F5, but Knight C3 looks like a much simpler way of doing it. In any case, 2 of our 5 games have been drawn, and now we pick up the action between Pragg and Anish. Look what has happened. Something interesting
actually,
took
something
place.
Totally changed again.
Right?
Actually, like
Every
we were
time-
like a little bit afraid of this Knight E7 stuff coming.
Every time you blink, something has changed in this game. So Queen went to C2, and look at that. He just plucked. This is daylight robbery. He captured a pawn in broad daylight without so much as a "you're welcome."
So now it's calculation time again.
Yes. And
Ooh. So
I mean, it's just amazing that white doesn't have Queen E6 check and Queen E8 mate.
the Knight
I
on
see
D4
all-
is a nice piece.
Yeah. I see all of those puzzle
But can I
rushes.
play Queen G5?
Correct.
And I pretend I'll...
No pretense. We know exactly what you want to do. You want to give me the lumber. You know, Rook, Knight F6 and Knight E7 and Rook E7. The question is this, how serious is this threat, or is it just optically beautiful? Let's say I go Knight E2 check. Your king will end up having to go to H1, I suppose?
You mean like after King F2 you're intending a check on D4 and a check on E8? But then I have Knight E3?
Really?
Well, I guess. We have
Wow,
Knight E7
okay.
counter check.
Oh, you mean
But
check?
we have Rook B2 check actually.
That's Rook B2.
Yeah, you're right. I
But-
just saw the other check.
Yes.
Yeah.
But here you have the crazy move King F1.
King Queen G1,
Of course.
Rook B2,
Rook B2.
King D3 and Queen D4 mate.
I
King
know.
D1.
Forgive me. I don't see the win at the moment. Rook B1 check. Yes.
Well, King C2.
Yes.
I wouldn't yet say it's winning because there's also like something
Some back
on-
ranks going on.
some other stuff
Other
going
perpetuals might.
on. I'm not even sure it's a perpetual actually, to be frank.
Okay.
But could be
Oops. That was not my intention there. But yes, moves like Queen G5 are definitely flashing. Yeah.
So it's a very like double-edged but position. Just like for me, it's always interesting to see what brave and courage these young people have.
Right. Their willingness to go into some very dodgy business. Now, what happens after this check?
Okay, first question: if I go King H8 and say like I'm not wanting more checks to face.
Exactly. So now I have, as Bobby Fischer would say, no, you have Queen G8. Excuse me, I was about to I was about to put my knight on c8, for
or
example.
if you c6, but I have always queen.
Queen g8. Huh.
And I don't have any move which causes like a bad threat.
No, the queen g8 is a remarkably powerful move. So it means that queen g5, queen e4 are our moves here, right? Queen g5, something about it that's a little bit discordant. Knight e2 bothers me.
Yes, but then I can play king h1. We don't have to go for the other line, even though the other line is interesting, but king h1, if I don't want to calculate much,
Right.
it's definitely preferable.
I was a little bit...
No, I take the queen.
No.
But you're right, the back rank is an issue then also in white's position, actually.
Yes. Knight e2, king h1. How can I scare up some kind of threats here? Gosh, I don't feel like I have a very good grasp on this position. Like, okay, I'll just throw out a move. I don't know if this is a good move or not.
Can I force a draw with a perpetual like knight f6 and queen g6?
Knight f6, I was going to...
Knight d7. You go to this square.
Yes.
I missed that. Okay, then I will not go knight f6, obviously.
Jeez. Every time I keep pressing the wrong button and I
he
keep
has so
getting...
much used to the errors.
Yes. And this was where I tried...
h6, no?
Yes, that's right. And that's where you said, I don't want to go knight f6.
Can I go queen f5?
Yeah.
With the idea of knight e7?
Nice idea. And
But now knight f6.
Sorry?
Now knight f6?
Is that again a perpetual already?
No, I think you have... actually... Hang on.
It might be.
No,
might
but
be
you
a
have queen
perpetual.
f7.
And then continue.
This one.
This one.
Yes, you're right.
Wow. That is so weird. This game has been a confounding game, and it continues to confound us. I mean, and I'm of course referring to the Anish game here. Just a second. And he did play queen e4, by the way. I thought it was a choice between queen g5 and queen e4, and
but
somehow queen e4 felt more
And the
natural.
answer was actually queen
c2. He just came from c2. I mean, it was like this...
Queen e7.
Okay.
Okay, I have no time for rook b2.
No, maiden 1. Yep,
You attack d6.
correct.
And what else, apart from attacking d6, is your threat? Because queen d2 could be like the other now, no?
Yeah, it's also like I am attacking d6. Maybe queen d7 and rook e8 could
That's
be a
why
potential
actually I like queen d2 here.
to keep my rook occupied, yes? Okay, for some reason I'm feeling these back rank issues are really...
h4.
Yes, starting to concern me. So h4. But I would suggest you knight e2 and just get rid of these knights. And
But knight e2,
I don't think black's king is too compromised in this major piece setting. Wow. I must say Pragg is really, really courageous to just go after that c-pawn and leave his king wide open, but then he's not facing anything serious at the moment. So once again, queen e7, you like the move queen d2.
no, I mean just to not allow you the activity of the rook, right?
Right.
But it looks like that, I mean, before I thought like that actually Pragg was in danger. Now I would say like that Giri is in danger again.
At what happened, yeah?
I'm just curious to see after the game the evaluation of the computer, because it looks, at least from the outside, as this is a kind of roller coaster game.
Right,
or
where
like,
the advantage is being
like
tossed around.
But
a
I
lot.
don't see the mistake actually from any side, to be honest.
Right, me either. I mean, so queen d2. how will I meet? And he has played it, queen d2, just tickling the rook and keeping the queen frozen. No queen takes
but
d6.
I don't see any other improvement but h4, but then you will end up in this kind of heavy piece ending, which clearly
Okay.
gives...
Let me be, like really, really gross. King h1. So this stops your knight e2 business.
I go h6.
Very good. I will go h4.
I go... What's the threat?
At the moment, I'm not sure.
c4.
I mean, I really don't. I really, I'm not
Also,
playing
knight
games.
takes. Also, like knight takes f3 could be interesting.
Exactly. It really could. I was hoping there was a knight f6 check there that would kind of buckle your defenses, but yeah, I'm really not sure what I'm doing, because my intended rook e4 is being met by rook b1 check and knight f3 check, and that I don't like. So, wow, yeah, a lot of strange moves by me. King h1 and h4. I didn't feel it. Bless you.
Thank
Bless
you.
you.
So he played queen e4 back.
Yeah, Anish is.
Offering a draw.
Well, I think he's feeling frustrated that he's, you play a move like Queen E7 and you want to come down and gnash your teeth and shout at the gates. I'm going to break down and huff and puff.
But now
you played
actually-
Queen E4.
Yeah, but now knight e7 and knight f5 or knight e7 and knight c6 is a threat because the queen is not going to g8 anymore.
Okay.
So maybe this is a very clever way of maneuvering. And after queen c2 they would repeat moves, no? Wouldn't they?
Wow. Yes. But somehow this queen on d2 is such an absolutely irritating
But it doesn't
queen.
protect anything about the white squares, which are a little bit shaky.
Okay, so let's say I play rook f8.
You
just-
want to play for a win.
Correct. I'm a pawn up.
Yes, I know that you like pawns. Huh.
And
If I go knight e7,
that is a check. I will
queen h4.
bless you.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, so if I understand you right,
Well, they're repeating.
knight
least
g6.
once.
Knight g6 is your idea.
They're
But that-
repeating, not even once.
Whoa.
So maybe they have seen something which we haven't seen.
So you think
You want to play rook f8 to play for the win, right?
yes. Yes. I want the historians to remember me as being particularly brave when I wasn't at the board.
So, rook f... But it's funny that actually now Giri is thinking whether he takes the draw or not.
Well, how many... or you mean Pragg is
If
thinking?
No, it's Pragg to move, yes.
Okay, so after the move, queen c2 came queen. So that's once.
Hmm.
And then they come back. And this is twice. And then they came back. So Pragg with the move queen c2 can claim a draw.
Or he plays rook f8.
Oh, well, a move. I'm not sure if rook f8 is actually
But I
a
like
good
rook
move.
f8 because it cleans the back rank mate issues.
Yes.
So let's check rook f8 again.
Once more. And then you hit me with a surprise. Liz, you hit me with knight check, king over queen h4.
I'm not even sure this is a hit because in the worst case I have queen h6, I guess.
And that was my bailout. That was exactly what I wanted to say, is that by offering queens, I would be very pleased to have two remaining pawns. So here it comes. Is Pragg has... Well, they're on move 39.
That's why actually like Pragg obviously repeated moves to
Right.
get close to the move 40 to
Exactly.
get extra time
Exactly. And he does have 3.5 minutes versus.
to decide whether he plays on with rook f8
Right.
or whether he does a draw. So what is your bet? He plays on or he makes a draw?
I would play on. I would play the move rook f8, and it just depends on how he feels that his chances are real after move. Because White has pretty good centralized pieces, and Black's king is a bit vulnerable. But there you have a beautiful bird's eye view of the clock there.
Would you also play on if your opponent was Giri in this moment when, just hypothetically, you play a tournament?
Yeah, that was one of the things. I looked across the board. If I didn't see Korchnoi, Karpov, or Kasparov, it was like, let's go, baby.
I mean, what I want to basically ask you is whether was in the times, for example, of Kasparov's this phenomenon that even when Kasparov was worse, the people, the opponents, would just grab the draw.
Exactly. Well, there was that element. There you go, rook f8.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful. I was playing in a tournament in Barcelona, the GMA World Cup, and I think Gary was white, and he was playing against Rafik Praggnanandhaa, and the position was incredibly tense, and both players were down to 3 minutes, and Gary made some move, very good move, King G1. How do you say draw in Russian?
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. Hit the clock. Praggnanandhaa, no hesitation. Within a microsecond had answered.
His
Let's
move.
play.
Yeah. He answered.
By the move.
He made a move. He
No
didn't
no draw.
Mhm.
And he wasn't better or worse. It was just he liked to play. And I was standing there watching the game, and I was standing next to Grandmaster Jonathan Spielman. And we both looked at each other because in Rafik's shoes, we'd have grabbed the draw, right?
Of course.
We both looked at each other, and Jonathan smiled and said, nice. Nice.
But I really I wished, in my young times, for chess, I'm not young anymore, I would say, objectively speaking, when you look at the average age today of the strongest players in the world. But I wished I had more the kind of, braveness to decline sometimes.
Everybody does. Everybody feels that they lacked that courageous spirit at some point. But trust me, you became a very, very strong player by having a courageous spirit to get you to those moments where you understood that
I
there
know,
were
it's still
other
it's
titans.
Even in my female national team nowadays, there are players who would never consider a draw when they are slightly better, no matter who they play.
Exactly.
But we also have these kind of players by character who would immediately grab the draw.
Exactly.
So for example, the bonus I used to have, when I would play against them in some German championships or whatsoever, is when I offered the draw, they would grab it even if I'm slightly worse.
Right.
But it doesn't work against everybody.
Yeah, exactly. You got to pick your opponent.
No, I can always try, of course,
Right.
but I know that certain characters would decline,
Mhm.
no matter if I'm 150 or 100 rating points up, and some of them would actually play on.
Yeah, that was like the tyranny of the ELO too. In some ways, we're still being victimized by it because, truth be told, let's take a look at this fantastic tournament. We are here in Dusseldorf, where, whoa, now that move kind of came out of left field.
Knight b6? Well, why not?
Kind of to tickle the rook and intimate that the rook is too well placed on f8. But what I want to say is, if you take a look at this tournament, it's really, really nice event here in Dusseldorf, and you look around at the grandmasters and why are they here? Well, rating has a lot to do with that. You wanted to have a very high category tournament, the strongest on German soil, and da-da-da-da.
This is true, I agree with that, but not only rating here, especially the gap between young and experienced was done in a nice way.
Yeah, you wanted the seniors and the juniors so that the professors could teach their youngsters. We'll see how well that works out. But yes, but the top players are getting the invitations because they're the top players. And so, when you're in that 2750 group, you start thinking about when do I make the draws and how do I maintain my rating.
Yes, your invitations are dependent on that, and like a lot of tournaments are totally determined by invitations according to the rating.
My U.S. championship, which is a national championship, is based entirely on meritocracy, and the players with the highest rating are invited to stop.
Yeah. I mean, I know that actually, you have the rule in America with the national team, even you have this very strictly done by rating, and you get some bonuses if you are young of some points, and some other bonuses of winning the national championship and stuff.
Right.
I heard about this system because Daniel Friedman's wife, he's in the German national team.
And Zatonsky.
And Zatonsky is in the American national team, so that's why the Germans know about the American system, and they introduce it in the national team of Germany as well.
Wonderful.
So the first four players are done by rating, and the number 5 is a federation place.
Okay.
So
you haven't completely adopted the American system.
Apart from the fifth board. But in the women's section, it's not like that.
Okay.
Then the rating is a side issue. It's not about ratings. So
I see.
Because we have players who are not active anymore and who are doing mainly another job. But if we would go strictly by rating, then we would take players who hardly play chess, but they have a high rating. So it doesn't work in the women's section as easy as it works in the men's section.
Exactly. Yeah, you do have you have those people who would literally sit on their rating, right, and wait for the invitation.
If they just do something else as a profession, but they keep their rating, obviously they would always be qualified if it is a entirely rating system. But in the men's section, of course, all the national players we have are professionals.
Right. And now H7, H6. By the way, the move, for me, that's very impressive by Pragg. That first of all, he declines the draw. Yeah.
With black. Easy.
With black. He has a 3-move repetition. He declines the draw. He plays rook f8. And then, for me, the move knight b6 is quite the surprise. It just
can be missed. Let's put it this way.
Yeah. It just wow. And Pragg plays.
But hang on, is
H6.
it still a draw after knight d7 if the rook doesn't go to somewhere and I have knight f6 check? And I sacrifice, for example, knight d7.
H6 is defended, yeah?
Okay, knight d6. Let's say rook d8, for example. Or even rook a8. The rook don't have much.
Rook a8?
It's not a good idea, okay?
Not a good idea. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
And now let's say knight f6 check. Yeah. Actually, you should play rook c8 likely after knight d7.
And here I'm lost.
Yes, that's why maybe rook c8. Maybe we found the wrong...
Knight d7. I was about to say rook d8 was okay, but that maybe I shouldn't be taking the knight.
Yeah, but where you want to go? It's queen h7 mate.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, possible.
I'm kind of holding my breath here for a moment. Queen e7 check, king g6. I didn't see the kill. Did I miss something, Lizzie?
No, there is no kill yet.
Oh,
but it looks like that even if I do a prophylactical move with my knight, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, it does look a little scary, doesn't it? Feels like white is the one pressing here with the initiative.
But then actually if you play rook c8 as we said, and after knight f6 and you take, it's a draw, no? You can't capture the rook.
Okay, just a second.
Because you don't have the e6 and f5 check.
You're suggesting rook c8,
yes?
And then knight f6.
Yeah.
You want to take the knight?
Yeah. But then it's...
With cautious hands, right?
But you can't win anyway.
How? What? Why?
King f8.
Take, check.
King g8.
Rook e7. You have queen g5? No.
Queen d1.
Queen d1, king up.
Oh, queen d2.
In
queen
this
g5.
case, queen g5, yes.
So it's a draw anyway.
And it's a draw. Wow.
But actually, then the question is why didn't he take the draw immediately? But maybe he didn't see knight b6. Could be. because
be.
it's a move which is not,
But-
it's counterintuitive.
But now also a question for you. Let's say Anish wants to punish his young opponent for not having taken a draw when the opportunity existed. I'm not playing knight d7, I'm playing knight to c4 in order to capture the pawn on d6. How do you like them apples?
I don't believe that. Let me think. At least I'm not afraid of that. Let's put it this way.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
No, I'm never afraid.
Be very, very afraid. Yaz is coming.
Maybe I do the same and then we'll play knight c2.
Your queen is hanging.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Small details.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Queen g5.
Queen g5. Wow. Okay.
I have this double attack. Knight f3 and d5.
Yes, you do. Oh my.
Maybe you shouldn't be so optimistic.
I was very optimistic, truly. But queen g5 is a great response. Knight takes f3 check, and d6 d5 is on your agenda, your dance card. That's very strong. No question. That is very strong indeed. I have missed queen g5.
But the question is like, does actually Pragg has another answer to knight d7 apart from moving the rook? That's the only thing I'm curious about.
Like kind of a crazy move like d5 or something, yeah?
Even like knight c2.
Knight c2. Wow.
I mean, we should look for the active sort of defense.
I'm kind of weird. This move weirds me out. I mean, giving up a pawn with check to begin with. My rook is hanging. But if you take, my intention was to move my king. And my threat is to discover check and pick up your
but if
queen.
I go queen...
And I have a threat of mate in 1. Mate in 1's a pretty strong threat, by the way. Should be taken seriously.
Yes, but after d5, I can also like play queen e7.
Let me say...
And
Oops, that's the wrong. I was not intended. Sorry. Mouse slip. Knight d7. You could play queen e7.
But then we don't have the perpetual check anymore.
No, you don't. Rook f8. And in the mortal words of
You're
Nikolai
right. It's not so
Minna,
easy.
gift me your rook. Wow. This game is confounding. I mean, throughout we've been mystified by a great number of the moves, and this move knight d7 d5 could really throw the game.
So I mean,
up
like
in the
if
air.
I take on d5 and I go with the queen somewhere to protect my rook,
Now
then
where
we
should
wanted
I-
to take on f3, right? And not on d7. For example, like queen e4,
Yes.
you take on f3.
For example, yes.
I take.
Yes.
You take on d7,
Yes.
and you have a pawn up.
You see how happy I am?
Yes, I know. You're the happiest person in the world. But hang
People
on.
ask me, yes, or why are you smiling? So, most
But
of the
okay,
time I'm all
if I
up.
go queen e5,
Okay.
I want to have queen takes c5 in the end.
Okay. So
You can take on f3 with a rook.
let's keep my extra pawn. That's
And I will
very
give 2
important.
checks.
We give 2 checks.
And maybe like you will not be happy about certain checks, but okay, knight f8, you're luckily escaping.
I take it.
I go with the check here.
You agree. Okay. Why am I luckily escaping this? You're saying
No, not escaping, but it's...
G6. No, wait a minute. You're taking my rook.
yeah,
So I have to move my rook. That's terrible.
yes, but now I can take on c5, no?
It's legal,
It's legal.
but
It's not
Am I
mate. Your rook is
pinned. Do you have that in German? Like we have it in English. We have the 3 types of pins, right? A relative pin and the absolute pin.
No, I
You
don't
know,
think that
these
we have
kinds of-
this. No, we don't have these terms. I think in our
different
terminology.
pins. So whenever there is a pin that involves the king, then we could say that the rook absolutely can't move. It's in an absolute
No,
pin.
we don't have
Yeah.
die absolute Fesselung und die relative No, we don't use
You
this
don't
term.
do
At
this.
least I never heard of them.
Okay. Huh. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. We're getting sidelined. Let's just take a quick look, a peek at the game between Vincent and Duda. Help me. Has Duda won a game yet?
Nope.
No.
At least I don't remember.
So we're just going to go back a few moves just to try to get an idea if we can
But he's trying today.
spy who is the one playing for the win.
No, it's white.
4, 5, 5. So a little bit better structure for white, but is it
It's
serious?
far from a win. It's gonna be a long, grinding game, and try for white, of course, to do something here.
Okay, so I understand that you want to take my pawn. I'll defend it. What do you think white will try? From Vincent's point of view,
Rook a7?
yes, Vincent's kind of made it really clear that the e6 square
It's a nice.
belongs to one of his pieces.
Okay, let's say knight e6.
I was about to put the bishop, but
Oh
let's
yeah,
say knight
actually
e6.
maybe you're right, because here I can play bishop d6 or bishop b6, no?
Yeah, it kind of feels like I might be picking up this pawn more or less free. So we go back, queen f7, rook a7, knight e6. Pardon me, bishop e6.
Yes, this makes more sense actually, because this knight, you don't want to exchange this knight actually.
Right?
It was my trump card.
Very, very, very much so. And we see there a nice shot of Vincent. Vincent has been, this is the type of tournament, regardless of the outcome, Vincent will walk away from this tournament a
With a
completely
lot-
different player.
Yes.
The
there's a
experience
lot
that he gains is enormous.
I think the experience he gained in Vike
was also enormous.
together with this tournament will give him a new feeling of endurance, because
Exactly.
even in Vaikansei he lost. I mean, the games he lost in the last moment,
Mhm.
like in a very, very late stage. So basically already in Vaik he experienced how tough it is to be grinded down for 6, 7, 8 hours.
Right.
And then, I mean, like, he had, I think in Vaik he had some rook endings which he could hold, but it was very difficult, and eventually, like, similar to the Andrey Esipenko game, he eventually fell.
Just at the final hurdle, yeah.
But I think, like, after these two experiences where he has, like, again, such long grinding games, and he had it against Esipenko, and he will definitely have it today. I think, of course, this experience is very, very important. And
Incredibly valuable.
it will change him.
Yes. And make him a much tougher, stronger opponent in the future. You go through these events where literally you feel yourself fighting for your life. Yeah? Like, and you come out with a victory is like the greatest happiness.
If you come out with a
loss, the greatest sorrow, but okay, now you have to readjust for your next game.
But still, I can tell you this tournament is unique. Not unique, but it's very different from a female top tournament, because when there are results like 1-0, 0-1, you wouldn't see the players analyzing after the game. You see it
No.
here every day,
Yes.
but it's like for me so fascinating to see it, because I know in our tournaments they go just
Immediately
like
to the
immediately
hotel room.
They run away,
And what
as if there's no morning,
Right. And where do they go to? Do they go to the computer to
I
see
don't know,
where they go
different.
wrong?
Like I don't know what some are doing. I usually go to my room.
Yes.
Then I sometimes I check. It
The
depends how I
tournament.
lost. If I lost, for example, because I was I
Time
knew
trouble or oversight.
when I was outplayed, it's fine. Then I check the game actually, because it's not such a bitter loss. But when I
Right.
didn't win a winning positions or something,
that's painful.
then also I may not check, because I want to be able to play next day.
Right. Right.
So in the most cases, I only then check the games when I think the game was gone, or went in a normal direction.
Right.
For example, when I lost against Hampi in the Grand Prix, I mean, it was a very double-edged game. I mean, I sacrificed the pawn early, and I checked it because I was curious, how to keep my compensation. But it was not a game which felt like devastating, because I lost eventually because I didn't play precisely to keep my compensation. So
Right.
this feels much better as a loss than if you don't like win a winning position or when you blunder in a different way.
Exactly. I think that's a very good way that there are losses. They're
But
different.
Still,
pains.
women don't tend to talk after the game.
No.
No.
That's also one of the things that I absolutely loved about the chess of my era. In the chess of my era, we didn't have the computers, so our games were literally a mystery. So following the game, we oftentimes had postmortems that went incredibly long, like even days long, just because we were all seeking the truth of the position. And the more hands, the better. Right?
You had to seek the truth.
Yes.
Because you had no choice.
Exactly. Now, in the game of Jan versus Andrey, I think this is getting closer and closer
To draw?
to a draw, absolutely.
Even so, I would be still scared that I would lose a g5 pawn. But even if I lose a g5 pawn, it might just be a force.
Exactly. Like if we make a move, I play a bad move. And as you say, I blunder.
And you blunder the bishop.
Oh, no, I
but
blundered the bishop.
Okay, let's skip to take the bishop, to go the knight somewhere else.
Yes,
just to
exactly.
be
Well,
curiosity.
where I really wanted to go actually was here. Like this pawn is not going to. If all four pawns were gone, it'd
It's
be
easier.
easy draw. So what I was trying to say with this move a5 a4 is like figure out some way that I could, get the queenside pawns off the board, right? And I'm a hero. Yay! Yay! I did it.
Yes,
make a draw.
it's going to be almost, I think, impossible to play for a win here. I mean, at least like if you play against someone less experienced, good chances. But I think Esipenko doesn't count as less experienced.
No, and he feels like he's probably in a position that he is confident about being able to draw. Yeah. And again, it's sort of like one of those things. If you put your bishop out of the way, just so that you can go king g4, this knight will tickle these pawns, and it's really rather annoying, actually. Now that
So I don't go for for example, like some very typical way of mindset is like to play a move like knight h6 to prevent king g4 and believe that this way you hold your pawn. But this may sometimes backfire because the king would suddenly go towards e4, d5.
Right.
And then we use the principle of two weaknesses like a7 and the e pawn, which you have to stop. And suddenly the importance of the g5 pawn is not that important anymore.
It's not. No, I think.
But this would be a typical way how an unexperienced player may lose a game.
Yes, for sure. I completely agree with you there. That would be a very sad way of losing as well. Let me just see here. How do I... So if I go back...
You go king g4.
And again, we're just kind of following the principle of that previous line.
Yes.
b4, yeah. So let me tickle the bishop.
You are lucky enough that you have the right a-pawn bishop. Otherwise, it's even easier.
Easier for me to make
But now
the
at least I have
sacrifice.
to be a bit more careful.
Right. But with this guarding, with this king just so brilliantly placed on e7, I really feel that Black's draw is really imminent here now. My intention is to go a4 and to slurp this pawn.
Yes, I think still like it's not a big chance for Nepo
No.
here.
Let's go back to Anish and Pragg for just a moment. Sorry, that was not it. This one. h7, h6, knight b6. Anish
Still thinks.
still thinking.
So he saw the problem with knight d7.
Well, I think he also saw the problem with knight c4.
Yeah.
Knight c4, queen g5. I think, when you play chess long enough, you have that experience of the cold shower, right?
Yeah.
You play a move that you just thought, wow, what great happiness I have. And then your opponent finds an answer that obliterates all your threats, answers every type of threat you ever had, while introducing 6 threats, none of which you're capable of answering. And then comes this feeling of a cold shower.
Yeah, I know. You get even this kind of, not even the feeling, you feel sometimes this coldness going through your stomach, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's quite, I must say, you have enough of those cold shower moments, and it's like, oh boy, why did I get out of bed this morning? Okay, how did we refute knight d7 in the game of Anish versus
You played
Pragg?
d5.
We did play d5, and how did we refute the queen coming in?
We said rook takes f3.
Rook takes f3.
Something like that.
I feel like I have to just double check.
But actually, here, after queen e7, the question is like, if you have to play rook takes f3, but maybe.
Well, the problem is if it's good or not, right? Am I on the right zone here? Knight e7, d5, queen e7. Was there an alternative? Oh, you could play rook f7, of course.
And you can't yet. That's what we had, actually, because you cannot take this
the
beauty.
rook on f. Yes,
Yeah.
the poison beauty. Yes, very good.
No,
Well,
I think you have to take on d5 and then play queen e5 or something like that.
You think we have to say it again?
I mean,
please?
knight e7, and then after d5 you have to take.
Okay.
And then if you go king h8, something like queen e5.
Just play this position.
And after rook f3, it wasn't working because of queen e8 and queen e4. Yes, but something like this should be coming. And I mean, here you can of course take knight takes f3 and queen t7, but eventually the c5 pawn is also hanging, no?
Right. But once again, rook f3, queen check, king e4. And was this where we were playing knight c5 or something crazy?
Yes, and here knight c5, yes. And here we decreed that you don't have the mate on f1 because your rook is not capable of executing the mate.
I agreed, but very reluctantly. Very well. Okay, now that you mention it, young lady.
And if I make a Luftloch, h3, you take my... No, you can't take my knight. You can maybe. You may be able to take on c5.
But you have a check
On
on
b7.
Check on b7.
Yes, that's very important.
That's
check.
nasty.
That's a check you may miss. Yes, so it doesn't work.
Whoa. I'm not finished with you yet. Just a second.
Why? Yes, sir. But it's not made if I go queen b7, rook e7, no?
And you're not mated. Darn it.
I think so, no?
You're right. Queen b7 sidesteps a lot of my cheap...
And rook e7.
My
And I hold like a soldier.
Yes. A lot of my cheapo possibilities have suddenly been greatly reduced.
Yeah.
Wow. Great stuff. I mean, a lot of very hidden tactics
but it can
lurking
be that
in the shadows.
That you miss something. But okay. Anyway, maybe it's a good moment to take a break.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, you did such a marvelous job with Boris, our guest of honor.
Yes.
And it was nice of you. And we will take a break, and we'll be right back. We do have knight d7 on the board with Anish, but 3 games in play. 2 games have made a draw. Very importantly, Wesley So and Levon Aronian, our tournament leader, made a draw, keeping Levon 1 point in the lead. We'll see you on the other side of our broadcast.
Welcome back to round 6 WR Masters. Back with lovely Yasser.
Lovely Lizzie. Lovely Lizzie. I didn't expect what we have on the board between Jan and Andrey. When we left it, I thought Black's king was sitting absolutely perfectly pretty on the e7 square. And I never foresaw any kind of future where it would ever give up that square. That was a magic square for me. And somewhere around here, Andrey convinced himself that, well, he needed the square for his knight. And he didn't put his king back on e7 at all.
I don't
Which
understand.
is leaving your commentators a little bit mysterious. And we have reached a position where suddenly the bishop from the long range is really causing great problems. This could easily, you put the pawn here, the king here, Black's two pieces, the king and the knight, are frozen.
Yes, but
This could be losing.
You think this is losing?
It could be. I'm just saying, if I go, let's say I get a move for free, yeah? Let's say you play a bad move, I play a decent move, you play a bad move, I play a decent move.
Can I just ask, my question is, can
Yes,
I
please.
wait, like with, let's say, knight e7? I mean,
Yes.
after you play e6. Let's wait for you to play
Okay,
e6.
I will play e6. I'll fall for your
Okay.
dastardly
Knight
trap.
d5 check.
And this is what I wanted, yes. You gave me everything.
Knight e7.
Yes.
I mean, I
And-
just want to see it. That's
Yes, and so I will desperately want to...
knight f5.
Yes,
Knight e7.
yes. And this is where
And knight c8.
Knight c8. Very good.
You have knight c8 and knight f5, which will save.
So you always have enough
It looks like
squares that I won't be able to zook you.
knight e7.
Ah.
And even if you go to f6, I have g8 square, so you cannot protect f5, c8, and g8 in the same time. And that's what probably secures me still the draw. I guess, I don't know.
Wow.
My concern is whether if you go with the king to d6 and try this angle. But maybe I don't allow you.
You mean from a starting position, like somehow I maneuver my king
But then
to
I go
this?
king c7 maybe, no? And I will be back on track. I will not let you to d6.
Well, I felt what you allowed me to do was you allowed me to achieve what I thought was my ultimate. And if
Chance, yeah.
that is a draw, and your knight has so many squares that I can't control, then it should be a draw. Woof! Because for a moment there, I was just like, wow, this is so easy to lose. And let's just see what has happened. I'm going to update my board. We have a pawn going to b4. Okay, now this is Jan basically saying, I'm going to try to deny you some squares.
Yes, but actually c6 was never among the squares I needed.
That I needed, yeah. So in any case, let's say we go check. This is, no, you cannot. That's a poison square. I would have knight f4 in that case. So, sometimes I get myself confused.
Let's say knight e7, king e6. Something
I'm
like
just
this.
looking at knight f4, e6, knight h3, e7, king up, queen g2, but you must win that. I got a knight on h3, but it's like weird. Okay, sorry. Yeah, and he has played knight d5 check in the position. This is the game position. Knight d5 check. What's your immediate take? Draw or
I would still think it's a draw by feeling.
my feeling? Okay, then I was fearful that it was a win by calculation.
I would just assume it by intuition and feeling. But, I mean,
And I
like,
rely upon.
on the other hand, like when we look at the logic.
Yes.
The logic, like by Esipenko to voluntarily give all these opportunities, should mean that he must be quite convinced, because he
Yes.
was not supposed to allow all this.
No, he was not supposed to allow it. He did it, and he did it more or less voluntarily. This pawn on g3, one of the really irritating things about this pawn on g3 is it does keep my bishop honest. I mean, I have to constantly patrol the g2 square. It's not like I can,
But-
put my bishop on h7 to defend g8 or...
I mean, for example, if I play knight e7, you go king e6, and I go knight c8.
Yes. Okay, because you were mentioning that you were a little bit worried that the king could
So
come
after
to...
king d5, I go yes.
So I definitely do not want to allow you to play
Okay, king c7.
Ah. So king c7 again, yes.
And that's how I wait until you play e6.
Okay. So your goal is...
I can play even king c7. You can never take on the knight because of g2.
That's exactly right.
That's how I will wait and see what you are coming up with.
Indeed. And can I do something as cold-blooded as running back towards the g3 pawn?
This is something I was rather afraid of.
But maybe not with any worries, actually.
Yes, I have a check.
That's pretty simple. And, oops.
No, I still believe it should be fairly draw. But maybe, Nepo will teach us something we didn't have seen.
and we could do something like this, but then just king here and king d6. Very, very nice.
Maybe even here white should be careful.
That he doesn't go. And Andrey is reaching for his knight, just retreats, more or less challenging Nepo to break his fortress. We'll see if he can. Vincent's game. Duda has been applying, I would say, the pressure rather carefully for a long while.
Still, it's a very far way for winning this game, no?
Indeed, but that's the way you win in this top level, is you just somehow you
Squeeze
get
and
some
squeeze.
advantage that you keep nurturing, you building up, and it's not like the guy just collapses. It's just sort of like, all of the
play,
pressure has built, and you just can't stop further inroads. Material is even. It's just that White is enjoying a much better coordination of his pieces. If, for example, Black's rook from e7 were on the a2 square.
Well, I'm threatening currently rook a7, actually. It's a threat. I mean,
Yes,
positional one, but you can play rook a3 or something.
rook a3. I was also considering, just
But then I saw I have rook b7.
rook b7, bishop here.
Oh,
Starts
that
to be a
was-
little bit awkward, right?
no, this I don't want. You're right.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. Better to avoid that. But it's one of those things that Vincent has been playing again. So many of his moves have been very, very good moves. He hasn't had great. He did get the victory, which was very, very needed. But it seems like sometimes in difficult defensive positions, he doesn't quite have the technique, the discipline to manage
Well,
them through.
that's what I meant with the experience.
Variance factor,
He still needs.
We do have a move. What did he do? Knight d8, yes. So something like knight a4. By the way, did you speak to Boris about the twiddling pieces?
No, I thought I keep this anecdote for you to meet
Ah,
him, because
good,
it was
good.
for me
Oh.
a little bit strange if I tell him about the anecdote when it is
Right.
from you. So I
Yeah.
thought I will keep this
Uh-huh,
for another
okay.
time.
Now I have something to look forward
Because
to.
I think
yes.
he's coming back at
Oh,
some point
absolutely.
to the
Okay.
commentary, so I didn't want to take this nice
My
anecdote.
thunder, yes, very good. Okay, well, I definitely have something to look forward to with tickling Boris there. Knight d8 on the board, and Duda, in search of his first victory, has
Yes,
advantage.
smile.
Sure, the computer is not assessing this as anything major, but equally, I can tell you that as a human player, you're happy when you get the draw and you run away to your hotel room and say, "Phew, glad that was over with."
Actually, like Jan Duda
Yes.
has a very sneaky smile
Yeah.
while he was thinking. Yeah.
Sly.
Like, I see he must have enjoyed this moment, or he must enjoy the moment and the process of grinding this position.
Exactly.
I mean, for me, such a kind of position would be like horror with Pragg, because I know that I'm sitting there for hours and hours and hours, and I'm not sure I will manage to defend until the very end.
Right.
And it's not a position which is actually very cheerful.
No. It's ironic, isn't it, that you take this one little wiki over here and you just slide it over one square.
Yes, if this was
And there's
legal.
nothing. There's just nothing. The pawn on c6 goes to d6, and it's an absolutely even position. And the players would make a draw without hesitation.
Actually, now comes the moment when I'm actually wondering how you will keep the threat bishop b6 and the pawn on c6 in the same moment. You have to play bishop d7, I guess. But it looks weird.
Bishop to d7.
And because the
in order.
threat is
Yes,
bishop b6.
and you would rather have your knight on e6 and maybe your bishop on I think in some ways the bishop is a better defender than the knight. The knight is a great blockader, right? But bishops defend, bad pawns very well. And here I would imagine bishop d7 is the right move. Sorry, I interrupted you, Liz.
No, I mean, like, the question is like, I mean, bishop d7 is the only move which would not lose a pawn here, right?
Yeah, and I do want to make room, more importantly, also for, the knight to get to a better square.
I was just thinking, I mean, like, your next move is knight e6.
Correct.
So maybe I can play rook b3.
Okay, rook b3. I'll fall for it. Go ahead.
And let's say I start with rook b8. Just.
Okay, I'll fall for it. This was like the setup I wanted. The bishop defends the pawn, the knight
Is ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm more or less hoping that one day my rook will find a good square, d7, and the knight will find a square on d4, and there will be a mighty cheer from the crowd.
What is also, I think, important to mention here, the rook exchange would definitely help Black more than
Oh,
White.
very much so.
That's very important to mention, because a rook exchange would mean for Vincent he would be very happy, because this opposites colored bishops alone would have a very good chance for making an easy draw.
Yeah, I almost start to think about, just as what you said, like, should I bail, like in this position after, for example, a move like rook a? Would I even voluntarily play a move like c5 in order to get this bishops of opposite color? I probably would not. In this particular case, I have rook b7 as a very good alternative to sacrificing the pawn, but it does enter my mind, like, let's jettison that pawn, let's get a bishops of opposite color ending, and I'm pretty sure I can hold the position. And let me just take a quick check with a game of Nepo, because when we left it, we didn't think it was winning for Jan, and I see some score sheets being settled. It might be a draw.
Yes, either it's a draw or they got a new score sheet.
Or they now get their second score sheet and they update their score sheet.
Yes, that's what I meant. They get a new score sheet, yeah.
Right. Yeah, it looks like they're still at the board. Hard fighting. You know, another great story I'd just like to tell about the rules, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So again, I've mentioned to you that amateur players, and most especially the general public, have this wrong impression of chess as being fixed. Hundreds of years. We've all played the same rules. Always. And how the rules keep changing. I told you about the 75 move rule, but one of my favorite stories had to deal with Sammy Reshevsky. Do you know of the name Sammy
Reshevsky, I know a game
Reshevsky?
between Fischer and Reshevsky,
Okay.
which I was very much thrilled by because of some Zugzwang in the middle game.
Brilliant.
No, in the end game, actually. It was one of
Yeah.
my favorite games of Bobby Fischer.
Right.
And I know it was against Reshevsky, so...
Okay. So these were two giants of American chess, and Sammy Reshevsky was notoriously famous for getting into time trouble. He was one of those people literally who had 2 minutes on the clock to make 15 moves. And it was always by the skin of his teeth.
And they didn't have this increment which
and
we have
the
nowadays,
flags
yes.
was going up. Digital clocks weren't invented, so it was all analog. You wind them up. Yep. So in those days, it goes back and forth. Today, the arbiter interferes. If your flag falls, the arbiter jumps in and stops and says, "You down. I saw your flag fall." Yeah. But there was a time when there was no outside of interference. It was your responsibility to say your flag.
To claim the flag, yes.
And you had to stop the clock while your clock was still up. In other words, if you pointed out your flag is down and your clock's ticking and your clock ticked to 0, then it was a draw. Yeah, even though you were the first to point it out. Anyway, it was one of those moments where there was no outside interference. And there was a very famous tournament in the United States, the U.S. Open. The United States Chess Federation each and every year organizes this great tournament. And
Was it already at this time when they had to bring their own chess sets and everything?
oh yeah, they still do.
They still do, but I saw like maybe in the past they were more normal about that.
Well, maybe on the top boards they provided the sets. But there was Sammy and his opponent on the stage, 200 people in the audience, Sammy's wife in the front row. Sammy is in his habitual time trouble, and his opponent is thinking, but his opponent has more time. But as Sammy is making the moves, the opponent is also getting deeper and deeper into time trouble, and eventually Sammy's wife in the front row jumps out of her seat and shouts it at the top of her lungs, "Flag! Flag!"
But was it allowed
Flag.
at this time that someone from outside could even?
No, outside interference was not allowed. So everybody was shocked. Sammy says, "Yeah, I win. You lose. Your flag is down." And the opponent, is kind of tasered by this reaction of the wife, says, well, wait a minute, outside interference. And the referee says, yes, the game must continue. No, says Sammy Reshevsky, there was no outside interference. Now, come on, Sammy, it was 200 witnesses that heard your wife. No, that's not outside interference. According to Talmudic law, my wife and I are one flesh.
Yes, that's a good one.
You like it?
Yes.
My wife and I are one flesh. Sammy won the appeal and won the game by forfeit, according to Talmudic law. Find that in your FIDE handbook. Yeah. So King C7, the game is still going on, and this is Nepo is maybe a little bit incredulous, but I think he's discovering the same thing we did, that Black is safe. His
No, I
knight
think
is
there's nothing to worry about.
right. His knight is just you ready to the king can go back and forth, and the knight will have enough squares that you can't get zugzwanged.
Actually, maybe we should go back to the game of Giri against
Please.
Pragg, because this was at least...
Action?
Oh, he just played rook f7.
Yes.
We calculated d5, but rook f7
I think we went queen e8 check and queen e4 check, didn't we?
in the position including d5. In this position we
Aha.
didn't, but question is, imagine we would do that. He would just play knight f5 or something like that.
Against the second
I
check.
mean, like, for example, we give a check, you go
Yes.
king h7, we give a check, and now knight f5.
Fair. Knight
What about
f5
g4?
I don't disagree with, but if at the moment, a lot of things are hanging in the position, no?
You simply go g6.
Well, I wouldn't quite put it like that, but yeah. I will try to go g6. And I have this very nasty idea. If you go queen here, I go king g7. And if you follow up with what you think is the natural move, rook e7, I have knight here. So I go queen g5
That's
check.
sneaky.
Isn't that dirty?
That's very dirty.
I'm so proud of myself. Just a second. So rook f7. Again, we've just been looking at the possibility of getting a couple of checks in, forcing g6.
I mean, I was thinking about queen e7, but unfortunately it's not a perpetual check.
No.
My rook should be on d7, and then we talk.
Yes. There's something very strange about this position that white can't just play the crushing move, devastating move, knight e7, and in
But
fact,
maybe I go h4 now.
Yeah, but don't you feel like somehow white is the one who is vulnerable? It's not black's pieces that are vulnerable. It's the white king that is. Like, for example, suppose I play queen here at this moment after h4.
Yes, actually black pretty much consolidates. And
Doesn't it
I'm
feel
lacking,
weird?
I'm lacking like counterplay.
Yeah.
So let's go back. Maybe like after rook f7 we have something else.
Okay.
We should maybe not even allow you all this g6 stuff.
Right. Like that just kind of help black untangle a little bit his king side and kind of helped his forces with king g7 and rook f7.
On the other hand, like we don't.
You need
I mean,
to move.
rook d7 is a threat.
True.
Can we play rook b1 and pretend
Yes, I like the pretend part.
everything is fine?
I like it.
Even like rook takes d7 here is interesting, but probably then I can really like just take. Well, this I'm not sure, but maybe yes. But I thought like queen e8, queen d7 is easier.
Okay.
Unless you have a mating attack, which I don't think you have.
Especially since queen f5 check
Yeah.
shows up on the board. Right. Okay. So rook b1 looks like the best. Now, I can try to shut things down with knight b3, but I should just see for a moment. Rook b1. That looks like a really good move.
I mean, at least it would be like, according to the rules, you should bring more attackers into this position, right?
Definitely.
So,
I like those rules.
question is, like, if I can somehow... Okay, rook b8 is a threat.
It mates in two.
Yes, you have a check on e2, which I would say is not dangerous.
Me either.
Let's assume that.
To be true.
Yes.
I mean, I can play the move knight b3, but the reason why my rook on f7 was not vulnerable is because the rook was on e1,
Yeah.
and it's no longer on e1. So Anish, is he being presented with an opportunity of the moment of the game here? Where was it? It was in Vaikanze. Somebody, I think it was in the final round, wasn't it?
He was in the final
That-
round winning against Nodirbek, no? Or was it?
No, that
no,
was
it was
Jordi.
Jordi was winning
who
against
won
Nodirbek.
against-
Someone won against Nodirbek, yeah.
But Anish won against somebody, and he won against Richard Rapport, I believe, where Richard allowed this combination. And, you know,
Yes, he
Anish,
missed this combination, I remember, yeah.
yeah, and Anish was like very nervous because, you know, he immediately saw the combination, of course, and he felt to himself like, oh my God, I'm going to win the Vaikanze, and he had to calm himself down. But this is the type of move, rook b1, that if your opponent has missed this move, it turns the tables completely. You're threatening mate, you got your rook out of hock, and you're threatening...
Well, I doubt that actually Pragg would miss such a move. But the question still remains what to do.
Exactly. Knight b3 stops mate, and that's very good, but it costs you your rook after queen e8. So all I ask is that you find a defense. Queen f4, rook
I mean,
b8.
like knight takes f3 doesn't help, right?
Well, okay, but it's also kinds of a desperation, right? That smacks of desperation that you're giving up this knight.
No, here I don't see why I should... Hang on. I go... Oh no, I can't take on d7 because you also have rook b8 check, because I
Correct.
thought like you go queen e8, for example, like you
Yes.
take, queen e8, king h7, let's say queen takes d7, and then something like queen e3, and I was hoping to get the rook back, but even after king g2 I will not do this, actually.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. And then again, so are we at that cold shower moment for Pragg? Because, okay, it's a long day for us broadcasting and commentating, but this looks...
But it's still Anish to move, right? And
he has to play rook b1, which is not the hardest move in the world to find.
because you're lacking actually like alternatives, to be honest.
Well, you want to mate on the back rank, and if you can't mate with the queen on the back rank, the second option is the rook. So rook b1 sort of
Let me
suggests
see.
itself.
I want to see if I find something else.
You can play a move like knight f5,
Yeah, but then
But
there's queen e8 check.
queen
no?
e8 check again. So rook f5, I don't believe.
But do you? I mean, like, do you think this is lost for Pragg?
Could be.
This is like something like I couldn't believe.
Like just like,
it's
magical
hard to
bolt
believe.
of lightning or something. No, it's not so difficult for me to believe. These are the positions where, come on, those are big attacking forces, rook, queen, and knight, for both sides, right? And a single error, psh, that's it, ball game.
Okay, if I play g5, you have queen g6 check as well. No, okay. Well, the most puzzling thing would be if Anish doesn't play rook b1.
That would be very puzzling indeed. And by the way, if I was to make such a suggestion against Viktor Korchnoi after g5, I'd say, Victor, you have g5. He'd look at me and go, yes, sir. Pawns don't move backwards. He was great at that.
Actually, like I saw Korchnoi a couple of times, but I only had a chance to speak to his wife, actually, because he was
Petra.
always like, yeah, Petra. Because he was always like very much focused on the chess tournament.
Always,
actually.
yeah. Petra was focused on life and Victor was focused on chess.
Yes, but
They're a
okay, actually
perfect
Petra
couple.
was very good for him in this
Yes.
way. Yeah.
Yes. I'm being very unfair. You found this move rook b1, and I'm looking and I'm just like, okay, g5.
I'm
knight
trying now
f3.
to find the defend. Hang
Yeah,
on.
right, exactly. Like rook f5 is not a move either. I mean, it's just
I mean, after rook f5, you can hypothetically just give a check and have knight f8 check if you're bored.
precisely. That's exactly what I was thinking as well.
So let's assume that Anish found the move rook b1. Is he now searching for the defense? And like trying to double or triple or
Check. and
quadruple check whether he missed something?
Quite possibly, but at a certain moment you just have to say, I don't have an alternative to rook b1.
Yes, I mean, for the first time in this
Oh my
tournament...
gosh, he's reaching for his king. Whoa. He's reaching for his king. Let me try to understand where
For the very
he's
first
going
time...
to play king f1. Pardon me. Yes,
in the
please.
very first time in this tournament, I would like to see the engine move.
I know.
Here's this moment.
Well, we are in fact...
No.
And he's done it, king f1.
But this is also a strong move,
our
actually.
curiosity is killing us. Sagar, would you be so kind to tell us what rook b1... rook d7 somehow, and that saves the game for black?
It wins for Pragg.
Whoa. We've missed something very critical.
Okay, it's probably like because of the coordination of pieces.
We have seen such ideas, but we have gone check, we've taken the rook, and now how does the queen and knight coordinate to win here? What have we missed? Because
Knight e2, knight c1, stuff like this.
but there's always queen f5 check.
Okay, maybe we should be a little bit more clever.
Indeed, we have to
How
be very
about
clever.
we start with queen d3?
Queen d3 is clever, but I would
have
be
rook f1,
stunned if
no?
this was winning for the second player. I could play rook e1, right? I would be very, very surprised. So we're missing something pretty evil. I'll put it like that. Rook b1, rook d7, and queen e8 check. Let me get rid of this arrow. Apologies for that, king. Queen takes. Wow, this is a puzzle rush where I'm going to get a first strike. Knight takes f3. No, don't believe that.
But this just underlines how strong are these players, you know?
That they could pick up on this. Okay, but come on, just a second. Long day, but wow, holy smoke! So after queen takes d7, queen e3 check, king has to go.
Yes. And you just move with a pawn.
c4.
Because, okay, you can't do anything. Your rook is bound to the protection and the pawn is very quick. Probably.
In the immortal words of Bent Larson. Nobody believes you. That's remarkable. Wow. I take a pawn, and then somehow the c3 pawn just wins by itself? That is crazy. Wow. Okay. This tournament is just...
It's not for us, actually, in
to
a way of
understand.
understanding it all, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's
I
like
am
chess from a different planet.
I'm in
seems.
awe. I would certainly have been victimized. I would have found the move rook b1, and I would have played it. And I would have been victimized by the queen and knight winning against the queen and rook. Thank you to Sagar, who is
For assistance.
for helping our curiosity. But now I feel like the cat who got killed. Like, why did I
But
ask?
you know what could be like the case that maybe they couldn't calculate the precise win here, but by intuition and by logics, like to see the queen is off the discussion with the queen on d7.
Yes.
We have a very weak king, and
Yeah.
I have a very strong c-pawn and the knight who's dominating the position. So maybe
Right.
they just evaluate from the kind of logics about king safety and trump cards like the c-pawn.
Wow. No matter what it is, that is a remarkable find indeed. And taking it even further, we have the move king f1, which maybe addresses the issue of a weak king, seeking a little bit safer king, and renewing the main threat in the position, which I believe is queen e8 check. Now that our rook has been defended,
And
of
at
course.
least in this way, the coordination still is intact compared to.
Yes, a
the
moment ago
other.
when maybe our...
But the question is, can I still take on d7 and go for the same line?
Well, let's have a look at that. I mean, having said, if it worked once, it's got to work twice, right?
I mean, the only difference is that my king is not on h1, which is good.
Yes, and the rook may be a little bit vulnerable on b1. But now if you go here, yes.
Something
So-
like that.
So one of the things is I can play rook to e7 and maybe force you to give me a perpetual check in certain cases, yeah?
But even this is not so clear.
What, that...
I mean, this position is not so clear.
No, on the contrary, I think it's one of those three result possibilities and likely a draw because I'm willing to allow a perpetual check.
Yeah. So this is a different story, yes.
Yes. At least as you were describing it and in your listing, my king is not
That.
vulnerable anymore. Wow. Let's leave this game alone, only because I feel it's jinxing us.
Yeah.
We have had such difficulties trying to understand it. And in this game, Vincent, thanks to this last move, knight c5, is feeling a little bit more optimistic.
But why you play voluntary knight c5?
I think he just kind of came to the end of his...
Wisdom.
yeah, like he didn't know how to...
This is a draw offer. I mean, at least I would interpret it as a draw offer, right? Because it will stop the chances of... But maybe you cannot break through.
Well, another way of looking at... Let's say you take, right?
Yes, I
And
would
let's say I
instantly
take.
grab this.
And it's your turn.
Okay, I understand you want to play bishop d6, so I will bishop e6, yes.
Yeah,
Go bishop
okay.
d6 nonetheless.
I go here. So what my intention is, whether it works or not, is to play very slowly, king here, g3, f3, f4, and then if I can force you to take, then I'll get d4. I mean, I'll leave you with this weak pawn that you'll be nursing for a long time.
Yeah, so you change the structure of the position and the character, and maybe like... You're right, because for me it would have been interpreted as immediately something which is not like
Yeah.
dangerous anymore, but the more you look at it, maybe it's even still very dangerous.
Well, it's like that game between Anish and Gukesh, where Gukesh defended like a genius for 30 moves in the most difficult bishops of opposite color position I can imagine, and was rewarded for his tenacity.
Yes, bishop d7 actually is maybe even more useful because you can activate the rook with rook a7.
Okay, so let's not allow you to activate the rook with rook a7.
Okay, rook c8,
Okay.
king e6.
Aha!
Haha.
Now I've got you where I
Moving.
want you. Where I get to play f4, f5 like a genius one day. Ha!
Rook a8.
What did you tell me about the wonderful German player?
Which wonderful German player?
Unsicker.
I
Was
didn't
it-
tell you anything about Unsicker because I never talked, I think, about... this one. This
I am not
Unsicker,
going-
but he
this
was a
Unsicker.
victim
Yes,
of this.
he was. Oh, I did it wrongly. Yeah, bishop ace. I'm trying to keep the rook.
But okay, let's imagine I played g5 and I will never allow you this f4 stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, can't
So
we?
why I should have problems here? Here actually I'm quite pleased.
Are we pleased?
Very pleased.
Okay, I'm not sure that you have any rights to be pleased.
No, okay, the thing is like you have much more experience than me.
No. Just the
But-
position.
Okay, I take.
Okay.
And then go rook
now
g8.
rook g8
And maybe I'm more pleased
than ever before.
than ever before.
I understand you.
Mhm.
So now I can't disturb you any other way but by playing f d4 and okay. Still, it's a long way from
From winning.
what I'd hope would be winning. But yes, that is right.
So if I take even on d4 play rook g4, okay, but anyway, we are very, very far now.
Right. This
But
is
I think it's still not so trivial.
I have once really squeezed those bishops of opposite color in such a terrible, terrible way. I almost felt sympathetic for my opponent that it was, f5 check and bishop takes f6 checks. And, it was just terrible, terrible. In any case, Vincent, by the way, rook b8 on the board to stop the rook a7 that
So
you
rook
mentioned.
c8 will be played. No. He now plays bishop e6.
He now played bishop e6. Whoa.
Why
Okay,
not?
your guess is as good as mine. He wants to put it... Wow. Why did he play bishop e6 in that? I understand him. So he wants, for example, after h4, rook c8, rook, he doesn't want to be pinned.
But he is not like pinned with the king on e6, or you think he's seriously pinned? I mean, he's not pinned, but anyway, I can try g3, f4 now, and this you cannot prevent, no?
Okay, but now I've got my active rook, and I will
Bishop a7, you get nothing. I stay with your idea. You gave me the best idea ever.
I must
I'm
learn
learning
to.
from the best, you know.
I must learn to conserve my resources.
Yes, in a better way.
Very nice. Yes, why not?
It's not so okay, but maybe I can still, like, after F4 even push F5 in some way. But yeah, it's not that simple.
Here we go. You see, one of the things these grandmasters try to do is not just squeeze water from stone, but they don't get these opportunities to have an advantage so much. So when they do come around, they like to play them to the last measure. H3, H4 on the board. Now the question for Vincent is, obviously he's searching for some kinds of freedom. Is G5 completely... Yes, of course, in this case G5 is...
That's why actually I like the king on E6, because I was able to play G5.
Exactly. You had covered the D6 square. Very good, Lizzie. Very good.
And now it's very hard to find a move. I mean, also, like, what I didn't understand, he played bishop E6 move very quickly, because I saw it. In the moment, like, just now. I mean, he played here the move bishop E6 super, super quickly.
Yeah, when we were really expecting rook C8, that is true. Played bishop E6, H4, rook C8 now. Nothing to discuss. I'm sure we will find rook here.
And king G6.
And I'm sure his intention, at least, is to walk towards G6. And if we see rook A8, bishop A7 on the board, the German fans will be saying, "Don't you know you're unsicher?"
Poor guy.
Poor guy. Yes. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. And again, wow. Yeah, Jan is coming to the cold realization that he's achieved his maximum and it's not enough.
Now he's playing E6, which is not helping, I think, in this way.
Right, and I think you described it best. You play knight D5 here.
Or knight C8. You can choose.
You can even choose?
Yeah.
I like the move knight D5 because it somehow stopped king F6 to E5. But knight C8, if you can choose as that one as well.
Yeah, because I always have king C7 if you go with king E5. I will not let you, or even if you go king D6, I have knight C8. No, this might be tricky, but I will not let you, because I have, in the moment you play king E5, I have king C7.
So just to show our fans what we're talking about is that if you do make an attempt to cross to the D6 square, Lizzie is saying she'll meet us at the pass with the move king C7. Yes. E6 on the board. I feel like yourself that black has achieved a fortress. And once again, after king F1 Pragg, can you imagine? They made the time control. Yay! Of move 40. And they get 1 hour extra for the next time control to move 60.
And they spent already 40 minutes.
2 moves. Both players have made 2 moves, and both players have spent 37 minutes on those 2 moves. I speak about the game between Anish, Giri, and Pragg. That's a lot of time. It means to say that they're analyzing some very, very difficult choices for themselves. And this move, king F1, has also stopped Pragg. Whoa. He took the knight.
He still took the knight, but here at least this
Check.
version is a bit better for
White. His
for
king
white
is,
compared to the other version.
and there goes the rooks. The rook is slurped, I mean to say. Now you should all know the puzzle rush tactic. That
Is he playing C4?
after knight C2, queen C5, queen f5 check, and rook e8 is mate.
No, he
Which
played
is why he played
something.
queen d3, I think. I think he played queen d3. Yes, queen d3
And
check.
what happens after rook e7?
Queen d3 check, sorry.
Oh, it's a check. Okay, king f2.
Yeah. And that's an indication also of a perpet on f4.
No, he plays
No.
c4.
No. No perpet for you, says Pragg.
He's still
And the
trying.
players are beginning to speed up their play. By the way, 13 minutes. 13 minutes for 15 moves for Pragg after the move c4.
It's quite little.
Yeah, you begin to get nervous, all right.
So if I play rook e7 now, you go queen g6?
Rook e7, the two moves I have is knight f5.
Yes, which I don't like that you
Doesn't
have this
matter.
move.
Yeah, me either. I was more afraid if I was black, I'd be a little bit more afraid that the pawn on c4 is not fast enough. And that after c4, I will play rook to e8.
But
And
you have to still compose a threat.
I'm getting there. And if you go c3, I will go
Queen f7 or this way?
maybe this way. And if you go here, I will show you my magic trick.
I'm sure. King g5.
Ha ha ha. As you get on your...
Okay, I have to now take.
correct.
And you go g3? No. I mean, I'm wondering who's made it first. You know?
I got a very strong impression. It might just be you.
King h5.
Yeah.
At least I have a perpetual check, right?
I might have more than that.
This move is a tiny bit
Annoying.
All right.
Yeah. So this threat of...
Hang on, king h4. You have queen f4. It's okay. It's okay.
No. Let me show you and the audience
How to mate.
how to checkmate on g4. Yes. So I'm just a little bit... If I was in Prague's shoes, I'd be a little
But
bit...
I always have the perpetual check, no? With queen d2 and queen g5.
Correct.
In a way, I mean...
Yes, you're
I
not
don't think
risking...
I don't think you can go king g3 out. I mean, you can, but I have my doubts because of queen f2 check. But who knows?
Now you're making me think about it.
So, queen d2, let's say.
Yes, I probably won't think about it too much longer.
No, but why not king g3? I mean, just to check it at least.
Whoa. Did he take a pawn? What a pawn grubber. I was very, very surprised by Anish's decision here. So I was thinking rook e7 at first.
You looked for the active defense.
And then I was looking for rook e8 and the active attacking defense, yeah? Is this the clean defense?
c3, queen d1. And then I block with a queen.
c3, queen
This is the
d1.
Anish defense.
The Anish. It's the passive defense or the good defense?
But still, like, it's, I mean, like, after queen a4, still Pragg has a choice of making a draw or not.
After queen 8. Well, I'm just still fascinated by the coordination of the queen knight.
Okay, rook e4.
Rook e4 c2.
Rook, queen c1.
Rook e4 c2 queen c1.
And I know I don't threat rook takes c4. It's a check.
Correct.
That's a new switch I don't like.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, it would be a dream come true, of course, if you could interpose queen
Yeah, but you
takes
can't,
check.
yeah.
But for the moment, not possible. So queen a4.
I mean, this
Wow.
is a move probably like I wouldn't have considered.
And
deeper.
especially with little time,
But we missed after c3, rook d1. We
Did
can
we?
give a check, but we don't care.
You don't care.
Well, I have no
I would-
choice, yeah?
I would.
No, but king g3 maybe, no?
Oh, of course, king g3. Thank you. Okay.
I don't go on the mating pattern. I go free with the king pattern.
Well, I think you're busted. In the words of somebody famous, I think you're busted.
C2 is also very interesting.
Right. And now the rook has to...
Honestly, I don't believe it myself.
Yeah, it's sort of like knight e3, right? These kind of things.
A knight e5 mating patterns.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust them either. Okay. What does it all mean?
So, well, this is good that you passed me this question and I should answer it. That's very nice of you. Did you play c3?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Because actually, like, what it all means, we should pass to Anish.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, like, today is a day when I understand that I understand nothing.
Right. Well, again, this game has been like our X game. You know, you have the X Factor on television, and this game has been somehow breaking our commentary rules, and we have our beautiful principles and rules, and so many strange things and twists in this game that we couldn't have guessed. C3. Yeah, I don't like rook d1, but your queen d1 was fascinating.
But
tell me what we did again after queen d1 and
we
how.
We just went queen c4.
Okay.
And then the problem was that even rook e4 is not doing much.
Okay.
Because of c2. And then we couldn't take ever on d4 because it was a check. But we forgot about the move king e3.
¿Qué pasa? What?
King e3 here.
King e3?
Yes, the king is a very brilliant attacking piece.
What did you have for breakfast? King e3. That's really wild.
You have to go like knight f5, and I go back. Okay. I'm not sure I'm gaining anything, but I get away.
The queen and knight coordination for a moment. So c2.
Yeah, just for a moment. So queen d2.
Queen d2. I don't know. Queen e3.
No, I mean, I agree with you that this is looking super dangerous, but, and here comes the but.
Here comes the but.
Still trying to fight it. King e2? Because king f1 runs into knight e3, which
that was what I...
That was your trick, I know.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, you felt it. Very good. Huh. How about that? That's a big surprise for me. I just kind of came to
honestly, I don't believe it, but I mean, like, lacking alternatives, what to do?
Right. Wow. Okay, let's refresh the current position, and we're expecting once again. I had this crazy idea, a completely different notion, if you don't mind. Queen d1 for just a moment. Your move king e3 kind of bugged me out. I always liked what you call the active defense here.
But another question after c2?
Yes. c1, yes. Let's just see what I have in mind. Check. But is this... Am I running... You have to play queen g8, right?
But I have a perpetual check with... No, you have king f6. I mean, like, after king g8?
King g8?
I have queen a... No, queen a8 doesn't help me. No, it helps me.
It helps me a lot.
And it's still a draw.
Correct.
Because I have queen c8, only move to... And then rook e8. And hang on, you can play king h7. No, it's not mate, so you have to take... Yes, and this is also a draw.
Because I will pick up your knight, thanks to the double...
Yeah, or I make a perpetual check on the 7th and 8th rank. Yeah. Okay.
So I was in a different, and you played king e3, and it.
Yes, but let's go back to the position after rook e7 because it's not like that c2 is the only move, right?
Of course not.
So c2 should be fine. And now.
Maybe knight f5.
Yes.
That stops queen e4. That's a very, very nice move, Liz. No, that's a very fine move.
Yes, and this wouldn't work. The active defense here.
And he's reached for his queen. He has played queen d1. We do expect queen c4.
And now we get to see king e3.
If we see king e3, it's sort of like...
Let's bet. What move is
I will deny myself a chocolate torte.
Okay, Okay, let's first wait for Queen C4 because I think like he doesn't have much alternatives. At
Right.
least let's assume that.
Yeah.
And then we can have a bet.
No, I'm thinking, okay, how are you with your push-ups?
Very bad. I mean, like I'm so much out of shape. And I was like swearing to myself that I should do more sports.
Do
And
more sports.
since the Grand Prix Munich started, like I felt too tired to even go for the gym.
To the gymnasium. So I was about to say, we could bet like 5 squats, 5 planks. Do you know what a plank
I know
is?
on the plank challenge. I mean, if I know that we can bet on this,
Yeah.
I mean, I would even exercise to beat you.
Wow!
on the,
I'm
on the
in trouble,
time,
folks. You
But-
heard it here first. She's out to get me. You would even practice to beat me in planks.
I don't know how often you do planks, but if you don't train it like currently I don't train it,
Right.
I think I may have the advantage of age. No?
Wait a minute. I refuse to take advantage of it.
But you have the advantage
my
of physical
experience.
condition because actually like you are a man after all. This is interesting actually.
Yeah,
It's an
well,
interesting challenge.
Wow, I'm feeling better about it. Keep going. At the moment, I thought, like, boy, if she knew how much I binged watching Netflix, I'd be in trouble. She'd accept
No, but
everything.
usually like I thought like whenever you do like kind of sport exercises that age is helping. Like
Yes, of
the younger
course.
you are, the more endurance usually you have.
Just for the heart and the respiration system. Okay, Anish played Queen D1. Pragg
Do we
played
s-
his Queen to C4.
And now we will see the moment of the
And now
truth.
it comes, and now we're thinking of the right amount to wager, how much sweat, blood, and tears goes into this. He finds King E3. First, no chocolate cake, and then I have to think about, what's an appropriate
But
punishment.
hang on, are you like a fan of chocolate cakes? Yes.
I'm the chocoholic in the family. Yeah.
White or dark chocolate?
Oh, definitely milk chocolate, but probably white chocolate between even. Yeah.
Because the white chocolate always like tends to be much sweeter than the
Yes.
dark one.
Yeah. Call me Sweet Tooth.
You are.
Yeah, but King E3, that would be really remarkable. On the other hand, if you don't find King E3, the alternatives are not that exciting either. Could I play? How about this for just to see
stay
it? Check.
C2.
Very good. And now I kind of am more or less challenging you to try to coordinate your queen and knight from here.
Because after knight b3 you intend rook e7, right?
Correct. Knight b3, rook e7 is the intention. Hopefully I'm not overlooking something severely wrong. By the way, Anish is beginning to get a little bit nervous. He has 13 minutes to Prague's 9 minutes 41 seconds.
Actually, in this time control now you have to, we say like in German language, like to household with the reserves, right?
Household.
Haushalten, which means like that you have something given and you have to somehow keep the household together. For
Okay.
example, like you have a certain amount of money
Yes.
and you have to like understand that you have this money, like you have, let's say, 200 euros left for the next 3 weeks, and they would say like you need to household with a budget.
Okay.
And
household.
here I would say in German he needs to household with the time he has left.
I see. Okay. Time management. Interesting.
But we don't have this word like householding as a verb. You don't use it, right?
No, we don't. Not at all. It's you budget. I now find a fault in my analysis. The fault I find is C2, Queen B2, Knight B3, and my desired Rook E7. I don't have a good move with my king.
Ooh,
Just I have no good
King
King
E2?
G3. Yes, and that was the problem. I'm getting
out-resourced.
out-resourced, and now the beauty, right?
C1.
Oh, I think that's a moment where you can promote to a bishop, and it's as devastating as promoting to a queen. So Yes, Anish, I'm beginning to feel his tension as well, as he's came to the discovery that he's reached a position that it's not nice.
Does
and
he
he
play
played
king-
King E3.
Huh?
No chocolate cake for me. My gosh. My gosh. That's terrible.
They repeated moves because both are householding
Householding there.
with their capacities.
But I must say that the move Queen E3 is, again, one of those moves that's kind of born out of quiet desperation.
Yes, there's no alternative.
There was no choice to it. He had to push away this.
But he played D5 now.
Did
No,
he?
this is hang on, I'm in the wrong screen actually. My mistake.
Yeah, we have this beautiful large. I love the production here in Dusseldorf. We have this beautiful screen so we can see what the viewers are seeing in terms of the playing hall. We can see our analysis room. It's all very nice. And finally, I do think we do. I mean, we've been saying there was going to be a result in Jan's game for some time, but
And eventually there was.
there was. It was drawn. And somehow they even played.
Oh, he sacrificed the knight.
Wow. Check. And if you can do this, that's nice.
More spectacular. He
Right.
calculated that. But honestly, I would never play like this. I mean, if I can just move around with my knighty, why I need to calculate this? But
Right. Okay, and this is our Anish game, and finally this is Vincent. And what did Vincent? Vincent actually put his king back on G8, which I find intriguing.
Okay, but now he has at least moves for the bishop, and if he gets the bishop to B5,
Ooh,
actually then
where was our Unzinger?
I like what he did.
Well, he didn't play bishop A7. Duda did not play our move.
Because maybe after bishop A7 I go anyway bishop B3 with the idea of bishop A4. And the rook ending I don't lose, no?
Okay,
I don't know.
but that's rather striking because the bishop gets to maybe B5 and the rook will go to D8 and suddenly black's pieces are just absolutely fine. No problems with the coordination in this case. So Vincent dodged a little bit of a bullet. We're back to Anish in Prague with 11 minutes for Anish and 8 for Prague. After King F2, I bow before the oracle of Dusseldorf,
But
Lizzie Pates.
Did he play something? No, he didn't yet answer.
What will the players play next after King E3? And
Well, they repeat the moves once, but the question is, do we have new moves?
well, I don't think they repeated. After King E3, there was just one. So he has not played Knight D4.
But he has 8 minutes left for 11 moves, which is sportive.
Yeah. One of the things that the new time controls with the increments, that it kind of rewards people who don't have this discipline of
Householding.
householding.
Yeah, you learn for life.
You know, it helps you, these increments. King F2. So, what was our main line stuff after C2? Tell me how it was going.
Well, actually, we had the calculation only with a king on E3 and the knight on D4. But then
Right.
actually,
Well, there
No, I
was
don't
the
think
threat
we
of
had-
Queen D3 check was a big
yes,
threat
so
with
I
the king
don't
on
think
E3.
we didn't have this position yet.
So we imagined this one because that makes a lot of sense, right?
But isn't it here I think white is fine. I was wondering with the king on E3 to go back to king E3. And yes, to check here instead of king E3,
Mm-hmm.
to go for... we don't have any other move actually after king E3. You have to play knight F5.
Correct.
You're right. Yeah.
So knight F5, king here. And now,
We had queen c5 check because we understood that you have to go king e2. No?
yes, king f1, of course, would walk into a nasty fork. So a queen c5 check, yes, king e2.
King e2.
Okay, clever.
Here we had c2 checked. No?
I'm about to suggest this move.
King d3.
That's a check. Knight f5 to d4, check to the king.
King d3.
King to d3.
Holy smokes.
Yes.
Queen a4.
Hard to believe, but you're still in it.
You might even be in trouble now with black. No?
Maybe. Uh-huh.
Okay, in trouble is a huge word because you have c2 in the worst case.
I was going to move my knight somewhere.
No,
but
maybe just c2, and if I take on d4, you go c1 queen.
I know, but that's boring.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was still, how do you say, lost in space, dreaming that I was still.
But this looks like just from the
chasing.
coordination point of view that the grip is gone because I can
Yeah,
go like
I
queen
lost-
f4 and I can give some checks.
I lost my grip. I agree with
here
that.
you lost your grip.
Yeah. I would like to take my moves back. And by the way, d5 by Pragg is on the board.
Can I play queen c2?
Absolutely. I'm shocked that he would allow queen c2. Is that
But maybe you
for
can
real?
play. Well, if you play g6 and he thinks like that his king is safe.
Queen c2, g6. I'm really shocked. I'm like, whoa. Okay.
g4? Not g4? Even?
I was even thinking that my king might. I don't have to. If I play g4. Okay, just a second. I'm not doing this logically enough. Queen c2, g6, g4. How am I answering this one?
That is a very interesting question. So maybe g4 was not a good move after all, and maybe g3 is the same reason why we can't do it.
Right. So queen c2, g6. It just seems like that is really.
Maybe it's even a Zugzwang, no? In a way. But okay, let's assume that the next move of black in order to improve should be d4, right?
Okay. So let's say I go back.
No, I even thought like instead of like going back to just play a4 and pretend that I'm running too.
No, that's way too slow. This one I am setting up plans of g4. So if you play c2 or d4, I think those are your two principal options, yes? Or did I misstate the position? I was thinking that if you played d4, now I can play g4. And something like knight e3, my intention, whether good or bad, was to take and more or less.
You're safe here.
Yes,
You don't
molest
lose this.
your c-pawn with my king and queen. The reason I'm finding this move d5 so stunning is because I thought the black king was safe as long as he had his pawn on g7. When I play the move queen c2 and I provoke the pawn to go to g6, I think that suddenly I have all kinds of ways of exploiting, the 7th and 8th rank because the
Yes.
pawn on g6.
I agree with you, but still, I mean, like even knight g7 in the worst case is always a protector, right?
Well, yeah, but I have a queen and rook versus a knight in that case. Although you do have some passed pawns that are pretty funky. No, I think I just simply never came to grips with this game. This
Queen
game will,
C2 was played, and we will likely see G6 now, because I don't
Yes.
see that he has an alternative.
especially his G4 is
Mhm.
about to arrive on the board as well. Yeah, we're going to put this game and wrap it in an enigma.
It's like a game from a different planet.
Right, with different rules and principles, all of its own. G6, and now here's the moment where we need a nifty move. Queen C1, Queen B1,
Okay, G4 doesn't work. We
G4,
discussed.
Queen C5, G3, Queen C5 are killer blows. But here's what I'm thinking. Let's say I go Queen C1. And essentially what I'm trying to do is just cover the E3 square so I can play G4 and threaten
If
one
I
day
play
with these-
H5,
Okay. Then I get to do it a different way, which is, in this case, oops, sorry, Queen C1, H5. Let me get rid of this thing, G3.
but now,
Yes, yes. Now I feel like I'm really getting close to my draw. Actually, I don't need G3. I can play Queen G5, can't I? Isn't it?
likely,
Like Queen C1, H5 to stop G4, Queen to G5 with the idea of sacrificing an exchange on E7. And if you check and play here and here,
you're
now
still,
G4 93 check though. Holy smokes.
so you're still away. I don't think you can move the queen so far
No.
in the direction of the king.
Oh my goodness, look at this. King?
G1.
Wow.
Because now the 7th rank is over, and now if he gets his king out of the checks,
Yes, that
he
what's
may
it-
have the counter-attack on the 7th rank. I
That-
told you these guys are out of the planet.
truly. That is
And G4 is a threat as well.
G4 is the threat, and you can maybe meet Queen C5 check with Queen F2, so that your king and rook can coordinate to defend the against the passers. And
By
wow,
the way, question,
King
how
G1.
is the queen's exchange here?
You mean after Queen C5, Queen F2?
Well, Queen D4, Queen F2, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would it serve?
Well, if I can put my king on D3, it would
Yeah,
serve
so
me
this is
fine.
out. Yeah. Okay.
It would serve me very well.
I withdraw my question. Sometimes I'm just wondering, like, if here, like, we discuss in games for 6 hours and we
Yes.
already feel that our energy level is going
What
down.
about them?
What about them?
I mean, how do they put up with it? It's
Well, they're younger than us, much younger, but still.
That wasn't the explanation I was thinking.
Well, I'm just facing the truth.
I was thinking that they were playing in a nicer room and that the air conditioning
They're doing more
and
sports
everything,
and
the
they're eating
heating
less
was-
chocolate cakes.
Yes.
That must be the reason.
And
yeah.
they have this beautiful. Did you see the VIP spread that the players have? They can choose these sandwiches and
You mean the outside of the
Yeah.
room? Yes, I've seen it, and I'm
That's
trying to
very
stay
nice.
away from it. The good thing is they
Well,
don't offer chocolate cakes.
guess what? I found that out myself. But not only that, but they've got a bodyguard there to protect the players' food from notorious people like myself.
But actually, there's also like the food is also for the kids, right? Because they're playing the tournament 2 hours later. That's why the food actually increased by the amount of.
Oh. Well, I was going to say that, I mean, do we get offered nutrition? No, I mean, we get like hot water, cold water, or warm water. Those are our three choices. But, despite it all, the role of the commentator must go on. Did he play D4? Let me just refresh my board. I apologize.
No, he played A4. I mean,
He played H5.
and A4.
No, not A4.
I told you that the guy will be running. Because, I mean, the moment you play D4, you give a square on E4.
A4, I can't believe it.
I'm also wondering who's playing for the win now.
I'm thinking that black is still for choice. I'm just surprised by this move, A4. I was really, really expecting something very clever, like, I don't know, h3, h5, no, pardon me, let me take this last move back if you don't mind. Imagine I played h3, Lizzie. What are you going to do? Please, you're going to play h4, right? Be sportive.
Okay, just for you, I will play h4.
Okay, good. And then I'll go queen c1. And again, I'm dreaming to get my
g5.
My queen on g5 kind of deal. That was where I really expected things to be going. The fact that he played a4, well, a5's no threat, right? We can absolutely rule a5 out. a5 will be met by queen c5 check, and you'll pick up the pawn. So black has a free hand to make a move here. And 3 minutes to 3 minutes, and the players have to make 8 moves. This is the old time control that at a certain moment, your heart just was starting to race. Boom, 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 boom,
Queen
boom.
c5 check is useful.
Queen c5 check. Well, we had that. Oh, pardon me. We do have a choice. Queen f2.
But queen f2, I played d4, and the queen is away from getting active. What I want to stop, right?
Precisely.
So I think king h1 makes more sense because I also keep the g4 option alive.
Agreed. And did you see that little extra, that little extra snap of the clock, king h1, it goes to show that the nerves of the players are being affected by this time control. I mean, even though 2.5 minutes is plenty of time to make 7 moves for these top
In
players.
this position, I would argue with you about that.
I would argue with myself as well. I think that that's a good point, that, there are easier positions than this to make 7 moves in. This is a very tense moment, and Pragg has played d4.
I mean, there's not much of a choice.
Okay. And now you're almost feeling that this knight could come to e3. Is it completely insane to play rook e6?
Well, you might go d3, c2. And if you're not mating, then I would say, Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, I have a problem.
Queen d3 was played, which
Queen
is
d3,
more
a little bit
natural.
more blockading-like. Okay. But now isn't c2 can be met by g4? No.
No, g4.
No.
But c2 doesn't threat anything. I play a5.
I queen.
Are you queen? Sorry.
But I like the way you said it. Doesn't threaten anything. It's like, why did I play c2? I mean, you've almost convinced me.
Okay, c2, rook c1, knight e3, and now a5.
Ah. Whew.
Let's be precise.
Yeah. According to our rules. That's nice. Okay. So it's either knight e3, c2, or
He didn't play.
none of the above. h4.
Knight g3 sometimes,
What?
And I
I
don't
have to worry about that suddenly?
I don't have a5 move, which I wanted to do, and he's preventing g4.
Is he?
Well, he
It
wants
almost
to
feels like
convince his
if I wanna-
opponent that he does.
Please don't play g4. Just let's
But
imagine that's not
it's
allowed.
tricky because, okay, I have queen g5 as well then.
Right? Okay, Anish is really feeling the heat. We just you can just imagine, the body postures of the players and watch how rapidly they hit their clock upon releasing their move.
Oh, I mean, for now,
G4,
he
that's
played
what
it. He has no move, actually.
But G4 is a move that you really want to play because Black's king, that's the sole source of counterplay, right?
Mm-hmm. Knight takes g3, and now after king g2,
Yes. Or
queen g5, I thought, but you have f4 maybe.
Maybe king h2, Liz?
No, he played king g2 already.
He did already.
And
It's
you
on the
cannot
board.
go queen g5 because actually of f4.
F4.
Yeah, I saw it now. So he went knight f5 instead.
Clear. It's funny, this king on h7, now queen e4 with the idea
King f2, prophylax.
king f2. Oh my gosh. King f2.
Yeah, queen d6, I have check on h1. But you know the knight is the best friend of the king, so if the knight on the 5, the king will never get mated.
No, mated isn't the problem. I was more worried about a perpetual...
So queen c7, so there's a checking threat on h2. So likely he will answer it.
Big threat on something like check.
He has to play check. I don't see
And
that
then
option, no.
maybe start to run with the king towards c1.
Yes, b1
That's
is
a
protected.
little scary.
How much?
Beginning to feel that the knight and the pawns are beginning to outweigh the queen and the
Does
rook.
Anish has 20 seconds for 2 moves?
21 seconds and counting.
Oh boy.
17 seconds. 17 makes 13 seconds.
Oh, I'm happy that he's not my son. I would die in a moment of nerves, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Oh.
Oh, for sure. No, as seconds, I was second with Viktor Korchnoi. I'm sure he cost me years of my life. I mean, heart attacks.
How about queen f4 now?
Queen f4 is very, very tempting move.
But then I have king d1, and if you give a check on e3...
You're going to sacrifice the exchange, or... Yes, you must.
Oh God,
no?
they're not doing anything good for my nerves.
Not at all.
Queen
And here we
f4 is
go.
a move I have a check actually on h1, which might be a mistake, but I have it at least.
Oh, and he played very quickly against queen h2, king d1. So from Anish's point of view, he's made his time control. Both players made time control with these last moves. And
But
just
somehow...
with seconds to spare, I want to say it was not an enjoyable moment for either player. Queen a2. That's actually one of the great billiard shots.
Mm.
So in this position, the puzzle rush problem is bring your queen to a2 as black.
Yes, but actually,
And
like,
this is-
I think that the position gets for Anish more and more lost. That's my
It
feeling.
feels like the queen and knight have outplayed the rook. The queen, knight, and 2 pawns have outplayed the rook and the queen. Like this rook on e1 in particular has not had a great performance. Well, and this move, by the way, just going after in the same kind of manner that he went after the c4 pawn, queen e4 to the c2 captures the pawn. He's going after the a4 pawn as Pragg.
Yes, the a4 pawn is not like what I'm can I play queen c2? Or you have knight e3 and you claim you're winning this ending?
I make no such claims.
No, this is not the pawn ending you may lose, actually. I just realized I will not
That's
trick
not
you
me.
for that one.
Any good grandmaster would see right away that. Wow. Queen c2. I think we're running into some kind of a problem here, aren't we? Like, I guess I just wait. I think queen c2 is forced. I think we have it on the board, actually. Should I...
I mean, the check doesn't help black, in my opinion.
No, because it just kind of invites you to make
Get
a
the
blockade
king, yeah, to
on
get the king
a
back
better
on track.
square. I mean, this makes no sense at all. I have no idea what my knight suddenly went from f5 to h1. That's like some ridiculousness.
So maybe it's a good moment to check out what is happening in Vincent's game.
Yes, and then just to remind our audience, we have had another great eventful round in this round 6, and 3 of the 5 games were drawn, again full of content. And Vincent's game, I think Vincent is going to be very, very pleased about this position. Probably this is the best position he's had in the last 20 moves, as he can play the move rook d8 and force d4. that's already some incredible achievement to. But
Still, I mean, okay, the
I'm just
idea
wondering
is-
what White has been doing all of his time. Imagine I go
I wanted to play G5, and then
Okay.
how somehow managed to attack the pawn on G7.
by magic. Yes,
Yeah,
I will
well,
play.
by magic, I mean I have
I
dreams.
play Rook G2. I will
Yes.
end your dreams.
Actually, D3 pawn becomes more weak than I expected.
Isn't that true? Yes. Yikes. Strange affair. This game, Duda. He was pressing for a very, very long time, and I'm not even sure I made the right move with my move Rook. Can I make it more depressing for you if I play for this move?
Yes, actually, like Pragg gets much more counterplay than I expected.
Right? I mean, I'm missing something, obviously.
But hang on, it's like Pragg to move and he can play Rook A1.
Yes.
Wow.
Correct. So here's the moment for Vincent to activate his rook. And he's been dreaming about doing this his whole game, by the way. I don't see a better move than G5, do you?
No.
Okay. And I don't see
But
a
okay, do you have to take or you can... but G6 is maybe a threat, right?
And I wanted to... Sorry. Let me get rid of these arrows. I wanted to make the old double attack, right? Like, first of all, how do you defend this pawn on G5? Not so easy.
Well, it's maybe time, like, for...
Drum roll.
Well, it might
If-
be time, actually, like, for Duda to move back. And be happy with the draw.
Budget the household
Yeah.
budget. And, yeah, wow. Okay.
But maybe I don't have to play after Rook A1. Let's see if I have an option, because maybe I play D4 or something.
You have an option after Rook A1.
Play D4.
Maybe to play D4 or something. Okay. It feels like at a certain moment, you start to ask yourself, who's playing? I'll take. If you take with the bishop, I will go check and I'll drive your king back, and that's not a success.
Yes,
That
no,
can never
Kevin.
be a success.
And if you use Provolux, which doesn't work probably, like King E2 or something to prevent Rook G1, but it doesn't look good anyway. No.
No.
It might be actually that the table's turning.
Well, certainly the advantage has gone, has slipped away dramatically in this period. So let's go. Rook. What? Just a second. My gosh, he didn't play Rook A1. He played Rook E8.
So again, we are in a universe of learning chess today.
I need a lollipop. Like, why, Vincent? Why didn't you activate your rook? I'm sure this move is just fine as well. I mean, he's a saying, but I mean, from Duda's point of view, Duda's been, hoping to put this pawn on G6.
But can we go back and understand the problem about what we just
Please,
discussed?
absolutely. Let's do it. What have we missed in this case, huh?
I mean, I was wondering if you can give a check, but it doesn't help.
Check. For what purpose? Yeah, let's say I move my king, yeah. You want to go bishop f8 and then maybe to play rook c7. That's very clever, but...
No, I mean, I was thinking like bishop f8, but you can actually even go king f7 in this position, so
Yeah.
don't help.
My intention, of course, is I wanted to play rook to g1 and try to pick off this pawn. If I can play rook takes g4, I'll defend g7. Yeah, so it's a question. Why didn't he?
It's a question I can't answer.
Correct. Me either.
Yeah, interesting.
And we just saw rook d7 by Duda on the board as well. Duda says, well, my rook isn't doing anything on c7, and at least on d7, it's defending the pawn on d3, which is actually a cogent argument to make that.
But maybe like this rook a8 is nothing, because anyway I go rook d7, and if you go like rook g1, I have king f3, and if you go rook h1, I have h5, and then your rook may not be a defender of the king's position. Could that be the case?
Short answer or long answer? What would you like? Just a second. Hold on. You're saying if he had played rook a1...
I go rook d7 on the less.
And then I would play rook here, of course.
And I go h5.
Okay, then I go rook here, of course.
And I go king d2. And then you go rook g3, and you claim that you win a pawn.
Oh, please. Okay, I've denied myself chocolate torte.
But you're still faithful to the pawn grabbing business. Yeah.
I have my compensations. Yes. Okay, let's just jump back to the other game for a moment and see where we stand.
So he played queen a1.
He played
Queen a1. Yes, we're
A1.
learning for life today. I understand again.
No, this game has been the most confounding game of dogged complexity.
If I go king e2, right?
Yes.
The question is, I have d3 check or not?
Why?
Well, I don't know. You have to take with the queen.
I must take with apologies.
And now, I see nothing. Hang on. Queen b2 check.
Correct.
Oh, you can even go to f1. Even this is possible. It's not a mate.
Well, it's sort of like you just voluntarily took the d4 pawn off the board. And
no, I just thought like I can mate you, but it's not true. Okay.
No, another incredibly confounding game for me was the game between Gukesh and Vincent. I thought that game was really hard to commentate
to understand,
upon. So, Anish, very carefully reaching for his king, has done it and has gone king e2. And let's just remind our viewers that we are playing the World Chess Championship match time control. 40 moves in 2 hours, 20 moves in 1 hour, 15 moves for the rest of the game. The players will not be receiving any more bonus time, but for each move they make, they'll get increment of 30 seconds. And this will give all of the players in the tournament this opportunity to play with this very unusual time control that's really featured in the candidates and the World Championship match only.
The question is just how long this time control will be valid in the FIDE or the world of FIDE, because they had been changing at some point, like from in some periods they always had to change or like an adjustment.
Right.
So I'm not sure how long this time control already exists or when the last change was done in this regard.
Right. But I am one of those who would just love to see it disappear.
It's not okay because of the commentary. I just think it's a very tough thing in terms of endurance.
For the players?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I mean, they're burning incredible amounts of energy, and the fact that they don't just like collapse at the board is some kind of minor miracle, actually, because they are just working so hard. And king e2, by the way, is on the board. Let me refresh my board.
Okay, there was not like a big choice. The only question is if there's some tactical trick we haven't seen. I mean, the only tactical trick is like a perpetual check I see after knight g3 and knight h1.
Yes, which was neither here nor there. Now, he has played queen e...
a3.
Okay, now you have to explain it to me because once again, I'm confused. Aren't you helping white make a blockade with the move king d3 now?
Do you think the king is the safest blockader on the planet?
No, but at this moment, I have a very clear understanding. Your knight will take 3 moves to check me.
But I thought like I would give a check on a6.
Correct. So the only piece that could possibly disturb my equilibrium is the queen.
So queen d6.
So anytime you move your queen in order to, I want to blockade the queen. So just to say it more bluntly, if you play queen d6, I will play queen b3 with the idea queen a6, queen b5. In the meanwhile, I'll happily remind you that you have a king that is potentially vulnerable as well.
Yeah, not 100% safe, I agree.
So I'm just kind of confused why this king on d1 was kind of pushed, deliberately so, by Pragg to d3.
And Anish agrees with you, apparently.
It's taken me 7 hours to reach this moment to say, these guys are really good. I've been waiting. I mean, wow. It's not been an easy day for us. Where's Boris Gelfand when you need him?
Yes, he would have explained us this wisdom in a...
Right, in a heartbeat. By the way, I mean, not to sound any alarms or anything of that nature, but there is queen h2 check sightings. And then I have another check downstairs on c7 also.
Yeah, I agree with you. But maybe I go king g7 now for this reason.
Which he has done. Bravo. Bravo.
This is the last time control they have, is 15 minutes.
That's it. No more funsies.
Yeah.
King g7.
Now we need a good move.
Okay.
So Yasser, it's your turn.
Again, I find myself attracted to moves like queen h2.
And give up the pawn.
In order to play queen e5 check. Yes.
But I think you will never mate me.
Checkmate
it's a knight on f5.
No.
Checkmate is overrated, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably at this point satisfied with a perpet. If I can get a perpetual and get out of this position for Anish, I think I'm happy. Queen e5, queen c7. I would find myself drawn to the move queen h2. Also, if you ask me for an alternative to queen h2, I might suggest queen d1 as well. Similar ideas, yes?
Yes, I have a check on b7.
Exactly so. Check on b7, and it's just the fact that... It's just the fact that black's king, the move h4 was very nice. We're all very proud of the move h4 and the understanding, but less and less safety for black's king when the h pawns got traded. Even one, I would say. What's your guess as the result?
I think like that, I mean, it seems to me that Anish is more and more getting consolidated. So, I mean, for Anish right now, it could perhaps already be easier to play it with white than with black.
Uh-huh.
Because a knight on f5 can objectively never really move.
Especially
and it's a maneuvering around the planet with both queens. Plus, I mean, like the king on g7 is also, as you mentioned, getting more and more exposed. So, yeah, I mean, what color would you prefer here?
I suspect I would like black a little bit more, but I'm in that camp where I'd be willing, after a move like queen d6, to acquiesce to a perpet. So I don't think either player has an advantage, but you're right. The question is more like, if I had white in an extra 5 minutes, I start to find that question very interesting. Should I be playing moves like rook e6 and not, immediately aspiring for a draw? I don't know. But like, for example, imagine I do play this move rook e6. Give me give me your reaction to that move. By the way, I think I blundered something. Queen h2, maybe there was c2 check.
It was not a
Apologies.
check. I mean, yes, in this case.
I apologize to our audience. I think I have just forgotten
that
about
we
the
have
skewer.
some tricks, yeah.
Yes, I apologize to that. So,
But queen b1 actually. Not sure that this is valid after c2 check and knight e3 check, but then actually probably I can't lose anymore.
no, I don't believe you will lose it either. Bless you.
Thank you.
I think we're. I think whatever Frederick gave me, I'll give to you. And you will,
Yes.
we'll have to call in Mark, our director, to to make the ultimate sacrifice. But no, sorry. Instead of any of those moves, Lizzie, I'm going to play Rook e6 and present you with a conundrum. My desire is to play Queen e2 and Queen e5.
Yes, because queen c2 again, there's a c2 check.
Precisely
The
so.
pattern actually still exists,
Right.
so it's good to keep an eye on that.
Correct.
But still, yes, I agree with you. It's getting more and more.
I mean, it's a two-sided game. If I can get you to play King f7, my desire was to play Rook here. And in that case, I have Queen b3 check in my pocket.
Yes, and this ending would be very bad news for black because the knight and the edge pawn are not good friends.
Not friends at all. And the fact that white's king is on such a beautiful blockading square, my goodness, has he landed on his feet like a cat with 9 lives. So I'm thinking Rook e6, and I take back with apologies my Queen h2 idea, because c2 check would have brought the game to an immediate conclusion.
Yeah. So what do you think? The game will end in a draw? If you could bet on the result?
Yes, I think draw, but with both players now down to 7 minutes.
But they have
I
an
won't
increment now of 30 seconds, right?
But I won't rule out time pressure spoiling the
fun.
result. Yeah. But if Anish had played the move Rook e6 like in an instant, I think Pragg would have been a little bit jolted by that, because he's behind the clock and so on.
Yes, but okay, by not much time now, no?
Yeah.
7 to 7 minutes.
Yeah. I once had a game in a U.S. championship. I was on the black side of a very bad position against Dmitry Gurovich, and he spoiled it, but he had a big winning advantage, and he spoiled it, and now it was really chaotic. Yeah? So in this chaotic thing, and he was thinking, and I thought, okay, if he plays this move, I have one answer only. And he played the move, and I instantly responded, like just not even thinking, went bang, bang.
But you did it because you were certain that this move was good, or because you wanted to impress your opponent?
For all kinds of reasons. I thought it was good. I thought it was the best answer. And even more, I knew with absolute certainty that when I played the move very, very quickly, it was unnerving.
Actually, we have a draw offer on the board. I mean,
How
I would
so?
suggest Rook e5 is a draw offer, because I threat to take on f5 and to take on d4, and I would claim I will not lose this.
Right?
I mean,
So
for me, this is a sort of indirect draw offer.
Rook e5 is
Yes.
on the board with the threat of takes and takes. Yes.
Yes,
No
so-
question about it.
That's a draw offer, which
Yes.
likely will be declined. But if you place queen d6, then maybe. But then actually it's tricky. Like, let's say queen d6, if I play queen e2, maybe you have c2 or stuff like this.
There's also this queen a6 check that is a little bit...
Queen a6 check I missed.
You mentioned it before, but
Yeah.
yes. Yes. But why did you back away from the move that you wanted to make, which was something
No,
like
I
rook
at
takes
queen
a-
e2, but maybe I should play f4 here or something.
something of that nature, yes?
to give an anchor.
Right. It was because of the move Queen d6 that I wanted to play Rook e6. Yeah? Like, go back a move. Just here.
But actually, after Rook e5, Queen d6, if I still take on f5,
Yes.
do you actually win this?
I don't know. Because again, the blockading king is so absolutely outstanding.
But yeah,
Right.
that's Queen f4, which is, I mean, like, probably I have to run.
Okay.
You want to go King c4?
Something funny. Oh, you?
No,
I'm sorry.
I
You
want
wanted to
play
run with the pawn.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
Just a second. So Rook, Queen, Rook, takes, and you wanted to play running with the pawn. Running with the bulls. I think this is a very good move, and it should force a kind of a draw.
Because I will play a6 in the next moment. Unless you go King f6, but even King e5 is not good because I can always give the check. So I mean, I play
On
a6.
H2. A6, yeah. I think, forgive me, I think A6 is a very good move. I was even thinking you might play Queen here with the idea of playing A6. Why not? Rook e5, Queen d6 is on the board. And like you say, f4 is a possibility. Rook f5 is an excellent move.
Yes, I think like try.
I start to like white, actually.
You start to like white in which circumstances?
Like, imagine that I mean, I had to play for a win. Like, I was 1 point behind in a world championship match game, and I have to play for a
yes,
win.
the rook on b5 has a nice grip, or anchor as you call it, and then
Exactly.
queen e2 is coming.
Exactly. And I start to say, well, why should I, bail out and try to be making a draw? Maybe you should be worried about my a pawn and the fact that your king is also... If we take queens off the board, we both mutually agree black is lost. Because, as you said it nice, the a pawn is not a friend
End of the night, yeah.
of the knight. So if I play a move like rook b5, and if you play queen f4, I'm just saying that, let's go here. And then somehow I feel with my king, so in the middle of the action, I feel like I'm not running risks.
Yes, no, I like more and more white's position in
Me
terms
too.
of activity.
Me
So
too.
maybe we go back to...
And he's reaching for the f pawn, because we can't guess anything.
He played
He didn't
f4.
play rook b5, he just played f4.
Yes, which was also a kind of, logical move in some way. But the thing is, like, this queen a6 check was a bit annoying.
Correct. Yeah.
But maybe this is also an indirect draw offer because you would have a perpetual check with queen a6. Unless you play rook b5 then. And then, then you have knight e6.
Yeah, but that is the draw offer, right? Because
Yeah, this is
then-
also a draw offer, yeah.
Then I can play king takes d4, and we have a good shaking of the hands. So f4. Whew! What a fight. What a fight. I feel like we're watching two very determined gladiators here.
Yeah, maybe it's actually also a good moment to have a last small break for my voice.
Yes, not a question. We will be back very, very shortly as we prepare some tea for Lizzie. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to the last two remaining games. And while we were on the break, I chose a very bad timing, actually.
It was perfectly timed because it inspired 2 draws to be the result, and we ended up with 5 draws for the round. Duda did not make anything against Vincent after he got in his g5. The move rook c8 just shut down everything. Yeah. It's one of those bishops of opposite color positions. Nothing to be worried about, and a draw was agreed. The much more exciting game was going on between Anish and Pragg for some time. Where is it? I've got...
No, one down.
No, one down.
No, down. One down. Yes.
There. Okay. We have kind of seen this from afar coming,
yes.
But I really felt that the moment White got his king to d3,
everything was fine.
Everything was fine, and the move f4 was played, and after queen a6, rook b5, Pragg decided, okay, I'm just going to shut this down because
it might
queen e2, queen b3.
It might go in the wrong direction.
Very
actually,
much
yes.
so, and he decided to on knight d6, which forced the trade, and then the players agreed to a draw after queen takes e3. So a very eventful round, full of fights, but not results.
Yes, I was today somehow feeling that we could have some black victory. I mean, Levon must have been very close, and he was winning with the move c3.
Yes.
At least if you trust chat.
Okay.
And also, I think Pragg had probably, I mean, the engine at some point, I'm sure, would cry for
advantage, yes.
Advantage,
serious advantage, too. It did feel like Duda was pressing for quite some time. Vincent defended very well. Let's just say that this will help him. The victory was a confidence builder, but also in many ways, the losses he's had is because he got ground down, and he just, at the last moment, he failed to grasp his opportunity to draw. Today, that didn't happen.
Indeed, but okay, I mean, like, that's what we are expecting, because of course we want him to climb further.
Of course.
And such games like he had in Weikanse are like unpayable, because, you know, they will just give him the experience he needs. And I remember, like, actually an interview from Donchenko, who once happened to play, I think, in the A tournament, and he was badly smashed, but he said after that even though the tournament didn't go well for him, it was such an experience which he never had beforehand.
Exactly. It is. The sword becomes stronger the more it's tested in the flame of the fire, right? And these players today are definitely playing with fire. I don't think we're actually going to go for commentary. After all, it was a very long day for us here in the commentary booth, and we really do hope you enjoyed the opportunity of Boris Gelfand to be with you, Lizzie. I mean, it's always a very special time when a legend like Boris shares his thoughts with us. But again, a great game, a great round. Tomorrow we will be back with round 7 as Levon Aronian
is still on the lead with +1.
Is looking great.
And today it was him actually who had chances probably to win, and not the other way around.
Exactly. And maybe, hold on, I'm just getting word that perhaps we will have an interview, but maybe
outside with
I don't
Nastya.
know.
This I don't know.
We'll see. So we'll just stay on pause for a moment. Did the chat reveal any time where Pragg missed something? Because
no, I didn't read anything. I mean, I was following it closely because a lot of complaints about our breaks and stuff.
Well, sometimes there's nothing we can do about that. Because if there was any time that
here might be the moment,
more or less here, because I just didn't like Pragg's idea of
Queen A1 check,
of taking this king, which is actually very vulnerable on E3, and putting it on a square that it was, frankly speaking, very well placed. So let's say he had played queen to A3 for just a moment. And how would Anish have handled this one?
Can I nevertheless go for king e2, or you think this is too optimistic?
No, not at all. It's just one of those things where I can at least imagine and understand that you would want to play king e2 anyway. So whatever it was that Pragg could have done, he could have done with a tempo in his pocket, right?
Indeed. So, I mean, I agree with you totally, because now king d3 runs into queen a6 check, which is a little bit annoying.
Big time, I would say. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in general, yes. I mean, like, I
Something-
think queen a1 check is a kind of moment when you understand that maybe, like, you know, the
didn't go
move,
right.
like, the game is changing in a way which, I mean, not in a dangerous way, but in a way that actually, like, not indicates that Pragg still hopes for much.
Exactly. And it was this, I would say, really a kind of a culprit, this queen a1 check, because he forced Anish's king to d3. But having said that, just the fact that when we got to this remarkable position right here where, you know, queen and knight and rook versus queen, knight, and rook, and both players had different sets of problems, and that Pragg gave up in exchange and then just said, okay, I'm going to push my pawn, and we got this incredibly crazy complex game that resulted thereafter. Again, I found myself drawn to the active defense of rook e8 and queen c8.
Which looks suspicious, but maybe yes. It's
Yeah. And I was really surprised that...
I mean, queen takes a4. Would you have ever considered to take a pawn on a4 in such a moment?
I painfully, the answer is yes, but I would like to think I would have rejected it.
Because, I mean, like, a move like queen a4 would not arise to me in, like, 100 years. But, okay, I mean, in the one hand, like, you know, there is the rule that if you're dynamically lost, you should take the material, you know?
Okay.
And dynamically, he is, like, on the edge of
Because
being in
D3
big trouble, right?
C3, D3, C3, C2 is coming, and queen D2 is coming. Yes, exactly. Wow.
So that's why I can understand queen takes a4. I mean, like, at some point I was training with Sergei Tivyankov,
Yes.
and he actually gave me all these rules about, like, you know,
Oh,
when you are, like,
really?
positionally lost, try to play dynamic. When you're dynamically lost, grab the material. And I thought, like, it's actually a nice guideline, because at some point, you know, he sometimes watches my games
Right.
when I'm playing, and I was playing in the World Championship, and I had a better positional position, let's say, from the positional point of view.
Okay.
And then I sacrificed the pawn. Even the engine said that the sacrifice was good. But then in the next 10 moves, I had to be precise, and I didn't
see.
manage. And he said to me, like, that was a very bad choice from the practical point of view, because when you have a positional superior position, there is no point to sacrifice and get into the situation where you have to prove.
Right.
If you can just outplay your opponent from the positional point of view.
Nice.
And this was a very, very important
Valuable
guideline
lesson,
for
yeah.
me, because he's right, in my opinion, in this particular moment.
Okay, so I have a question for you. The question will go, when you're
Okay.
dynamically lost, grab the material. When you're positionally lost, you know, sacrifice dynamically. What happens when you're dynamically lost, positionally lost,
I think then you resign.
and you're
But
getting
thanks.
checkmated?
But thanks for
Just looking for the guideline, the
but
approach that
thanks
you
for
need.
this coming up, because usually when you're lost in all the ways, there's no point to even hope for something, right?
Right.
And actually, we'll have soon with us Pragg. He's
Excellent.
coming. I mean,
Okay.
like, this young boy must have, like, an endurance of a goat, you know,
Yeah,
a
exactly.
future goat. That's how they
Well,
call Magnus. So
Well, you can you can just imagine that at his age and his youth, he's really carrying. I mean, he needs it for this event, because the games are really, wow. They're impactful, and I'm finding myself, you know, really admiring the players, because they're putting in such a great effort, and after 6-7 hours,
yeah.
you feel like you almost sympathize that they have to analyze these complications. Still, this game was so complicated at the end between Anish and Pragg as well. I found it to be a very, very difficult game to play. Quick question for you about Jan again, he's coming into this tournament as a challenger. He wants to test his where he stands, let's say.
Spirit. But I mean, the good news for him is that Ding was not doing great either in the YKC tournament.
No, he wasn't.
Which gives him at least the confidence that it's not only about him, it's also like Ding currently lacking the spirit, let's put it this way. And maybe it's even considered to be an advantage that he is now playing in this tournament, and then in 1 month is the championship.
Right.
Even so, I believe that in China they will train Ding and playing training games against the others in the same time control.
Yeah.
But yet it's a different feeling because those games then maybe are not rated in China, so it feels different.
Exactly so. But I wanted to say that for me, and you mentioned it yourself too, Liz, that 6 draws in a row.
It's very uncommon for like Nepo. I mean, if someone would have told me Nepo would start with 6 games in a row, I would have bet a lot of chocolate cakes.
Exactly, a lot of chocolate cakes. Me too. I would have been, crying, a river of tears. It is strange.
It is very weird. I mean, it's the same like if someone would tell me like Gunina is playing a tournament and she makes only draws.
Come on.
This is impossible because actually, like I think from the statistics of all the top women players, I would even bet that Gunina has the least draws from all of them.
Exactly.
Because she's a player with no compromises, and I even at some point invite her because I would love to have her style to go all in.
All out,
but even so, when I'm trying, I can't reach it quite at this extent.
Yeah, and if you told me that she played in a round robin with 11 players and scored 7 points, and then you said, and of course she didn't make any draws, I would say, yeah, right, sure, that's what happens with her. She can go like this, and for me, it's very surprising to see. This is a little suffering, I would say, also for Jan. These 6 draws. It's
not common for him, but he doesn't lose many games as well.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it, and it's just feeling that he has to adjust something, that he doesn't make wins, and somehow in contrast, I see Levon just making these smooth operations.
Yeah, I mean, like for Levon, somehow I feel like he doesn't have any pressure here. Nepo wants to prove that he is in good shape, or he wants to prove by showing some results.
Yep.
But somehow, maybe the more he is concerned about it, the more it's going in the wrong direction or in a too solitary direction, let's say. For Levon, it's easy. He has nothing to lose, and he's just playing, and he goes with the flow. I mean, I have the feeling he has a very easy hand.
And the flow and the easy hand are working well, going very well. Also, I just want to say that you saw on your screen the players analyzing in the post-mortem, but following their post-mortem, both players will go and get checked, that is to say wanded, to the anti-cheating measures, if you put it that way, after each and every game. So both prior to the game and then following the game, the players are being carefully checked. The anti-cheating measures here, including our 15-minute broadcast delay, are as
the reason
the
actually for the
that you can get.
But the main reason for the 50 minutes delay is just to reduce the probability of there is some cheating
of course
case or not. Just rather I would say it's to kill the paranoia that there might be. Let's put it this way.
Did you ever have that horrible feeling? I'm not talking online. I mean in real life, that something was amiss? I
mean, in online, I had it in a couple of games when I played against a female opponent, like in Blitz.
Right.
And I know that her style is a dynamic one, and suddenly she would outgrind me as she was Magnus Carlsen. And I mean, the thing is like that in such moments, I feel this can't be her because I know her by playing style. And suddenly I have the feeling I play against someone totally different.
And
especially in these kind of online events on chess.com, before you reach the KO system, when you have to put the camera on everything, you don't know who's playing there.
Right.
Because the system of qualification for the Women's Speed Chess Championship works like this. You have the first 9 games, I think, or something like that, without any camera.
Okay.
And then the top 8 qualify for the KO.
Gotcha.
And in this 9 rounds, you don't have any cheating, like,
Proctors or
fractal things. I
something,
mean,
yeah.
and even if I don't cheat with an engine, but I just get in a stronger player, like a male grandmaster, for example, playing for me, I think it's very hard to be caught. And to be frank, I had sometimes the feeling that I'm not playing the opponent, I'm playing,
I see.
in a way. So, but this
That's
is maybe
disturbing.
even paranoia, but somehow it's a serious stuff. And I believe if you have high prices tournaments, you have to do the thing about the camera from the start. And even if you have 100 participants, it's no way out, as especially during the Corona period when a lot of people lack financial support and they had no tournaments. Sometimes it was their way out to earn some money. So I mean, like desperation. So who knows what motive they may have had. But online chess, for me, it's not very appealing in general.
Because of that.
Yeah, because of
You
that.
take away that. You take away if you take away cheating as online, I always thought that is like a fantastic medium, because then you don't have to travel, you don't have the expense of
I
all of
agree
these
with
other
you.
things. But you do have to address the elephant in the room. You take the cheating out of the equation by proctors, by having referees, or by you playing in your local chess club. And we do have Pragg coming
Very soon, yeah.
and then I can imagine that for a lot of players who are geographically challenged, let's say, it's a great benefit.
Yes, but I mean, even like when they had the hybrid tournaments, at some point,
The which
the
tournament?
hybrid, where you had arbiters in the same place,
Yes.
what they had during Corona, even then some players disagreed with that system because of corruption in some countries,
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So it went further even.
Even further than that.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we have now Pragg coming to the studio. So
Great.
we will do a quick switch.
I think you are ready. Lizzie, you were wonderful today. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the WR Chess. We just had a most incredible round 6, and I'm very happy and grateful for Pragg for joining us to share his thoughts on what I found to be a very confounding game. Pragg, your initial reaction to this game, what kind of game was it for you?
No, I'm definitely upset with the result. But I think the game was very interesting. So, yeah, I enjoyed playing it.
We hated commentating because we didn't know what was going on. Go ahead, take us through the opening. And
I
just
don't think we both even knew what was going on. It was actually very complex. Okay, this D3, I kind of could remember, I kind of half remembered some stuff, but I didn't know all of them. I think these were kind of natural moves.
Okay.
And yeah, I played rook e8, e3.
For you, was e3 a natural move? Because for Lizzie and I, the most natural move was g3.
Yeah, g3.
Please, yes.
Yeah, so g3, I think, if I remember correctly, there was some game in the Olympiad.
From this position, yeah.
I'm not sure from this position, but I think it's quite similar.
Okay.
By Vincent. Vincent was playing black. I think it went something like this. Oh no, maybe I think he started with this.
So then the
Should
idea
g2,
is
queen
that
e7.
e2 is a
Yeah,
little bit
castle knight e3.
annoying. And you don't get to castle
Yeah.
easily. And gotcha. Okay.
And yeah, I went e3. E3 was quite natural.
Okay, so
because
you thought
G3 there is this problem, yeah.
of
then
E2 pawn. Gotcha.
Here I could have probably developed the bishop first. I don't know, but I wasn't sure where to put it. With bishop G4, there was an extra option of queen D4, knight C3, queen G4. Sorry.
No, that's
Knight
understood.
G3, queen G4, and I wasn't sure if my knight is better than having my knight is better than having my bishop. I thought probably it's better to have the bishop because like a knight E4, bishop D3, knight F6. It's probably fine for black, but I chose to keep the bishop. Yeah.
Right.
Also, there was bishop F5 maybe, and try to put the knight on D7. But I wasn't sure here. You can go bishop D3 as well. I think just a normal position. And knight C6, bishop E2, bishop G4. I think it's a normal move. I'm not sure if A5 is a good move because it kind of weakens my queen side a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went for it. I think it's also a natural move. Trying to stop B4 at some point. B3 takes.
Well, now after B3, he is threatening to keep the bishop.
So I had to take it.
Yep.
Take queen F6, queen D2. I could maybe start with rook A D8, but I didn't like knight D4. And if bishop E2, knight E2 is kind of getting the knight to knight F4.
Yeah.
And yeah, if I take on D4, he goes bishop takes G4, and my light square is a little weak. So I decided to go queen G6, and I went for this knight H4, queen H5 takes knight F3. Yeah, here I think I played quite well. I found this very forcing idea. I could maybe also start with A4, but I think what I found was also one of the more risks. Because here knight D4, C5, there is F3.
Okay.
And then he goes knight B5. So I had to go A4. Yeah, he could also go B4, C5, F3, but it's I think all the same. And yeah, here if knight B5, there is knight C4.
Right.
And yeah, if knight E2, I think takes. A pawn is strong. I'm not sure if I should play A3 first, or I was also seeing some B5 takes. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the
then
A pawn feels the most dangerous pawn.
Yeah, it looks
position.
very nice for me.
Yeah.
So you had to go knight C2. I went rook C8.
Okay.
Yeah, rook B1, queen E6. I was kind of happy with my position here because knight on C2 is completely misplaced.
Right.
And queen E2, I don't know if B6 was correct or not, but I thought it's kind of practical to play that. And I also played it quite quickly because I exported the C4 F5 thing.
Okay.
I think it's kind of like a positionally a one-lay move here because if he gets knight to E3, it's kind of,
Right, bad news for you.
So I have to play F5, takes. I'm not sure if BC5 is so good because I get to play rook B8. But at the same time, not playing BC5 allows the CB4 option of
and C4,
and C4 is weak.
Right.
So I'm not sure if he should have taken, but I think it's already very unpleasant for white.
Okay.
And kind of very easy to play with black. Take. And rook D1, rook B8. Yeah, now rook D6. Probably there are 100 ways, but I spotted this one. And yeah, rook D1, knight F3 and stuff. I mean, there are many ways. Yeah.
Right.
Rook D6 also probably knight F7 wins. So knight E3, queen G6 was nice, controlling this diagonal.
Well, it's interesting the way you're describing the position go ahead after queen G6 and knight D5, because up to this moment you kind of really liked what you have done, especially these maneuvers with C5, and you kind of felt yourself having an advantage. How cool it is! And then when you have reached this position, it suddenly felt like, well, you have to be careful because if he ever gets to play rook E3 and F4, you could get driven back. And
yeah, but I think this position is concrete, and I think I was really thinking
optimistically, obviously, yes.
Much better actually if I play
if you get
precisely.
Okay.
And I think I played quite well here as well. Knight C6, rook E3.
Yeah.
And okay, I could maybe take rook E3 first and then go rook E8.
Okay.
Probably this was also good.
Okay.
I mean, there were so many good options for me.
Okay.
How do I remove this one?
Did you? Oh, you can just click on that guy. Yes, and that takes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
and you can go back and forward. You can go back and forwards with the moves.
Also here I had this rook b3 option, which I was considering mainly, but I think it kind of leads to the same position with rook e3.
Okay.
And now I have to take anyway, and then queen e3. I think it's kind of similar position.
Transposes that.
I assume knight c4 doesn't work. Yeah, because some knight e7, king f7, queen f4. Some tricks are there. Knight d4, queen f2. Take, queen c2. I thought I'm like, okay, this taking this pawn was
very good.
Yeah, during the game I thought it was critical, and if I can, consolidate my position, it's just a healthy pawn.
Definitely.
And even queen e4. I saw queen g5 as an option, but I don't think it really works because I can go h6.
Right.
And I think it's okay for black. I mean, black is winning because it's not easy how to continue. Yeah, because knight f6, I think there is king f7.
Right.
And also knight e7, there is king h8, I think. And I'm kind of doing good here. I think queen e4 is a practical try.
Agreed.
Queen c2, queen e7, queen d2. Yeah, here I thought maybe you should try knight b6. And I wasn't sure what to do. Because, if h6, because rook b6 there's queen e8 mate. And h6, knight d7.
Yes. I presume you have to play like a rook c8 move or something.
Yeah, rook c8 or rook a8, but I wasn't happy to do that.
Not enthusiastic, right.
Yeah, I think I spotted some knight c2 here as well, but I think we both were quite short on time.
Yes, that was another factor. So now you're playing in a tournament where you don't get the increment.
Yeah.
And you feel it's a different feeling of time trouble, right?
Yeah, it's a totally, I think it's completely different than the normal classical event, because if you get low on time, at least you have 30 seconds to manage, but here you just get flagged and it's over. Yeah.
Exactly.
So but I think we had some sufficient amount of time here. I don't know what move it is. Probably we had some 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, you were now. What moment that was that?
Yeah, I don't know. We have to find somewhere here. But I managed to do repetition once, and here I thought rook f8, nice move.
Okay.
And here knight b6. I think this was a moment where I could have kind of made my task easier. Anish said queen g5 after the game.
Yeah.
But still there are some tricks, because I think we were seeing some king h1. And because these pawns are kind of weak, these coins are controlled, it's not easy to move them.
Right.
But here at least I don't have, my king is not weak.
No.
So that's a good thing here. Maybe I should have done this, but I went for h6. Knight d7, I think this was the critical moment of the game. Like, I think here, I think we both were spending a lot of time around this point.
Exactly.
Because there were a lot of options, and
including d5 as well.
Yes. Yes, I think I saw d5. There was some problem with this line.
We were confounded. Trust me, we were looking at so many different tricks and traps that we just getting ourselves confused.
Yeah, there was something here. I just don't remember right now.
Exactly. I don't blame you in the least. So many tricks, including ideas of d5, where all the pieces are suddenly hanging.
So
you played rook f7, which seemed the most
So my choice here, after some thought, I realized that 3 moves are kind of the main. Rook f5, rook f7, or knight c2.
Okay.
And I got to know knight c2 is the winning move.
Was the winning move?
Yes.
Oh my.
But during the game, for me, all 3 moves were quite equally possible, and I wasn't sure what move to choose.
Right.
At some point, I was close to playing off knight c2. But then, is there a way to flip board here? Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Because
Yeah, better to play your side of the position.
no,
than
because
his.
that's where I
Yes.
can kind of show lines here.
Agreed.
Rook b1, knight e3, and Anish said he missed this one. And I think queen g6, there was this queen d4 move, because if I move my rook first, there is knight f6.
Right.
And queen d4, king h1, rook d8, I think this wins.
Wow.
And for knight c2, I think I saw queen e6, king h8, rook e4, and rook g8, and I wasn't sure in this position if it's... No, because I had to play this rook to g8.
Which looks a little awkward,
Yeah,
but
But
it's
if I
protecting your
consolidate,
king.
if I kind of get my king saved, it's
Exactly.
a pawn.
Secure the king and then everything.
Maybe this is winning. I wasn't sure. Also, here rook f5 was there, because
there's no g4, knight f3 checks.
there is no g4, and if first of all, there's no queen e8, king h7, knight f8.
Yes.
And here I think I mainly consider two options, either h4 or rook b1, because here I'm threatening knight f3 check.
Yes.
So h4 or rook b1.
To stop knight f3. Yep.
Yes, if h4, I think I saw d5,
Okay.
queen e8, king h7. Again, knight f8 doesn't work. He won his hanging.
Yep.
And if some...
I must say, right at this moment, it feels like you have coordinated your pieces much better than white.
Yes, and some rook e7 or something threatening knight f1, there is, I think, some knight f3 stuff. Queen d1 and take f3, I'll control f8.
This should be winning for
Yes.
black.
And I think, we both were considering rook b1 mainly. It's kind of the... Oh, sorry. Rook f5, rook b1. And here, the main trick is knight f3, king h1. I think white is just close to winning. Maybe there is some way to save. I'm just kind of...
But you're not. This is not what you wanted at all. No.
Yeah. I think everything is working for me. Because he's also getting rook b8, queen e8, f3, f5. Everything is hanging for me.
Right.
But then I spotted this move, king f7. We were also analyzing...
King f7. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a challenge, Pragg. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Such
a crazy move.
Yeah, I don't know what saves here for white.
So the idea is you're inviting rook b7.
But it doesn't work. Yeah, rook b7. The line is knight f3, gf3, rook g5, king f1, queen d1, king f2, queen g1, king e2, rook g2, king d3. I think queen f1 is important.
Okay.
And if king c3 or king e3, there is queen c1, rook d2.
I gotcha. Got me.
Yeah, I spotted all this, but I wasn't sure. This king f7 feels so strange.
It does.
And it's like it's kind of hard to believe, because also h4 there was this knight e2. We are also speaking after the game about these lines. King h2, queen f4.
Okay, now you're two pawns, and by the way, the king
Yeah.
goes beautifully to e6, and you feel like a genius for king f7. Yes.
Yeah, maybe there is some brilliant wave which
Wow.
saves. But I should have played this at least. Yeah, I mean, if not knight c2.
Yeah. Wow.
It's kind of I was kind of kicking myself, because I thought rook f7 also is winning for me, because the main line I saw was rook b1.
Right. That was our main line.
Rook, and here,
yes,
I think c4 is totally winning for black.
As it turns out, your judgment is completely correct.
Yes.
This is in fact winning for you. Yes.
And I think I was also seeing some other tricks. It wasn't working. I may have seen king f1, but somehow I just didn't really
focus on it as much as
calculated. Maybe in other variation I saw king f1, but
this was in some ways kind of complete
kind of
genius, because rook b1, as you just pointed out, was losing, and king f1 was born out of desperation because there weren't any other moves.
I think he just found it by elimination.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
And I couldn't find anything here. I think it's already okay for white. Rook d7, queen e8. This is what happened in the game. Yeah.
Right.
Queen d7. Yeah, I gave a check first, but I guess it doesn't.
Was it this move, queen takes a4, surprising for you? It was surprising for me.
Yes. I thought he would go rook e7.
Yes.
And if knight f5.
Yes.
I think rook e4 is important.
Okay.
I'm kind of
threatening check.
Yeah.
Taking the knight with check, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't see what to do here, because some queen d5, it kind of feels very awkward. Yeah, my pieces are kind of coming back.
Yeah, not as
And
coordinated as in the
Also,
game.
there is some queen c8 and stuff.
Right. So
yeah.
I thought the move queen a4 was really begging for trouble,
Yeah.
in fact.
No, Anish said after the game that he missed queen c4 here. Because this line, first I missed rook d6 here. I think also king e3 saves, but okay, rook d6, c2, rook c6, c1.
No, I mean,
It's
White is dreaming about this.
Yeah,
yes.
it's just a draw. Queen c4, I think king e3 was a very good move.
Okay.
Because if I get c2 and I'm getting knight b3 next,
then it's over.
It's over.
Yes.
But king e3 was quite strong, and I had to give knight f5 check because c2 there is queen d3 check.
Yes.
Also queen d4 is okay. Knight f5, king f2. So I had to play d5.
Why did we think that maybe playing check, queen? Why
Queen
was
c5,
queen
yeah?
c5 check?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see what to do here.
This was not.
Even king f1 wasn't clear if knight e3 is good for me because takes a4. Maybe that's good. Yeah, I don't know.
It should be. You've got
queen.
the pawns rolling fast for you too.
But
right?
I really can't go to endgame, because I mean I can't trade the queens because king is quite close.
Sorry, in the
So
game with
let's
king
just-
f1, yeah, queen c5, king f1, knight e3, takes, a4, d5, d4.
d4, a6, d3, a7, c2. Yeah.
Correct.
You're on time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on time.
Yes, it's a timing one. You win the
Maybe
race.
queen c2 check.
Are you sure
Maybe I can. Sorry.
No, I know. I do the same thing all the time. I'm so happy that you're repeating all the mistakes
Queen
I make.
c2 check here itself. Yeah.
G6 feels.
Yeah, I think
like
I was
necessary.
calculating it was a different mode, and I wasn't sure if this was winning.
Wow.
But at least it's a try because d4, a6, d3. This doesn't work. I assume there is some perpetual here.
Right. I would need right.
Yeah, just check. Queen d8, d7, d6, and just draw.
Draw.
Yeah, I thought I tried d5, queen c2, g6,
Right.
then king g1. And I think I found a nice idea here, trying to put pawn on h4.
Okay.
Stabilizing my knight on f5. I thought it's practically not easy to play for him because I have these pawns which can roll at any point, and his king is also a little weak. Check h4, d4, queen d3, h4. Yeah, just g4. I think we both were quite
Low
short
on time. Yeah. Again, your feeling at this moment was that you were just pressing still, and you were just trying to put as many problems in front of your opponent as possible. You didn't say you were winning. It just felt like you were the one that was pushing the game.
Yeah, compared to like the position I had before this rook f7 move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has definitely well, but still I have some tries here.
Okay.
This g4 was, I think, a panic. Yeah,
Because a panic even.
Yes.
I didn't know if it was inspired or it was desperate.
No, I think it was just a desperation.
Okay.
Like
what did
he
you
was getting
expect?
low on time, and I was also getting low on time.
Right.
It was also combined with draw offer, but of course I'm not gonna take here.
Okay.
I just took the pawn.
Right.
And this king e2. I don't know. I should have just played some more because this queen h2 is a probably a bad move and also bad practical move because he had like 5 seconds on the clock here and he had to make one move. And this queen h2 is,
forcing him
king
to
d1.
play king d1.
Yeah, I can play some random move.
King g7.
King
and
g7.
then he has to choose what
Yeah,
move
still
he
king
could
d1 he would have gone. Maybe I could have played something else. I don't know.
Right.
Queen a7 or something,
Right.
Yeah, maybe it's not a terrible move, queen a7. I could have played. But, yeah, it would have definitely, made him think.
Yeah.
And he may have made a very bad move here.
Exactly.
Because 5 seconds is really nothing.
Exactly.
And, this was a very bad decision, queen h2.
Okay.
And I think here we got 15 minutes and I don't think I have anything.
I didn't like your move queen a1 because I thought you pushed his king into...
But I didn't see what
if you were to
queen
retreat.
c4, queen h2.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
King G7, yeah. King G8, Queen B8, King G7, Queen E5, and
No, then it's
it looks
not
very
good.
scary.
Yeah, no.
And
it's
Queen
very
D5
scary.
also same issue. Queen H2, Queen E5, and he exchanged the queen.
Aha.
Queen A1 I had to play. King E2.
I see. That was
and
your
here I had
issue.
this option of D3. It was almost winning.
Queen D.
Queen D3, Queen A2 check.
Okay.
And if King F1, Queen H2 wins.
Threatening Knight G3
Knight
mate.
G3.
Yeah.
But he just goes
To the other side.
Yeah,
back.
just King D1. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Queen A4. And just goes back. And I just didn't see what. How can I push here?
Gotcha.
Queen A2 again King D1. Yeah, I mean I can get my queen to B2 again King D1. My king is kind of weak here.
Wow.
But Queen A3, yeah, and it's probably nothing here already. Rook E5 was also good.
Exactly.
And here I actually was, when I played Queen A6, I was optimistic about Knight E3. If Queen B3, there's C2.
Okay.
King D2, Queen C6. But I think after Knight E3, the strong moves Queen B1.
Okay.
And C2, there's Queen H1. He's
Uh-oh.
getting Queen B7, Rook B7 stuff.
Uh-oh.
He's getting
danger.
Yeah.
Danger alert. Yes.
So I just decided to, just take Knight D6, Knight B5.
Pragg, thank you so very much for coming on with us. Again, it was an incredibly difficult game for us to commentate, I'm sure, for you to play, and all the ups and downs. Really a great fight. Really a great fight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. But I think, result could have been more happier, but okay, it's just, it was an interesting game, and I'm happy to play against such a strong player. Such a game like where I, outplayed him in the start, and, I was playing for a win throughout the game with black pieces, and yeah, it definitely feels good that way.
Very good. Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament. We will see you all tomorrow and wish you a very good night from Dusseldorf. Good night, everyone.